and it just so happens it was my right one that broke, and I found. Right, carry on. Sorry to interrupt.
Nah, man, we're just shooting the breeze.
I just saved myself from having to buy a $130 pair of AirPods now. It's fucking awesome.
Nah, you sound good, bro.
Nice.
As I said, if we actually had satellites, man, it would be a lot better. Ring
I have
on
no
the space
clue what you
hotels.
just said.
I just saw an advert today. I don't know if it was on one of those free newspapers you get on the bus, but it was saying by 2045 there's a space hotel going to be on the moon.
Oh my god, they make those bullshit
Fuck,
science fiction predictions all the fucking.
Like 2045, I don't even think that this place is going to be functioning as a civilization by then. I think that they're going to do like whatever they've done so far. They've dropped the bomb already. Like I think everything's going to be fucked in the next short while.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you right now.
Reset? You reckon there'll be a reset or something? Some kind of reset?
Possibly.
I'll tell you right now.
I think possibly each age there is a reset. How far into the age that has to, like, if there's an X amount of specific time, has to pass in the age. And if the Gregorian calendar was incorrect, and then they said that it was 8 or 10 years out of sync, supposedly. So when 2012, when the Mayans said the age of Aquarius we were coming from Pisces to Aquarius, the Gregorian calendar was supposedly deliberately made like out of date. So when we had that last solstice there, when we had the 4 planets were aligned, that supposedly that was when we were moving into Aquarius. What fuck knows? But how long into the age has to pass before the fucking reset happens?
If you're an elite
change.
If you're an elite group controlling humanity, you definitely don't want them to know what time it is. You don't want to let them know nothing. The more wrong information your enemy has, the better off you are. These motherfuckers don't even know what time it is. You know what I'm saying? They're laughing at us.
But you do want to make sure that they are where you want them to be when you want them to be there. So you're going to have to give them some form of time in order to keep, and they can know that time, just not the time.
You're right, Jeremy. The marine chronometer doesn't work.
You don't want them to know what. Not that kind of time, you nincompoop.
No, you're right. It doesn't work. We have no idea how to the whole time.
Dude, we're not talking about that kind of time. We're just talking about like years and days and shit. Yes, we can tell seconds and minutes and hours. Yeah. We can also tell days too, but we've lost some days here and there. They used to change days to get to festivals quicker back in the day. Like, time's all fucked up as far as like the age and the years go.
It all comes back to boats.
Well,
no, it doesn't. It never comes back to boats.
Kool-Aid, what's the difference between a marine chronometer and a watch?
A marine chronometer is a hardier machine that can be banged around more. It has a higher capacity for weirdness to go on to. Yeah, basically.
So
there's a term I'm missing there.
Bro? Is it IPX30 or what?
Panto, he's our boat boy.
IPX30. I don't know.
He knows all about boats and shit. So
they have a waterproof clock on a boat?
No, it actually wasn't waterproof. And the original one was actually lost in a shipwreck, conveniently enough.
So watchers are better is what I'm hearing.
Yeah. I mean, dude, I've got a Timex watch that is updated to the atomic clock every 24 hours. It's fucking my Timex. It's great.
We should be getting our time from the lunar calendar. That's what it was prior to Pope Gregory.
Why would we do that?
Why not? I mean, that's
because that would be wrong.
Why?
How would it be wrong?
Because it would be on a 28.5 day cycle rather than a 364.25 day cycle.
You mean 29.5?
Get rid of the heliocentric bullshit.
What did I say? 28? Yeah. Thank you, Percentage. I appreciate the correction.
Anytime.
Your boss will be happy.
How's there a quarter of an extra day a year? Like, wouldn't you like notice that somewhere after like 2 or 3 years?
Actually, you would notice it after 4 years, which is why there's a leap day.
Leap day.
I'm saying year one, there's 365 and a quarter days. Like, where'd the
364
quarter
and
day?
a quarter.
That's what I said. That's what I meant. So you're at 364 and a quarter days. Wait,
Yep.
what?
No.
Would you have
No,
to?
it's 365 and a quarter.
Yeah, 365 and a quarter.
Do you want the answer?
Real quick, it's 365 and a quarter.
Not after hearing you say it's 364 and a quarter. No, I do not want any more answers from you. Thank you.
It has to do with the stars. It's when the stars get back into position.
I think that's what should be natural time, coming from the luminaries, not from fucking popes and fucking God knows who.
Oh, I agree.
Almost had me saying the wrong thing. Percentage, you heard? I fucking agreed with him.
Yeah, you did.
How do the stars get back in their position? Obviously, the stars are doing their own thing, right?
Except they're not.
Are they?
Yeah.
They're doing exactly what they're meant to do.
Everything moves in cycles.
Except for the fact that naval and astronomical charts that have to be updated every 5 years because they are out of date because the stars have moved. Other than that, you're completely right.
Yo, Kool-Aid, what's the fastest moving star that we can observe?
Guys,
I have fucking no idea.
Hold on, guys. We got somebody new here, Panto. I mean, he's not new, but let's give Panto a shot at him. He smells blood in the water.
All right.
No, I was just
You
about
want
to
to
say.
you want to debunk You want to debunk sailboat races?
No, but I mean, all I'm saying is that the ages change. So each year when it resets, it's imperceivable how much of a marginal, fractional difference each year as it resets, and it resets each year.
Incorrect. Sirius B was the North Star during the time of the ancient Egyptians, as described in the hieroglyphics in the Great Pyramid of Khufu.
Bro, but forget that, man. Think about it. Like,
yeah. Forget about all the stuff that proves you wrong. You're right.
How? But we're meant to be barreling in multiple vectors at millions of combined miles an hour, man. I would assert that would probably mean each night the fucking stars would be different.
Yeah, Kool-Aid, the pyramids actually, all three of them line up to three specific stars.
But not the three stars that are located on the star charts within the pyramids. Those three stars have all moved out of position and are recognized now as Sirius B.
We're not talking about star charts in the pyramid and the interpretation of the star charts.
Right. We're not talking about the star charts that the pyramids actually used. We're talking about what now? We're talking about your bullshit.
Where's your evidence that they used that for what you're saying they used it for? What I'm saying is
the Great Pyramid of... No, hold on. You asked a question. Shut up. You asked a question.
I did ask the questions.
So then shut up and listen to the answer. The answer is the Great Pyramid of Khufu and the star charts that contained within. That is the answer to your question.
But my actual question was the three stars that line up to those pyramids, why would they still be lining up?
They're not the same stars.
Why would they coincidentally line up as the way they do, right? They just built those pyramids. Look, they actually line up to these.
You're lying. You're straight lying.
What about
they do line up.
No, they do not. Sirius B does not line up with the pyramids.
I'm not saying what specific star, but there's three stars line up for the pyramids.
But the stars that they showed as the North Star, which was what we now refer to as Sirius B, does not line up with the pyramids.
I don't know the specific names of the stars, but three stars line up.
So why the hell are you even in this conversation, sir? Why don't we get back to sailboats? Because at least then we know you don't know what's
Let's continue with stars. So space.com says that S4714 is the fastest star in our world, I guess, in our solar system.
Cool. It deserves a cookie.
24,000 kilometers per second.
Oh, but that's the speed of the star, like, in relation to the galaxy, right? That's not the speed of the star in our field of vision. right?
How far away
Obviously.
is it? Oh, man.
Which is different, right?
In our field of
'Cause
vision, it barely moves, according to you guys.
Sure, but the star
Imperceptibly moves.
the star that is closer to us, if it can move in a much slower velocity and has a,
Yeah, I get
a
how
higher.
parallax works, bro.
Yeah,
Can I just-
exactly. So that's why I'm making this distinction. That the
Can I just
fastest
bring it
star
back
isn't
real quick?
necessarily one that we're going to see moving first.
Can I just bring it back real quick?
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Don't the three pyramids, the Great Pyramid and then the two little ones, don't they exactly line up with Orion's belt?
No.
You sure?
Yeah, why would you
Yes.
say that?
What
Cool.
about
100% sure.
the guide stones as well? There's a hole in the
Right,
Georgia
they're 40 years
guide
old,
stones
dude.
as well that lines
They're-
up with a star specifically.
They're literally
Yeah.
40 years
I don't
old.
like
All
that.
the mon-
But
all the
we're,
monuments-
bro, we're
all
meant
the
to be
pyramids-
barreling in multiple vectors at millions of miles per hour.
40
Yeah, I
years.
don't like that argument at all. I
Obviously not
disregard that
moving.
argument because couldn't the stars just have a mind of their own? I mean, why does that have to correlate to whether or not the Earth is a ball or spinning or flat? You know,
Well,
I
it
just think
correlates
plays
to the
towards
Earth,
stationary.
to the stars moving and the Earth being, motionless, because they're not fucking changing. You
Actually-
got this one right here, 24,000 kilometers per second. You're going to say it's super far away, but still, we should see over years, over some sort of span of time, that we can perceive a change. And yet, there's no change relative to other stars, or relative to, the constellations, or anything like that.
but even if there is a
All
change,
all stars conveniently moving in the same direction at the same, or appearing to be the same
even
kind of
if they're-
speed.
No, they're
Hang
not
on,
moving in the
even
same
if there
direction.
was a-
They actually appear to be counter-rotating. And percentage, with all due respect, the problem actually becomes in the linear relationship between...
They appear.
I'm
Kool-Aid,
sorry,
they
one
appear
of
to be-
us. You
Oh,
seem to...
Yeah,
the middle,
let Kool-Aid finish, then you
middle
got next.
of your sentence seemed to...
Hold on,
The middle of
bro.
my sentence
Kool-Aid,
interrupted
hold on.
yours.
Hold on a second.
Yeah,
hold
because
on.
it's an
Kool-Aid.
appearance thing. You said
Hey,
that they
no.
appeared to be.
Hold on 1 second, bro.
You got next, one of us.
Kool-Aid, relax. You're gonna go, Kool-Aid, but just relax, bro. You're all fired up right now. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm drunk. You're right.
Oh, Jesus. I figured something was good.
Yes,
I even
he
messaged
seemed more
percentage.
belligerent than usual.
Go ahead, but just
I'm
all right.
sorry
Go
I
ahead.
cut you off,
Keep it
Kool-Aid.
cool, Kool-Aid.
All right. You're right, Jeremy. I apologize.
It's fine. No, go ahead. Just go ahead.
Finish what you're saying. Go
Fine.
ahead.
So one of us, the two apparent celestial poles, debunk the flat Earth. The fact that the linear relationship between 60 nautical miles versus 1 degree of apparent altitude for the 57 celestial stars debunk the flat Earth. The sextants are completely impossible on the flat Earth, and I will provide proof to anyone who says
What
otherwise.
about the astrolabe?
What is it?
Like, how can you explain the
Go
astrolabe?
ahead.
Oh, hold on. Somebody mentioned the astrolabe. That's actually a really great comment.
Your turn's done. One of us, and then Pantomath, and you again.
Carry on.
I was just asking what does the sextant actually do? What's the purpose of it? And how does that work?
You can
Just real
respond.
quick, one of us. There's something with your mic. There's kind of like a buzzing static. Just so you know.
Yeah, a wee bit. Yeah, man.
The astrolabe I apologize. The sextant measures the apparent altitude and in angle from the horizon. If you are not able to see the horizon for whatever reason, be it weather or nighttime, you can use an artificial horizon to determine the exact same thing. Once you compare it to the astronomical horizon, you are able to determine the linear relationship between distance and the apparent altitude.
Unfortunately, that does not show the distance to the star at all.
No one.
No one cares.
saying it's
No one
angle.
gives a shit about the distance to the star.
Well, you
The
just
star.
used the word altitude in your argument. You were saying you measured the altitude.
The altitude
Yeah.
is the angle, not the distance.
Right. It's literally a degree sign. It's not a distance. The only distance we care about in the trilateration used by sextants is the distance from the GP to the circle of equal altitude, which is the circle that you can draw that you will be anywhere on that transecting plane where it transects the
Keyword
spherical nature of the Earth. Yep.
Okay,
How
so
do you get the
Making a
altitude?
triangle.
You're
Hold on, but are you
100%.
making a triangle?
You're 100% right. Keyword is plane. It is a transecting plane, and the only places it transects the oblate surface of the Earth is on the circle of equal altitude. Circle being a misnomer because half the time it's actually an oblate, or it's
Here's a
actually.
question. Can you
Hold on,
use a
guys.
sextant
Hold
at
on.
any altitude?
Hold on. Are you making a triangle? That was a bad question. I'll give you a
That
good
was a good
question.
question.
Are you making a triangle? Are you making a triangle from the star to Earth somewhere?
From the
No.
star to the astronomical horizon, yes.
So there is a triangle. So you realize with triangles we can get distances if we know angles, right?
Right. Which is
Straight
what
So
line.
you will inherently get a distance with
No,
the
no, no.
triangle you're making.
Which is what
you
changes.
need more than you need at least one distance. Just from the angles you can't. You
You
need
have the
one
distance.
distance,
You have the distance
Mm.
between the 2 ground points on Earth, right?
which isn't part of the triangle.
Is that not a known distance?
That's not part of the triangle.
The
No,
2
but you're
points on
looking
Earth
at the light from the star. Hang on. You're looking at the light from a star, which is trillions of light years away. You're not looking
said
trillions
that?
of light years away. You're supposed to be looking at the light, which is as close as it can be towards you.
Whoever
So you're
wants
not
a distance,
measuring
I'm
the
about to
star,
get you
you're
one right
measuring
here.
the
Hold on.
Jeremy, finish this point, and then I'll go.
No,
over
Whoever
mine.
wanted a
actually-
distance, I'm about to get you a distance right here. We got one with this triangle, guys. Did you want a distance or no?
Where is
Yeah.
the measurement
Go
coming
the
from?
distance, Jeremy.
Tell the truth, Jeremy.
Tell the truth about what?
Where are the
What is-
measurements
what is
coming
the-
from?
What is the GP distance and what is the chord distance to the triangle?
Do you not have a distance between the 2 locations on Earth?
We have 2. We have the GP distance and we have the chord distance.
Okay, whatever the triangle you're making is, we're going to use those 2 distances. That distance.
Volume 1 is
Oh,
part of
the one we need.
I mean, first of all,
Yeah,
one of the
whatever
distances.
one is in your triangle. Hold on. Listen, Kool-Aid can handle this. Just fall back for just give us 1 minute. Whatever distance you're using for your triangle that's on Earth that you know the distance of, that's the one we're using.
Okay.
We got our distance and our angles. What's the distance to the star?
The chord or the GP?
Whatever one is in the triangle, bro.
Both of them are.
Straight line.
Like
Right, you
they're
get the chord,
literally
straight line.
they're both in the triangle. It depends where you're making your measurement from.
Okay,
What's
fine.
the
We
name
use
of the second distance you said?
We use the GP.
Kool-Aid?
We use the chord since.
The chord
Hold
distance.
on a
The chord.
second. Listen, Kool-Aid's got this, bro. Just hold on.
I just wanted to ask one word because I didn't hear it. That's all.
Chord. CORD.
Okay. So the chord. You got the chord. It's a straight line.
Actually,
We use that.
CHORD.
Oh, thank you. Correct.
Holy shit. So listen, do we want to have Gummy Bear or Papers or whoever that was take this over, or are you okay, Kool-Aid?
Go for it. Go for it, Jeremy.
They're all
Carry
the
on.
same. It's gummy bear, paper, funk. It's like, which one is it?
Who was it, Funk?
No,
Bacon.
bacon.
Bacon. It was Bacon. My bad, Bacon.
Sorry?
You're
I
good.
don't know.
Go ahead.
Listen,
We
ahead,
might
Jeremy.
swap you, Bacon, just because you're sober and he's
we're
not.
using the chord. What's the distance to the star? Get one of your math guys on this.
I don't know
right?
how long this drunken
The-
Kool-Aid thing's gonna work, but
The distance. I'm sorry, Gio. Do you want me to shut up?
No, keep
No,
going.
you're good.
You're
Go
fine
ahead,
for,
you're
now.
good.
For now.
The chord distance is depending on the angle about 48 nautical miles per degree.
Yeah, whatever. We have the distance to the star, right? What are your distances?
No, we
now?
don't.
No, we don't have the distance to the star.
The two distant, Jeremy, there's two distances. One of them is the chord, right, which is a straight line. The other is the distance to the GP, which is not a straight line. And none of them, you can't combine them to make a triangle because they aren't
distance to
both
the
part of
GP
the
is
same
the chord.
triangle.
The distance
Sorry?
to the GP is a chord. The distance to the
No.
GP is a chord. That's
No.
a straight line.
No,
it's
it's
not.
not. No, it's not.
You're not doing a chord?
It's
N-
the distance to the GP is 60 nautical miles per degree. The distance to the chord is, depending on the exact angle, approximately 48 nautical miles per degree.
Okay, are we making a triangle right here out of this?
Yes.
You said yes. We have we have the distances on the ground, right? We have those distances. Can you
Right.
not get a triangle out of it? Can you not get a distance to the star out of this?
Yes, you can.
Okay, that's what I thought.
And
What are you coming up with?
The distance to the GP, which is what you're talking about, is a
No. He's
longer
asking the distance to
No,
the
the
star.
distance to the star.
Oh, who gives a
He's
shit?
thinking we can
What do you mean, who
triangulate the
gives a
star
shit? You're
using
making a
this distance.
triangle. We know math.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
you're not
What's the
making a
distance?
triangle using. No, those two distances aren't one. Each one of them the side of a triangle. That's not what they are. You can't just
Okay, you have
think,
you have a line coming down. You have two lines coming down from the star, right?
2 lines? No. We have 1
There's
line.
only one line coming down from the star.
Exactly.
Yeah, to the GP.
Which is the altitude. No, the
So you look
GPs
at
are...
the star. You look at the star. That's one line, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and then the star looks down to its star point on the ground. That's another line. Right?
That's a GP.
Right.
Okay,
that's the
there's
GP.
2 lines. That's 2 lines.
And okay, so the
No, those lines are
line-
supposed to
high
be
as
parallel.
hold on, hold on.
We use those
You
lines
guys
as
are
if they
on
were
some new
parallel.
The line that goes from the zenith of the star through the GP to the astronomical horizon, which is the center of the oblate spheroid, where all of those lines meet.
Okay, we're looking at the star. That's one line going up to the star, right?
Okay. Yep.
And then, all right, that's one line. And then the star looks down at the ground and sees its sub-celestial point or whatever.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
There's
but
2 fucking lines.
Yeah, but we assume those lines are parallel, so that's why you can't make a triangle to triangulate its
assume
position.
Let me.
Hold on, you said you assume what?
They're parallel. Those lines,
How the fuck are you making a triangle to them then?
we're not. That's the thing. We're not trying to make a triangle to the star. We just assume they're parallel because they're too far.
Can you see the GIF
Why
I
you
just put?
can't triangulate it?
The image I just put in chat.
You can't make 2 lines to something.
Can you see that image, Jeremy?
So why would the line from you to the star be parallel as the
Because they're
star,
very
as the
far.
starlight to the GP? Because you could be looking at a star at what, 45 degrees?
Because H
Why would that be
is
parallel
always
to the GP?
H is always equal to H.
The
Z
GP is
is
like
always
90
equal to
degrees.
Z.
Isn't the GP 90 degrees?
Right. Do
And you're
you
looking
see
at-
the image I'm posting? So when I use these shorthands, you know what I'm talking about.
Hold on. What kind of nutcase
Figure
world do you live in?
1-4.
Hold on a second. Hold on. What kind of nutcase world do you live in where you can make a 90-degree line to something and then a 45-degree line at something and tell me those lines are parallel?
Because you're not doing them from the same thing. The horizontal of the GP of the star is a different horizontal than yours. So it's a 90 degree from the horizontals that are different.
Yo, so what did you guys assume first? The parallel light rays or the
Can't figure it out.
spherical Earth?
Actually, that's a great question. The first assumption was the spherical, or was the parallel light rays, and that was done in the 1600s. Yes, which is why Bowditch is actually so famous, because he was able to derive the spherical geometric calculations that he later codified in his book, The American Practical Navigator. Would you like a link to it?
Why did he assume that the light rays were parallel?
Because they appear to be, for all intents and purposes.
No, they don't. They appear to be divergent.
Not at all.
Every single light appears to have divergent light, man. Every single light source.
No.
Show us parallel
Are you
light
kidding?
rays then.
No. He means the stars specifically, because the further the light source is, the more parallel the lines are going to get. They're never going to get completely parallel, but if they get far enough, they're so close.
It's all over again.
Let me finish.
I'm next.
They're parallel enough that the math works if you assume they're parallel.
Bacon just gave you the
Work
right
if you assume they're parallel on a globe, on a spherical Earth, a curving Earth, right? So you have to make two assumptions together. One didn't come before the other by that logic.
No, they did.
I don't think we're done with this triangle and the star thing. You guys wanted a distance.
I'll fall back.
All right, go ahead, Jeremy. Carry on.
Okay, now you're telling me you got a dot. There's a star in the sky. It's a point of light. Basically a dot. So you draw a dot on a piece of paper. You have one line coming down from it 90 degrees. Or there's a line coming out of the star that's 90 degrees down.
That
star.
draws
star, right?
directly
so 90
to.
degrees down.
That will go directly to the letter C on the diagram I just posted, figure 1.4.
Okay, so you have we have a dot on a piece of paper so far with a line going straight down. The line can be considered 90 degrees from the star, right?
Correct.
You with me so far? And then you have
90
another
degrees
line coming. and then you have another line coming from the star that's 45 degrees with respect to the first line. You with me so far, right? That'll all line up. That'll all line up to everything on Earth, right?
That would be angle H in the diagram.
Okay, so this is all lining up with everything on Earth. Hold on, bro. Kool-Aid can do
Would
it.
it not?
He's not that drunk.
Hold on.
No, I think he pictured it. I think he's picturing it wrong. Can I draw it while you're speaking? So
Yeah,
we can
that would be fantastic.
Please.
Yeah, I'll do it. 1 sec.
All right.
I was actually I was thinking if someone could,
you gonna live
make a
stream
diagram.
This?
Yeah, I will. Sure.
Okay, get it up. Put a dot on. Write star. Put a dot and then write star.
Star.
Right, I'll live stream.
Just like make a little star.
Okay.
No, don't do a Christmas star. Just put a dot.
No,
Find
do
it.
Right.
It's Christmas. Yeah.
Let's see what Jake's got here.
Come on,
Right,
let's
so
get going with this. I ain't got
there
all
we have
night.
the star.
Put a dot and write star.
Thank you, Bacon, by the way.
And then there's a line that goes down like this,
90
right?
degrees. There's one line. That goes to the GP, right?
Yes.
It goes
And
through
write
the
GP on that.
GP to the C.
The Earth is here. Let's see.
All right, cool. We'll write GP
First-
on that. And write,
First presupposition: Earth being a globe.
doesn't matter. We got this, bro. We got this. Just write GP on the shit. What are you doing with this goofy fucking...
Why is it so
thing?
small?
It doesn't matter.
You understand why it's so
Doesn't
small,
matter. Carry on.
It doesn't matter. GP.
right?
Okay. Wait, why? Yeah, why is the Earth so small?
He's trying to make it to scale or something.
Yeah, because I mean, if we put the Earth close, you can get a 45 degrees that reaches the Earth. But that's what I think you're trying to get
No,
to.
like, make it far, but make it big.
Okay, whatever. It doesn't matter. Draw another line.
Mhm.
Draw another line to somewhere else on the Earth, on the side or something, where it'll touch.
What are you guys doing? This
This-
looks fun.
No, draw it from the C to the 45 degree.
Sorry?
Draw it from the middle of the Earth to the 45 degree.
So here's the second presupposition. First one was a globe. Second one is that the celestial
this?
sphere automatically denotes a like a spherical Earth.
There you go,
Right.
Jeremy.
I thought you were making a triangle to one star.
That is.
That's how it's done, sir.
I thought he would say
That's a
this
triangle
is
to
the
one
angle.
star.
I'm figuring he thinks this is the angle. But no.
So you're using
the-
two stars. Using two stars.
No, that's
you
only one
said
star.
when you asked to make a 45 degree angle from the star, it wouldn't reach the Earth. It wouldn't even reach the solar system, given the distances of the stars.
You wouldn't do that.
Yeah,
We're-
it has to be very close to parallel to reach the Earth. So, and this star, I mean, if we put this on scale, this star will be like miles up, and those two lines would get very parallel.
Oh,
They get
Bacon,
close. They wouldn't be parallel, though. They would get close, right?
Yeah,
Bacon-
exactly.
But
Would
they
you-
never be parallel. So we have a triangle.
would you mind
And
redrawing
you
that?
have divergent light too.
That's
So we have a
that's
triangle.
what's the name of that website? GeoGebra.
So we have a triangle. So we have a triangle.
Geolove.com, baby.
We have a
GeoGebra.
triangle. We know two of the angles, right? And we know one of the distances. We should be able to form the rest of this triangle. What distances are you coming up with?
No, we don't know two angles. We assume that those lines are parallel. So
you have
we
an
assume
angle
those
from the
angles are
GP
the
to the
same.
star. You have an angle from the GP to the star.
Yes, which is.
You have an angle from you to the star.
Yeah, which is.
There's two
That's
angles.
two angles
You
right
have a
there.
distance on the base. You have a distance on the base.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, but I don't
GP.
have this angle here. I just assume it's the same as this.
No, the GP angle is
That's
90
90 degrees, bro.
Yeah.
GP
Let
angle.
me.
is 90
If
degrees.
they're the same
I'll draw.
angle-
I'll draw
If
the
they were the
Earth
same
bigger.
angle, you'd be underneath the star and saying, I'm doing
I'll
something.
draw
but
the. No. You're not getting it. Okay, I'll draw it bigger.
No, you're not getting it.
I'll draw it bigger.
Yo, you know you could zoom out, right?
Well,
100%,
this
you
happens
could-
if I zoom out.
Make it bigger. You can make everything bigger.
Percentage. Don't let this go. I got stuff to do. Don't let this go. We have a distance here. I don't know if this helps us or not, but they
It does.
definitely have a triangle with angles and a known distance with one of the base. You should be able to get a fucking distance. I want to know what distance they're coming up with.
Yeah, the angle that we get is to the horizontal here, which is something like this. So we get
You're
this
not getting
angle.
an angle. So you don't get an angle
Yep.
from you to the star. That's not a thing.
No, we get
No,
from
it
the
is.
horizon to the star, which is the altitude.
It's elevation angle.
From you. Yeah, your angle from the horizon to the star, fine. I see a triangle here. Do you?
Hey, Bacon, will you do
Yeah,
me a
but-
favor? Will you label that angle H?
Okay, can you not? Can you use the chord? You know what? I don't like this angle. Get rid of this H line. Put the chord in between the two people.
Don't get rid of it.
Chord?
Yeah, put
do
the
what
chord
he's
line
asking.
in there.
This
Do
one?
what he's asking.
Yeah, there we go.
No,
Mark
nope,
that
nope.
C.
No, hold on.
But
Do it
there's
to
a problem.
Do it to C, not to the GP.
It is C because it's chord line.
Right. Do it to the center, not to the GP.
The center. Why the center of Earth?
That's the next presupposition.
Because
Oh no, that's
You're
just
establishing
that's
a
how the angles-
vertical?
H
Okay.
becomes the same
I don't give a
angle.
fuck. We still got a triangle. No matter what lines you draw here, I like this. Draw another
Yeah,
line.
but here's the thing, Jeremy. Here's the thing, Jeremy. The GP isn't here because this angle here.
Where
is
the
going to
GP
be-
is. We got 3 triangles up on the board.
Yeah, the GP is only here because this star it's too close. If this star was
Definitely
very
got 2
far,
triangles. 2
Sorry?
triangles, bro. We got 2 triangles up on the board right now. You can make it either way you want, out of H or the.
We only have
if
one.
if I can make either way I want, then this star here is going to be very far in that direction, which means that the
Fine,
GP
you
is
got
not
one.
is no longer going to reach this point here. The GP
That's fine.
is now
Fine,
going to
we
reach.
use it. Fine, we use the chord. We use the chord.
Now
one,
the
fine.
GP is going to reach this position here
The fuck? How?
What?
because the star is too far in that direction.
Percentage. Straighten this out. I gotta go. Get this shit all straightened out.
Yo, you
Hey,
can't
Coach,
change. The GP is supposed to be the zenith, man. You can't put it lopsided.
Yes,
What are you doing?
Yeah, but the star
That's-
isn't here. The star isn't here. The star is far in that direction.
Okay.
Yeah, the star, they're all treated as if they're coming in parallel because they are almost coming in, parallel enough. So the only reason why it's at an angle is because the dude's vertical is at an angle. So his horizontals, so like that black line, the H angle is, obviously not 90, but that blue line is about where that dude's GP is, the dude who's on that blue line. So, I mean, those lines would come in parallel. So yeah, he's right. So it's wrong to make that thing close because the angles are going to be fucked up.
Exactly. That's the thing. You have to picture it correctly, or you're going to get to some misconception.
You have to picture
So
it
this-
with the presuppositions, you mean?
Sure, because that's what we presuppose that makes things work.
I've been gone for 2 minutes. What happened to all my lines?
Man,
Why
they tried to move the star super far away so that the light would be more or less parallel.
Yeah, if stars were close, we wouldn't use
I
the
don't
sextant
know.
the way we do.
Hold on. Those 2 lines, they look parallel here. They meet at the top. We also have a base at the bottom for the triangle. So there's no getting out of this. Don't let them get out of
Sorry?
this. You got a triangle.
They're saying
Where's the
it's so
triangle
far away, the star is so far, so big, it's going to be parallel. It's messed up, man.
The
It's
triangle
not parallel, ever.
The triangle is the 2 lines going to the star. Those meet at a point, right at the star.
Yeah, but that triangle you're talking about is a triangle that, in all actuality, looks like just a line. Because both
Okay,
two
but
sides of it are
but yet-
extremely long and one side of it's extremely small.
Okay, but yet it is a triangle. And we have distances and angles that we need to know all the dimensions
No,
of
but
the
you
triangle.
don't.
No,
we don't have
You're right,
those
Jeremy.
angles.
It is a
Jeremy,
triangle,
Jeremy.
but they're saying it basically, it looks parallel. It's almost parallel, and that if we were to triangulate it, it would basically not be because it's almost
You don't need
parallel.
to-
You can technically do it,
you
but you
can't.
couldn't accurately do it, basically.
You
Jeremy,
can, and this is how it's done. This is how parallax is done.
exactly, but
actually
it's
doing
not
that
done on
measurement
Earth.
instead.
My goodness.
Yeah, if you're doing that measurement
Percentage,
instead,
get it under
you
control,
would just be
please.
doing parallax.
Go ahead, Kosha.
No, I'm saying if you were doing that, so the reason there's a reason I won't justify it just yet because I don't want to clutter what I'm saying, but there's a reason why we use them as nearly parallel instead of measuring the slight angles that they are. But if you were to instead not look at that as a negligible angle and you were to measure the difference between the difference, that angular difference from these 2 locations, with some background static thing in the sky to reference those stars from, that's exactly how you would do parallax. You would try to measure that slight angle and you would make that triangle, but that's not what we're doing here. So it's
So
not done, but
sextants are basically Eratosthenes all over again. You're assuming parallel light from a curved Earth, basically.
And somehow we can navigate by doing this.
Well, it's
I'm
not,
sure you
I
could
don't think it's
navigate another way too.
I think assuming is the wrong word instead of just they're treating them as parallel because they're so close to being parallel. And I said there is a justification for using that, and it's the fact that if it was close and local, the angles would be behaving, in a totally different way.
Unless you had atmospheric magnification.
Well, no, but the thing is, the way they're behaving is as if they were distant enough to be treated as parallel. Because they're working perfectly like that.
It's the same effect. So if you had that atmospheric, like I don't know if you've seen the Dr. Zach video where he shows like if
I have.
Yeah, so
It's
with
horrible.
that atmospheric magnification acting as a lens, you would have the lights going to the same position, so it would be the same effect.
That was a horrible video, man. You shouldn't have read it.
I enjoyed it.
Dr. Zach's video was so dishonest. He said it was 9 sticks. He has 4 different quadrants. They're obviously the same.
No, I don't know if we're talking about the same video then. I'm talking about the one where he opens it up and shows how the lines go to the same star. Like a physical paper thing that he opens up.
Oh wait, hold on. It's from that same video, I think, but it's a video that has those 9 nails, right?
9 nails. What?
Yeah, he has 9 nails on the thing, and then he puts a lens on the under the light.
I don't think so. No, it's a paper that has straws in it.
Okay. Let me give an example why we can't triangulate the position of the star by taking this angle. Because we are not measuring the GP with an observer. We're just assuming where it is. So for example, when the star was close, we assume that the star is very far. So we would think that the GP of that star is somewhere around here on this circle here. But the actual GP is closer. It's something like this, right?
Why?
But we don't have an observer. We don't have an observer telling us where the GP is. We don't have someone here.
Why is the
saying,
actual one closer? Why do you assume it to be farther?
Yeah, exactly. So we don't have someone here to tell what's the position. So we don't have this distance here. We have this distance here. Actually, it's this distance here. We have to this angle, not to this angle. So the one we are assuming are a bit further than the actual one. So if we try to use this angle right here, we're going to get if we try to triangulate the distance of the star, it would be infinite because we are assuming that both these angles are the same, that this angle and that angle are the same.
My God, it's not going to be infinite. Listen, what is the distance between the line and the bottom of the base of this triangle? Give me the numbers. I'll fucking have my math guy look at it if you guys can't figure out math and how triangles work.
You have follow. If you follow
triangles work.
If you follow the reasoning, you're going to just try to keep up. Just try to keep up.
No, I want the fucking numbers. Stop keeping up with your word salad, alphabet, soup ass shit. Give me the fucking
But your numbers mean anything. If you pay attention, understand why.
So these sextant numbers mean nothing. That's what you're telling me.
No, I'm not saying that. That's not what I'm saying.
They are something. I want them.
Yeah, they don't mean anything to triangulate
Let's go.
They don't mean anything to triangulate the position of the star because this Jeremy, this distance here, the distance that we get isn't measured. It's calculated assuming that this doesn't form a triangle. So if you try to form a triangle using those values, you're not gonna get anywhere.
Right. I'll be the judge of that. I know how triangles work, and I know with distances and angles you can get the whole triangle.
And you don't have a triangle if you use those values, because those values comes from the assumption that this doesn't form a triangle. It assumes the lines are parallel. How are you going to form a triangle with parallel lines? But yeah, I'll give you...
Because they not meet at a point? They're at 2 different locations and they meet at a point. How could they be parallel? That doesn't even make sense.
They don't meet at a point.
They don't meet at a point, so you're not looking at the stars.
I am, but this one isn't. This one is
2 different people are looking at stars on Earth. From the GP, you could essentially have a person, and from.
But this is the actual GP. This is the calculated GP. When we use the sextant, we only have the calculated GP, which might be like a centimeter away from the actual one. So this is the actual GP. And those
Why do you have an actual GP and a calculated one?
because for you to understand that the value that you have is the calculated
What
one.
do they use in the triangle? Playing word games.
They don't use a triangle. They use the calculated GP that doesn't form a triangle. The calculated GP doesn't form a
Kool-Aid when
triangle.
he's not drunk. It's fine. I get it from Kool-Aid when he's not drunk.
Sorry?
Yo, this isn't proof for a globe, and it's not proof for flat Earth. I'm sorry.
So when did we move away from these stars? That you said the 3 stars don't line up with the 3 pyramids in Giza. I posted a GIF that shows you that they still do.
Yeah, I could have swore they did.
Georgia Guidestones as well have got a hole in them that says where Polaris still is.
The Georgia Guidestones, that's a good one, yeah. Also, they have chambers. Not only does that mirror Orion's, but they have chambers inside the pyramid that line.
Yeah, the sun, at one specific point in the year where the sun, the shaft of light goes down a specific hole, straight down into a specific chamber that's only lit up one point in the year, I think.
That makes some nachos, kiddo.
And then we're also assuming that refraction has no effect.
Oh, who's assuming refraction has no effect?
Well, you're assuming absolutely straight lines from like the star that's fucking how many light years away?
Because in the sextant, it's very common for you to correct for refraction.
Really, you can correct for all of the refraction along the optical corridor to the star?
The refraction only happens in the atmosphere. As soon as it leaves the atmosphere, there's no refraction.
I'm sorry. Did you discover a perfect vacuum?
Sorry?
Did you discover a perfect vacuum since last time I talked to you?
What, did they ever even think there was a vacuum up there back then? Like, this is like kind of new.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
When does the atmosphere stop? I think percentage is trying to ask, when does the atmosphere stop? You said it only happens in atmosphere, so when does the atmosphere stop?
Well, it's virtually never stops, but it stops being a factor as soon. I mean, if you have to travel kilometers to hit one gas molecule, then
how would you know?
Well, that's
how many gas molecules are per cubic meter at 10 to the negative 17.
Oh, you can just Google it.
Yeah, well, I mean,
that's a euphemism for
I don't know. The thing is, we have a way to account for refraction. And it isn't that hard. I mean, for example, you can take the position of the sun and take the speed in which the sun travels through the sky. And you realize that it starts to slow down as it approaches the horizon. You can just correct for that and assume it keeps the same speed. So you're going to get a different angle.
Repeat that?
And that difference is exactly what refraction is doing. So,
could you repeat that, sorry?
Sure. So let me draw it. Are you following? I mean, are you seeing the string? Right. So let's say this is the path that the sun makes in the sky, right? So when the sun is right here, it's in a certain speed, angular wide, in the sense of angular.
You
like
mean
not kilometers
sun,
an hour,
right?
like angles per minute. Sorry.
Yeah, you mean the apparent sun, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
So it moves like in a constant rate for most of its path. And as it approaches the horizon, it starts to get slower. Like something like this, right?
Okay.
But you can, if this slowing down is because of refraction, you can project where the sun would be if there was no refraction. And you get a different angle for the sun. And that's the correction that we have for refraction. It's quite easy to come up with this correction.
But you have to keep in mind, it's the apparent sun. So even at the top, there's refraction.
No, in the top, no, because it's vertical.
There's still refraction.
No, it's vertical.
You're assuming that the air in between you and the sun, that 93 million miles of air at varying pressures, is absolutely isotropic, such that there will be no refraction.
It doesn't have to be isotropic. It changes bottom up. It doesn't change. It doesn't keep changing
Really,
left,
what about
right.
solar flares?
Sorry?
What about solar flares?
What about solar flares?
When you have a solar flare, when you have this variation in pressure and electric potential.
No. What solar flare has to do with pressure?
What are you talking about? It's charged particles. You don't think the propagation of particles is going to affect?
Yeah, in the sun.
Pressure?
In the sun.
Thinking about solar flares centuries.
I mean, if
it's not just in the sun.
If
you have solar winds and stuff that they come out of the sun, according to your
sure. And so what? I mean,
yeah. So you have these particles coming out of the sun asymmetrically. You don't think that they're going to affect the refraction, the isotropic nature of it?
If they did, we would see turbulence in the picture, in the image of the sun, and we don't.
We don't see turbulence ever. Come on now.
I'm not saying that.
When?
I'm saying you don't. If you're looking to the sun and you're seeing turbulence, then you don't take this measurement because you're going to have very bad data. But if you look to the sun, if you look to the sun and you don't see turbulence, it means that this line here is not refracting on the atmosphere. So you can just make this this correction and use this as a standard correction for refraction.
Or it means that there's a stable amount of refraction, such that it's not like moving around. You could have, like, let's say, hold up, let's say that there's a straight line down from the apparent sun, but in reality, the actual sun could be a little bit off center, such that that straight line is actually a diagonal line to you. But it's a stable diagonal, so there's no turbulence.
You're saying there's a
distortion.
region. You're saying there's changing temperature in this direction, and it's stable.
Change of temperature and pressure, all throughout.
In the horizontal direction.
It could be
stable?
yeah. Listen, it could be it could be at the sun, which took a little bit off center, and then from there it maintained its path. You don't have to constantly be doing it all throughout the atmosphere. All it takes is a little bit to take it off its path, and then it'll maintain its provided the rest of it is symmetrical.
No,
it's homogeneous, and it'll maintain its position.
If it's not stable, then at the next instant of it's already going to be a different image that we'll be looking for. That's why we have turbulence. That doesn't make any sense because we have different densities of air in the same horizontal line.
Yeah, let's say for instance the sun is turning a little bit or has some sort of some electromagnetic potential that's causing it to go to one side, right? Maybe it has an ether. Who the hell knows? And it's causing the light to come a little bit diagonal and then maintain a straight path as it comes back down.
It doesn't matter because that's on the sun.
But it would affect the light that's propagating from the sun.
No, it still be sending light to all directions. It doesn't matter.
Of course, it'll be sending light in all directions. But my point is that ray of light could be bent, and you don't know it. Until you have an atmosphere, an environment that is completely without air, you can't say you have control for refraction.
Well, okay, let me put that on. Let us visualize that. So here's the sky, here's the sun, right? Here's Earth. Make a green dot here, right? That's Earth. That's the atmosphere of the Earth. So you're saying that the light of the sun can be bent, right? So if it's in that direction, we're not going to see the sun, right? It has to come up in the direction of the Earth, right? So regardless, things are shining in all directions. So we have light going in.
Do me a favor.
Sides of directions.
Yeah, of course.
And we end up with a radius around the sun with the light going further and further and further. And when they get to the Earth, they are coming in parallel because they are very far. It doesn't matter if the line that it's getting here came from this side of the sun. Or this side of the sun.
Do me a favor.
It comes from all the points of the sun.
I got you. All right. So that's the actual sun right there, right? That's the actual sun, not the apparent sun.
That's a paint drawing.
Yeah. But we have like a God's eye view. That's the actual sun. It's not the apparent sun, right? So now let's say right after those arrows, there's some sort of radiation belt or something like that, wherein the light is bending. It's going up, and then it bends down towards the Earth. Can you do that for me?
Like this?
Yeah, and it goes towards the Earth, because at that point, it went through some sort of, like, radiation belt or something, right? And it goes towards the Earth. You know how mirages work, right? No, take that arrow all the way to the Earth. Actually, Control-Z, get rid of all these, weird lines that you made.
Right. Control-Z this.
All right. Now just make one ray that's kind of bending upwards and then downwards towards Earth.
Sure. Like this.
I mean, it didn't need to be that much, but yeah. And now, but make the arrow make it touch the Earth. Okay, fine, that's fine. Now, in terms of mirages, you'll see, actually, make it so it's touching the top part. Just so we can visualize it easier. Now, in terms of mirages, you know how the eye, the way the light comes into the eye, at that angle, that's where we see, like, the superior mirage or the inferior mirage.
It's still
like
reaching. It doesn't matter which direction it's coming. It's going to reach some point of the Earth vertically. And
that's fine.
And at that position, the light is coming vertically through the atmosphere, which means that.
Would it be perfectly vertically?
Yes.
In that drawing, it would be perfectly vertical, even though you drew it at coming in at an angle.
Yes, vertically for someone that is here. It doesn't matter what the angle it is. At some point on the surface, it will be vertical. You can draw any direction of line you want. For example, if you pick this random direction and you put a bunch of them on Earth, at some point they're going to be vertical to the surface.
You're playing games with this percentage.
Yeah, I don't.
No, just look at this. Let's look at this, right? Putting many of them right here. They're coming vertically. Right in this spot here, they're coming vertically. So it doesn't matter what direction they're coming. They're going to reach the surface in a vertical angle at some point. And at that point, the person is going to see the sun right up ahead with no refraction.
So
but
you're saying that mirages can't happen for like celestial bodies? You can't possibly get a mirage for those?
How can you say that?
Not if they're up ahead. Not if you're in the GP of it. Not if the light is coming vertically.
Okay,
but there's another problem. There's another problem with this. Is that we would see the sun in that direction. And if such things could exist, we wouldn't have such a synchronous sun, because you can clock how much time it takes for the sun to get to the exact same point it was in the previous day. And it averages out throughout a year in 24 hours. And half of our rotation it's faster, and the other half it's slower. But the rate of change is pretty constant throughout the year.
I hear you.
We don't have this. Yeah,
we have a problem.
This difference wouldn't be more than like 2 or 3 seconds.
I'm with you, but we have a problem, because inherent in that is a contradiction, because of like the heliocentric, like argument for solennalian eclipses is that the sun and the moon are refracting, such that we're seeing them before they actually rise or set.
Sure.
So minutes before, actually, for one of the eclipses, they foretold days in advance that the refraction was going to be bad enough that this would mirage, or would loom above the horizon, such that we could see both together. And that contradicts what you just said.
How would that contradict what I'm just saying?
Because you just said that it's regular, and that that won't happen. That's why we know the sun setting times, like to a few seconds. You said max is the variation.
That's why I was specifically referring to the point in which on the Earth that you see this line coming vertically, and at that point you have no refraction. Of course, in the horizon you get the most refraction. And of course, weather conditions are going to give you different results depending on the day, and that doesn't vary that much. It varies a significant amount. But if you have the celestial body like higher than 15 degrees from the horizon, then that barely mean anything, which is not a problem. So all right, go on.
So are you referring basically then to the point in time, the rare time when you have like a subsolar point that has absolutely no shadow? Is that what you're talking about?
Subsolar point? No,
Yeah,
we
he's
don't.
he's talking about when the sun's vertical. Yeah, that's a subsolar point. Same thing.
No, I mean it's not always vertical for everyone though, right? It's rare that you have a subsolar point with no shadow. Most of the time when the sun's at its zenith, it's still coming in a little bit of an angle, and you still have a little bit of a shadow.
Sure. Yeah. Well, the person at the GP of the sun will have this this shadow effect.
So my basic the question here is, do you think it's honest to say just because you can't see a mirage that there definitely is no refraction?
No, I never said there's definitely no refraction.
That's the implication that you're
there
making,
is definitely no refraction when the sun is when you're in the GP of the sun. Then there's no refraction. If you're not in the GP of the sun, but if the sun is very high, then the refraction is still very negligible. But as it approaches the horizon, now you take into account if you're going to use the position of the sun to do anything.
Okay, is the GP just the zenith when the star or sun is at its zenith, or is it literally the subsolar point?
No, it's where you see the sun in your vertical.
Okay, so then you could have refraction if it's not necessarily the subsolar point without a shadow, because you're still having a shadow most of the time at the GP.
No, because the difference of density in the atmosphere changes vertically.
Yo, Kosho, I remember you were talking about this a few months back. How often does it is it your subsolar point for any given place? Once every 7 years, is it, or something?
No, every
subsolar point right now.
It's always in one specific place. It's always in one specific place, and it's always going from tropic to tropic.
But there's
how often does this happen? In that little spot in Hawaii?
Yeah, somewhere on Earth right now is a subsolar point, and there will always be.
Yeah,
you so just once a year, or how often?
No, it's true. It's true that there's some places. So there's places all throughout the tropic. So yeah, I never actually spoke about this before, but it is true that on a given day, it moves about 4/10 of a longitude or latitude. And so in that given day, there's a chance that even though you're in the tropics, the subsolar point might not actually pass over your land. But I think for the most part, you would still include that because it's within half a degree. So,
dude.
But in any given spot,
before all the subsolar points we had.
What'd you say, Jeremy?
Oh, so you never thought to mention this to me before? The subsolar point.
I never thought about it before, but it's not. It doesn't matter. It's still a third of a degree.
That we're supposed to be at the subsolar point. We're not getting a subsolar point indication.
What are you talking about, Kocho? Can you explain?
No, I'm saying if you're let's say the sun is traveling on 10 degrees south today or something, it's gonna between now and 24 hours, it would have traveled 4/10 of a latitude, and so as it's making that spiral around the Earth, it's traveling on that. It's going to be traveling between 10 and 10.4, and so there's a chance that if you live on 10 or 10.4, let's say the day started out, it was on 10. You live in a place where you live on 10, but on the other side of the Earth, by the time it gets to your side of the Earth, it's going to be at 10.2 or something like that. And so it wouldn't have necessarily gone directly over your location, but it's close enough.
Oh, you mean because of the tilt?
You guys can't predict the subsolar point. You're telling me.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's a negligible amount, man.
Well, I'm not, but that's not. I'm not sure if I got.
Think about it. All around the world, there's a
later, Coach. Don't worry.
All around the world, there's places that are between 10 and 10.4. All around the world, on all
not even mad.
I'm not
even mad. I'm just disappointed.
Well, hold on, Ben. On all longitude lines, there's going to be a 10 to 10.4 everywhere in the world. Now,
10 to 10.4 what?
10.4 latitude. 10 latitude, 10.4 latitude.
What about those latitudes?
The sun, the subsolar point is going to travel. It's going to start the day out starting off at 10 latitude. It's going to end the day off at 10.4.
Oh, right.
And so it's going to be traveling longitudes all the way around. And so if you were
Sure.
to plot each subsolar point, there's going to be a longitude and a latitude. And there's a chance that even though you live on 10.2, and so today's going to be the day the subsolar point's going to be, directly over you, it might not be exactly directly over you. It could be, 0.2 above, 0.2 below, but it's still going to be close enough to zenith that it should still count. So the point is that there's places all over the tropics, between tropic and tropic, that don't necessarily get the subsolar point if you're scrutinizing it to like.
Right, get it. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I get it.
All right, Bacon, I got a question for you.
Which is not a
So-
problem because Right, go on.
So let's say close to the sun, there's this medium, unknown medium, that is like refracting the light a little bit, right? And then it's coming in, like basically make that arc that you made before.
Right.
And it's coming in to the Earth. It seems like it's vertical from the Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now whatever's causing this initial bend, it doesn't even have to bend that much. It could just be bend and then close to the sun and then maintain a straight line to the Earth after that point, right? But the point is, there's now something there that's refracting the light. That's as the Earth turns in your model now, it's gonna like keep on coming in, vertically or to wherever and have that subsolar point or what have you, right? But we're not gonna know that this whole time, the line that light is coming in bent, right?
Sure, but you will have to do it around the whole Earth, the whole orbit. Otherwise, we wouldn't have the sun synced in the sky. Because if it doesn't last for the whole orbit of the Earth, then when it's no longer being refracted, it would get out of sync.
Okay, so let's say it's like this thing. Maybe it's the corona itself that's causing like this, this bending light, this refraction from let's say,
Please don't talk about
propagation of particles or something like that. Who knows, right? But the point is, if you have a symmetrical kind of medium, something that's around the sun, it could be bending the light and we wouldn't even know. We're assuming straight lines, even though they could be curved and longer distances. Where we might be getting shorter distances than it actually is.
If it's doing this consistently around the whole orbit of the Earth, then it doesn't matter. Things are going to work the same.
But all of the distances would be technically wrong, right?
No, because we aren't using these distances. We just need parallel rays of light. That's all we need.
If you take a straight line, you think it's 93 million miles, 1 astronomical unit, right?
Right.
And if it's actually curving, going a longer distance, that means that 93 million miles is actually shorter.
But we are not using this distance. We don't use the distance
of 93 million miles.
To celestial, the distance to the celestial body, you're saying?
Yeah, the 1 astronomical unit. You don't use that distance whatsoever?
When in celestial navigation, no.
Not necessarily in celestial navigation, in the whole like the totality of the heliocentric model.
Right, I get it now. I thought you were still trying to put a problem to the celestial navigation. Right. So if the sun is always like sending light in a distorted position, right?
Mm-hmm.
We would see the sun making like this orbit around nowhere.
What? I'm not saying the sun is turning.
No, of course not. But if the light is coming from a different direction, it's coming like shifted to the side, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Then, well, that would be weird to see again. I'm not sure how we would perceive that.
It's possible, though, right?
I don't know. We would have to make predictions on how that would look like. See if that could look the same as we see.
Just think of it as just like, you know how our atmosphere has like the thermosphere, the troposphere, the magnetosphere, the ionosphere.
But it has some spherical things. It's still, as light goes through it, it's still reaching these layers in a perpendicular angle. So it wouldn't bend them to a particular direction.
Unless that medium was asymmetrical.
Yeah, but it will have to be asymmetrical around the sun, which would make it symmetrical again.
No, not necessarily.
Unless it's rotating with the orbit of the Earth to keep it. I mean, the amount of ad hocs you have to add to make this work.
Just one. You could just have this rotating type of medium around the sun that's causing, and it would be,
right.
causing
You have
the
to
light
match.
to bend.
Yeah, but you have to match the orbit of the Earth, right? Otherwise, we'll get out of sync with the Earth, and then we would see the sun get out of sync.
I don't think it needs to match, as long as it's stable. I don't think it needs to match the orbit of the Earth, because either way, we'll always get the same thing from the Earth.
If it's asymmetrical, let's say it's getting smaller. Let's say something like this.
No, it would be symmetrical itself, but it doesn't have to match the Earth's
But if it's
orbit.
symmetrical, then it's not bending in a particular direction.
No, but it would be rotating, right? So
even
that
if it's rotating,
propagation.
if it's symmetrical, it doesn't matter.
I don't think so, man.
Well, so
you're down a rabbit.
good, very interesting hypothesis.
No,
I mean, you have to make it better than just
it's not a hypothesis.
describe how to draw them on paint.
Hold on, it's not a hypothesis. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
It's not a hypothesis.
Right. So, what word do you give for this?
I don't care. Not hypothesis.
It's a thought experiment.
When you're hypothesizing about something, how do you call it? It's not a scientific hypothesis, but in the colloquial term,
you're thinking about something. That's what you're doing.
So your thinking is good. Good luck with your thinking.
Yeah, but you sound clever enough that you could actually help us work this out, because you're willing to accept the theory in the first place.
Well, I'm not sure if I'm willing to, because I'm sensing we getting nowhere with this.
So if you have a constant flux, right, in one direction.
Wait a second. I'll be right back.
You know what I used to love in Gems? Chemo would make them guys explain stuff on the flat Earth.
I'm
He's like, yeah, how do you explain that on the flat Earth? And they'd be like, what?
And they'd bite.
Oh, you know how chemo does.
I'll try to help modeling something. If it's something more, if there are many flat earthers who think that's something. If you're just coming up with this now, I never heard it before. I don't see any relevance. I'm not going to waste my time on this. But
there's good evidence for magnification. The first one is this optical drop we keep seeing. That's
no horizontal.
Evidence of magnification. You guys think it's empirical evidence of Earth curve, though?
What magnification are you talking about?
Really not empirical at all, but I'm just playing your games with you now.
What do you mean magnification?
Yeah, the magnification that's happening in the atmosphere. It's empirical. Not really, but
I'm not sure what you're describing. As far as I know, it shrinks.
You know the drop you see? You think is Earth curve? This is magnification.
I didn't understand the words you said. What was that?
You know the drop you see that you guys call Earth curve?
Sure.
Things are being blocked.
Sure.
That's the magnification effect. But see, all we really do is an effect.
But you can't. You're not gonna have. You're not gonna have magnification horizontal in 360 degrees of direction.
No, we have it. What you're not going to have is Earth curve, because water's always flat and level.
It's level, of course. That's how we define level, but it's not flat.
Listen, this magnification thing is empirical, dude. We know Earth is flat, and we can see things being obstructed because of the magnification, dude. What are you even talking about?
Can you show me that?
Yo, Bacon, I have a question. Since you got this thing up already, tell me, how would you, because a solar wind is this constant stream of particles, protons, electrons, basically matter, right? So how would you envision that would affect the light coming from the sun?
Well, mostly that is the light coming from the sun.
No, but how would it affect? Because you have you're always having the same amount of solar wind, right? It's not perfectly constant. It's a constant stream, but it's not perfectly equal, right?
Yeah, but all those things are being thrown to all sorts of directions at roughly the speed of light. They're not creating a medium for the ones that are getting behind them. They're all traveling very fast in all sorts of directions.
So you think that it's like the solar winds are going in every direction equally, such that it's all a wash, that cancels it all out?
No, it doesn't have to be equal.
Directions meaning not parallel?
it would still get to you parallel in a parallel
By
way.
the time it comes to Earth, they would say it's parallel. But again,
Yeah, because
so how
if
would-
it traveled, if it's traveling a long distance
We
to
know
reach
we
the
got
Earth.
it.
Yeah,
We got
yeah.
it.
All right, go on.
Yeah, so
what you were
basically you
saying?
have what did they call it when you have a solar flare, which is basically like solar winds, but like a lot at once, I guess. How would that affect the propagation of light?
Coronal mass ejection.
I don't see why that would affect, like, sun is something shining very strongly, and then it spits some matter. Why would that impact the light?
Well,
getting?
of course it would, because it's protons and electrons, which have matter, right?
Sure,
Matter.
but they're also just moving in roughly the same speed as the light that is getting out of the sun. So
Yeah, but
why
it doesn't
would-
always
exactly
eject
the same
it straight
speed.
out.
It's moving at exactly the same speed the light's moving, leaving the sun.
No,
Just do me a
No,
favor,
I'm
try to
not-
draw it. Try to like visualize it.
yeah, I'm trying to visualize it. I'm not getting
This
how
is
that would be a
daunting
thing.
task with these guys. Guys, we need to do some kind of measurement in real life to end this whole thing.
Because you have to understand that these solar flares, it's not light that's coming out per se, right?
It's
The light is
ions,
constantly
right?
coming out. Yeah, it's like ions, and protons, electrons. So they would affect the propagation of light that's coming through it.
Okay. I'm not sure. I mean, they don't make. I mean, they're like loose particles. They're unbonded like a gas is.
Mm-hmm.
Because
But
the thing is,
asymmetrical. It's not
no,
balanced.
but the thing is, you know what produces refraction? Like why why light refract when it goes through medium?
Yeah, it's inhomogeneities in terms of like the density.
No. What's about the medium that makes? First of all, the way we predict diffraction is about how much light gets slowed down by that, right? So it's
Sure.
something doesn't right.
Because of
So
the
the
reflection
reason
between
why-
the matter.
Yeah, but why light slows down when it goes through a medium? It's how it.
Because there's
when-
matter.
So
Does it slow
I mean,
down?
light-
Because I've had Globers screaming at me that light never changes speed. Are you sure it slows down?
yes, as a wave, yes. The photon.
light
Sure. If you try to describe them as individual photons, you're not gonna get a smaller speed. But that's not what's happening there.
Anyways,
Light
yeah.
essentially
So,
travels as a wave. So
so the index of refraction of a perfect vacuum is 1, right? The more you introduce matter, the more you change the density.
no,
and-
it has to slow down light. If you just put matter and it doesn't slow down light, then it's not gonna do it. It's not gonna refract light.
What's that?
If
You have a more
if it
dense medium, it's
doesn't-
not going to slow down light?
yeah, if it's not regular, I mean, medium that you're referring to, like gas, water, glass, they are all made of atoms and molecules, and there's a reason why they slow down light. If
Yeah.
if you're talking about
Just like solar flares, made up of like particles, atoms,
yeah, no, not atoms. They're
protons,
like
electrons.
individual particles. Yeah, but they aren't working as atoms work. And
But
there's
don't they have mass? Aren't they matter? Just
it's
like
not the
other-
mass. It's not the mass that is slowing down light. That's what you have to understand. With
So what is
slowing
it?
down light, yeah. So the
According
atoms
to
have
Ken
an
Wheeler, they don't even exist.
the atom has an electrosphere, right, where the electrons are, and as light goes through the electrosphere of an atom, it induces an oscillation on the atoms because light is a magnetic field, is a magnetic electromagnetic wave. So that's going to affect the how the atoms are behaving how the electrons are behaving in the electrosphere. But that produces a second wave, which interacts with the first one, creating a slower wave. That's what slows down light. It's not actually slowing down, it's just producing another wave that is interacting with the first one, producing a slower one. You don't have this.
how-
You don't have
Do you have
this.
evidence for this? Like, what are you sourcing?
No,
Actually,
that's how I learned. I mean,
taken-
I looked this up to understand how it works, but I'm not saying that I made the experiments myself to.
Is
just
there an
explaining
experiment for
what's-
it, though?
Yes, there is.
Oh, for sure, yeah. Yeah, I mean,
Where we
these
can-
subjects Just look it up.
The pound replica experiment explains exactly what Bacon is talking about.
Pound replica.
Done in 1958, Harvard.
That's why I'm struggling to see solar flares
But
being
bro,
a problem
I mean,
for
if
where we would see the sun. And
but
then there's
that's,
a
I mean,
there's a second
does that
problem.
mean you're accepting that the sun's in a vacuum 93 million miles away? Like, is that you accepting that as a given?
That
Sure.
has absolutely nothing to do with the experiment.
So are you saying
Yeah,
then that
That's what
that's-
you're
I am
saying,
accepting that, but we are
Bacon,
under
are-
this assumption already.
yeah, are you saying that the sun does not emit any atoms, only particles, like free particles?
I think it might shoot some heliums. I don't know. But yeah, it's mostly loose particles. Even when it shoots hydrogens, they don't even are attached to electrons. They're just like a single proton.
Well, hydrogens are basically proton, yeah. So
but yeah, it could be.
does hydrogen, a proton, count as an atom?
Yeah, it might. It depends on how you define an atom, but
So
we are
does
not talking about
hydrogen-
definitions.
Yeah, because hydrogen doesn't have this electronosphere, what have you.
Exactly.
Does it not refract light whatsoever?
I would guess no.
So if we have hydrogen gas, it should refract light just like a perfect vacuum?
No,
Which is
usually
none at all?
no. When you have the hydrogen gas, usually you have electrons with. You don't have a. I'm not sure if you can have an electron.
Oh, my bad. Yeah. So if it's a hydrogen atom, then it's definitely an atom. I mean, it would have an electron, so it would refract light.
If you have a bunch of protons, then they wouldn't even work or behave as a gas, because they don't have this atom behavior that produces the behavior of gases.
Yeah, no, that was my bad. I was thinking of, how hydrogen, like protium, has one proton and no neutrons, but in my head I had it that they have no electrons. So I just had that
No
backwards.
problem.
So you're saying it very rarely emits hydrogen and helium atoms.
I would guess so. I'm not sure, but every time I've heard or read about, what comes out of the sun, it's never described as atoms. It's usually described as like individual particles, like protons or photons, and
those are just like inferences? Like, how could they possibly know, right?
well, that's a good question. I mean, there's entire field of physics that to study these things. So if you want to know how they know,
hat, bro. Just decide, right, that's a good model. We'll just take that until it's.
if I think they have
model.
don't think they have any basis on what they think, you can just take a physics course and feel free to ask anything you want.
Yo, Kool-Aid, how do you spell like that experiment you mentioned?
I'm sorry, I was disassociating hard. What was the question?
The experiment that you said where they
The pound replica?
Yeah, pound replica.
Never heard of it, man.
It is. Here, let me just link you it.
That works.
Here's a simplified explanation.
Is this an old experiment from a long time ago, or is it quite new? Or?
I mean, 58. So.
Shit. A while ago, man.
Yeah.
Is there anything being done corroborating it so far? Like,
it's been reproduced. It's been reproduced about 5 different times using different elements. Still using the Mossenberg effect.
Have they came to other conclusions? I take it they've had decades. I take it some other stuff's kind of came from that then, surely.
This is sort of one of the things that is held up in academia as the proof, and I absolutely hate that word, of the bending fabric of space-time. I would say this is good evidence for it, but it is definitely not proof of it.
How do you
but
bend the
that's
concept,
just me being a pedantic asshole.
concepts cannot have physical attributes, bro. That's where space-time
Right.
falls apart for me, man.
I understand.
Where do you get some space-time? Like, how can you go and get a little bit of space-time and have an experiment?
Sure. How can you have a seventh dimension? I get it. These are concepts that are very difficult to comprehend. Doesn't change the fact they are real.
Well,
How's that?
we don't know if they're
Concepts
real.
are real.
No, but we know that things can have more than 4 dimensions.
No, we don't know
Well,
space-time
there's
exists,
no
bro.
logical contradiction with that. It doesn't mean they actually can.
Okay,
We just know
fair.
that if we model them as if they are, it works. But
Let's be clear. You're
not-
talking about spatial dimensions. There's only 3.
That we know,
And-
that we can
No,
perceive.
spatial dimensions. There's only 3. I don't care how many you think you could perceive of a new one. There's nothing left to see. But we see up, down, left, right, length, breadth.
yeah,
and
for
depth.
us, we are 3-dimensional beings. Yes.
Hold
but
on.
the thing is,
I would
Alright, go.
disagree. We also see time. If I went to the city of Hiroshima the day before the atom bomb and the day after the atom bomb, I would see very different things. Time is a very real aspect of what we perceive.
Yeah, but it's not
Right, it has
spatial.
nothing to do with spatial dimensions, though.
Yeah, just watch the video. It doesn't really relate to what we were talking about.
Wait, time has nothing to do with spatial dimensions.
He was talking about how the light will basically excite the atom that it enters because of the electron, like the electron kind of sphere or whatever you call it, right?
Electrosphere. Yeah.
Electrosphere, sure. And then that will cause that atom to emit light, basically. So you don't have the same photon. You have new kind of photons being released by every atom. It's like a chain effect.
So hold on.
Sorry.
Hold on. The Mossberg effect is a iron molecule will emit a gamma ray when excited. If it then contacts another iron molecule, it will be absorbed by that iron molecule as long as it's on the same sync. If it becomes out of sync because of the effects of space-time bending over distance, then it will no longer be absorbed. By putting in the iron molecules in the crystalline substance and varying the height, the independent variable, if you like, thank you, Jen, that we are able to control exactly at which range the Mossberg effect takes effect, and we are able to reabsorb that gamma ray. That is what it proves. It is an example of red and blue shifting of the gamma ray.
Okay, but is all light gamma radiation?
No, of course not.
So how is this relevant to... We're talking about just refraction of light in period.
But,
the mechanism. So
both
are you
gamma ray...
assuming that because it happens with gamma rays, it happens with every other type of ray?
Correct.
No. We're saying, gamma rays are... The difference between light and gamma rays is the frequency. They're both electromagnetic waves. And what this is showing is that when you send an electromagnetic wave through an atom, it emits its own electromagnetic waves. And waves interact with each other. And this interaction is what produces a slower wave.
I don't think you can assume that just from gamma rays, though. You can claim that gamma rays are doing it because that's what you're observing with this test, right? But gamma rays, they're penetrating. If I recall correctly, maybe the shortest wavelength, right, of all of the light. So maybe that's causing them to have this emitting effect, causing them to be absorbed and then re-emitted or whatever.
Well,
but I don't think you can assume that it happens for every other wavelength.
I'll give you that, but light does get slowed down. So
tell you what, I think if it could be done with every wavelength, then they would have done it with multiple wavelengths. They wouldn't have this Mossberg effect just for gamma wavelengths.
Well, you're doing
gamma rays, right?
You're doing with light all the time. I mean, you can see by sending a laser through water, see bending, right?
My point is, when I look at Moss-Bauer effect, it tells me, the emission of gamma rays. It specifies gamma rays. Now, I would think if they have access to like a machine that can propagate gamma rays, they probably can propagate other wavelengths as well. And in that case, the Moss-Bauer effect wouldn't be limited to gamma rays only.
No, that's where you're wrong. The Mossberg effect is limited to gamma rays, as it is a specific effect only dealing with gamma rays. Every other ray has its own effect. They are generally all these effects, the Mossberg and others, are brought under the umbrella of the red or blue shift.
Okay, what are the effects of the other ones? Like the names of them, if you have them.
Oh, I don't have them offhand. Stand by. Let me look them up for you.
Well, anyway, the whole point is that light does bend when it goes through like transparent matter, but I don't see why we should expect for solar flares to change the position of the sun. That's my whole point. So, Pinto, are you here? Pinto math?
And another thing for these gamma rays, it says that it involves the decay of a nucleus from excited state to a ground state. Now, light, as far as I know, doesn't have any nucleus or whatever. So let's say this light is propagating through a vacuum, okay? And then,
so if we're talking about light, we're no longer talking about the Mossberg effect specifically, because that only has to do with gamma rays emitted from.
Yeah. I'm not just talking about the mass. I'm taking for granted what you said about this applying to all light, right?
Yep.
So within a vacuum, you don't have any refraction, right? You introduce, an atom, and this. Are you saying then that atom's nucleus is excited? It's like decaying from excited to ground state, and thus emitting the light as the light enters it. The light enters it and then triggers it to emit the other light because its nucleus is decaying. Is that what you guys are saying?
I'm going to be 100%. I have no idea. Bacon.
I wasn't even listening. Sorry.
Motherfucker.
Does light excite an element and cause it to re-emit the light, or does it bounce off?
No, that's not what I was asking.
No, that's what I don't know.
Okay, well, he said that it excites the electronosphere and causes it to re-emit the light. But my question is, because this Moss-Bauer effect...
No. I think you got it wrong then.
What?
It's not absorbing and re-emitting it. The light that is going through the atom, is exciting, but it's still passing through the atom. It's not getting absorbed and then emitted in a slower way. It's still passing through the atom, but now there's a second wave being produced by that excitement that is interacting with the original one, and creating different a different frequency pattern that is lower. So it wasn't absorbed; it just created a second one from the interaction with the electrosphere, which produces a second one. So
so the original one goes straight through, and it excites the atom such that it creates a second one, which is the one that's basically refracted, right?
I think it's something like this. Yeah, that's how I understood it when I read it. But I'm not the best people to explain this because I only have like a lame understanding. But I know it's related to how it interacts with the electrosphere of atoms.
So how come it doesn't happen if you have a perfectly symmetrical or isotropic medium?
Who's to say?
What do you mean?
Well, light doesn't refract if it's perfectly symmetrical, like
No,
a
but
pane of glass, right?
this is describing
No,
the
but,
slowing
like-
down. For example,
like-
if you
Sorry, go ahead, Bacon.
all right, if you shine a light inside water, and there's water everywhere, it gets slowed down when it enters the water, and because it has this new speed, it keeps this speed, and it's only going to bend if it changes the speed in which it's traveling.
Okay, so you're not saying that this causes refraction at all. You're just explaining
when
like
this-
the speed.
Yeah, when this, and when this changes, because if light travels as waves, if it goes through a medium in which it travels lower, it's going to the direction of the path of the. If you try to trace back the path of the light, it's going to be bent because of how waves get distorted when getting to mediums of different speed of propagation.
No, not necessarily different speed of propagation, but mediums that are not isotropic, anisotropic, that aren't.
No, they have
homogeneous.
to have different. Yeah,
doesn't
it's
matter.
predicted they have to have a different speed of propagation. For example, if you have two mediums, they're different, but they have the same refractive index, which is how much they slow down light, then you're not gonna have refraction. As the light goes from one medium to the other, even if it's in an angle, it will still not refract.
Yeah, that's if the medium is isotropic, is homogeneous. But if there's a gradient whatsoever, if it's asymmetrical, then it will refract the light.
No, it has to be a gradient of refractive index, not just any attribute. For example, if you use another medium that has a different density, or I don't know, different color, and
I agree with you. It has to be a gradient of the refractive index. Like that would make.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, not a gradient, just a change.
Well,
a gradient
that's
just
yeah.
Yeah, a gradient makes the change a curved change.
Yeah, sure. Differential, different. Has to be different, index of refraction throughout that medium at any point, which will cause it to refract. It'll still slow
Yeah,
down.
exactly.
Just if like the average index of refraction is the same amount is a particular amount, it'll still slow down equivalent to that amount. But the more of a difference there is, the more kind of off center or asymmetrical it is, the more refraction you would expect.
Well, if this difference is still perpendicular to the direction of the light, then no.
That's what I meant by the more asymmetrical or off center, right?
Right. Get it. Yeah, that's a way to describe it. I guess makes sense.
What were
I'm
we
trying to
talking
look
about
up
to get on this topic in the first place?
sextant, I guess.
No. I mean, like we were talking about refraction of light.
Yeah, before that we were talking about the position of the stars because we were talking about the sextant. Because Jeremy said we should be able to triangulate the distance of stars.
We were talking about because remember I made you draw out that curved line.
Yeah,
and
that was
said,
before.
What if it's refracting in such a way that is like that, and then our distances would be off, right? We would have longer distances than in actuality because it's not a straight line; it's a curved line. And then I don't know how we got to that. Anyways.
Because we don't use the distance to the celestial body. I mean, not yeah. I now remember you weren't talking about celestial navigation. Then yeah. But I'm not sure if we could have such a consistent refraction and not notice it. Like I think that would make a different observation. That would produce a different observation. But I can't say because I don't have that modeled to know what to expect out of it.
Man, we need a tangible straight line. That's
you got that right.
That's what needs to happen.
Yeah,
man.
we need a couple of them, and using a couple different methods. Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Or we just need the heliocentrists, the people that are propagandizing everyone, telling them that they're doing this shit, going out into space, and all this jazz. They need to just buck up and take a video next time they launch something and show the Earth as a ball. It's as simple as that.
You know, let's forget about the sailboats who've been doing this for 1,000 years and are literally live streaming it every day on Twitch and YouTube.
Yeah, what altitude do the sailboats get to?
0.
Can they see the curve, the entire Earth at that altitude?
Nope, but they have accurate distance. They have accurate measurements of distance.
I'm sure they do.
Well, how they claim that they can't get far enough away from the Earth anyway to get the whole Earth in shot. So that's their excuse. So they stitch all these images together, or the satellites supposedly track over taking strips of images, and then they stitch them together because it's Photoshop, because it has to be, according to Mr. Blue Marble, Robert Simmons.
Yeah.
Right, so that's, you're talking about one specific image, the original Blue Marble taken with a Hasselblad camera just disproves that. So carry on. You're only 60 years behind now, Patho. Come on.
Do you guys wanna hear a riddle?
To respond, and then go ahead, Bacon.
Oh, sorry.
Panto, you're coming in kind of low. I should mention.
Something's wrong with your mic, Panto.
You might be covering it.
So it's just because I'm off it. I was plugging in my earphones. Sorry, bro.
Okay. Bacon, you're saying?
I was just going to bring
Never mind, he's back.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Go, boys.
Okay, go ahead, Bacon.
All right. Now I'll just bring a completely separate subject, if you guys don't mind.
Hold on, I was going to ask a question quickly. Or actually, I wasn't going to ask a question, but I was just going to say, because Panto said, like, you know, they can't send it far enough to get the full globe. And I'm pretty sure that, you know, they can, right? They have. That they, you know, obviously they did it with the so-called moon mission, but I'm pretty sure that there is a different satellite or whatever that has the full globe, or that the technologically capable of sending a satellite and getting, you know, the images back from a full globe, right?
They can't get far enough away. Even the Himawari satellite's not far enough away, bro. So they get these data sets, all these strips of images, and stitch them all together.
So it means
it's just 100% fake. Yeah, 100% fake. I mean, the thing about all this, like, if it was real, if the Earth was really a globe, we would have so much footage of it from every angle, every direction, with thousands of types of cameras on multiple levels and scales. We'd be able to zoom in and see. I mean, if we can zoom into the moon to the level that we can with a P900, you should be able to be at any distance around the Earth. You should be able to zoom in. You should be able to see airplanes flying upside down in different parts of the world. You should see trains upside down. You'd be able to see all of that. It would be obvious that it's real. Instead, we get all these weird, hacked up, miscolored, mislabeled, like jacked up, photoshopped, color altered, completely fake images of the Earth.
You can see airplanes flying upside down.
Panto, you're coming in really quiet, man. It's hard to hear you.
Yeah, Panto, your mic is basically not working.
Sorry, boys.
That was a little bit better.
It sounds like it's like in your jacket or something. Like it sounds super muffled.
It sounds like you're wired. You snitch.
Yeah, you're wired up.
It's not in there.
Oh, there it is.
Hey, it's just I had my headphones plugged in for a second just to give them a little charge. I'm saying, but I was just agreeing, I was concurring with you, Gio. There would be multiple channels on TV where you could just watch the Earth spinning and people upside down, and they would be advertising music and TV channels.
They did.
Like, you'd literally have multiple HD channels on your TV to watch the fucking Earth upside down.
And they'd have advertisements, they'd have billboards and advertisements on the satellites and videos showing it, and then they'd have all kinds of space travel. If it was that easy to get to the moon, I'd say easy. I mean, pretty damn easy with the crap technology they had. If it was that easy, somebody dying.
Panto and Gio.
Over 10 years ago, I read in New Scientist magazine that they could put solar panels on the moon's surface because there's no fucking dust, no atmosphere, and they could send that energy. This was back in the fucking...
No, that was just an idea.
No, in Apollo technology, this was in New Scientist magazine, that in the days of Apollo, they were able to take solar panels to the moon and send the energy back through a microwave to multiple different points on the Earth's surface. So why would they not have done that by now? That's free energy forever.
No. That's very inefficient.
Let me say, Pato and Gio.
Awful.
I think they would say, like, sure, we could put a P900 on one of these satellites and, you know, and maybe even control it and
Why
take
would we put
pictures
such
and
a
stuff.
shit
But how
picture
would
on it?
but how would
Charge
we
money.
get those images? How would we download them from the satellite? You know, in a efficient manner that we have, like, you know, this, you know, 1080p video or something like that. You know, live uncut video.
You just be able to send it back. Like,
Well, Elon
microwave
Musk
can
did
be
it.
sent back. So
Did Elon Musk? Oh yeah, he did. So what excuse is there then?
none.
Because we don't have many Elon Musks.
They're full of
We have the
shit, bro.
technology.
I mean, unlike NASA,
What kind of data transmission
SpaceX.
did he use?
it's I don't know.
Wi-Fi?
SpaceX like a private company. Like it wants to sell its
Tesla
product.
supposedly
NASA
invented
isn't.
Wi-Fi. Look at Marconi
Used
sent
Wi-Fi.
signals thousands of miles, man. Back a century ago, they were
Well,
able to send signals
Wi-Fi
thousands of miles.
Wi-Fi is a specific protocol. But yeah, I get your point.
Supposedly
I mean,
from
if you say
Tesla,
wireless, then yes, because there are no wires.
wireless fidelity.
Yeah, Bacon. I mean, to me, man, it's just extremely clear to me in terms of all the footage I've looked at over the years. Yeah, man, it is just not authentic.
Something's definitely. You guys have to admit something is up. The fact that we haven't been back to the moon in 70 years, we can't go back. We lost technology. That's bullshit. The fact that they don't have like live on stream, like, you know, some credible video from 10,000, 12,000 satellites that they claim are up there. Come on, like, at least give us one. You know, it's not hard.
Hold on.
But they
Can I
say they lost
respond
the
to that?
technology, but they seriously want to go to Mars, but they can't go back to the fucking moon. Because they
Can I
know
re-
if they put anything on the moon, people would be looking for it.
I mean,
Can
they
I
can go
respond,
back.
please?
They did go back a couple of
Right.
times. They didn't know it once.
Yeah, they've
So-
been 6 times or something altogether, I think.
But not since we got good cameras that we could zoom in and basically verify the bullshit that they're claiming.
We actually have been back. The Israelis landed a satellite on the moon 2 years ago. They are currently undergoing plans to go back that will be complete within the next 5 years. China,
Please.
you're right. China was that a year ago? Year and a half ago? I
Something
forgot
like
about that one.
yeah.
Yeah. So all of these
Yeah.
have been declared legit by many organizations who track such things. Of course, you could say they're all working together, but then whatever.
Yo, Kool-Aid, ask yourself, is real?
Yeah.
Ask yourself, is it real?
Yes. In fact,
Israel.
Israel.
Israel got in trouble when they landed because they didn't go through the correct cleaning procedures, and they transplanted troglodytes to the moon's surface.
Please.
So they're now 100% is aliens because they are a creature who does not inhabit Earth.
Well,
That's exactly the type of propaganda story that they would release just to get, like, you know, little gimmicky story just to, you know, propagandize people.
Oh yeah.
Do you
I see
not
right through
understand
it.
what a troglodyte is? A troglodyte
Yeah,
can
you-
live.
Okay.
A troglodyte can live in the most inhospitable environments ever. They have been found in the right. They've been literally found in space. They've been found in the They've been found under 1,000 feet in the acid-filled hot
Yeah,
vents.
many extreme conditions. Let's summarize.
Yeah.
Where are we right now? What is going on? What?
I would like to.
We're
I
in
would
some
like to-
weeds. We're in some weeds.
You're right.
Do you guys
I
mind?
was
You're claiming
accusing-
that you're. Yeah, it sounds like you read somewhere some propaganda and you're repeating it as truth.
No, I'm actually accusing Israel of planting aliens on the moon.
Oh,
That sounds
Do
kosher.
you guys mind a logical
Sounds
riddle?
kosher, bro. Another one.
Yeah, I mean, here's the
Because
thing. Like, in terms of the footage that we're given of outer space and the globe Earth, like, I'll say this. Okay, so I've never been to China, not in this lifetime. So how would I know it exists? Well, there's obviously all of the millions of people that have been there and that you could talk to there and so on. There's footage, live footage, everything, 1080p live streams. I mean, you can see all of that, plus the actual just everyone who's taken every picture and every video that's ever existed, etc. So if I had to look at that to decipher whether it's true or not, I could look at all of that and say and be able to decipher. Okay, there's a lot of like it's like it gets the green check mark for being authentic. Like there's no funky lighting, there's no funky cuts or alterations or patchwork or anything like that. It's just 100%, in terms of the images, whatever it may be. So to come to the conclusion that China is real is not that large of a stretch at all. In fact, it's just directly correlated with, it could be just directly correlated with that evidence. However, in terms of the footage from outer space, the globe Earth, there are thousands of inconsistencies, all kinds of issues within it. So I'm just saying that just taking it on that face value, it doesn't check out as even being authentic footage to even begin with. Yeah,
absolutely.
I think we're never going to go anywhere with this subject.
Earth is the subject. That's what we're always talking about.
Oh, do you guys like riddles?
Yeah.
Depends.
Wanna hear one?
Yeah.
Sure. So here's the situation. Here's the situation. You and a friend are in prison, right? And the guards decided to give you a chance to escape. So they're going to challenge you. Here's what they're going to do. They have a chessboard, right? The chessboard has 64 squares. So they're going to hide the key of your cell beneath one of those 64 squares. And then they're going to call one of you both to see where the key is hidden. So one of your friend is going to know where they have hidden the key, right? After they do it, they're going to spread 64 coins, one on top of each square of the chessboard. And they're going to, those coins can be either heads or tails. The guards are going to put them however they want. And your friend, who just saw where the key is, can choose one coin to be flipped. So whatever coin he chooses, the guards are going to flip it. So if it was heads, now it's going to be tails. If it was tails, now it's going to be head. Right?
Right, go.
Now your friend is going to be called out of the room, and you'll be called. And you have to look to the chessboard and guess where the key is. So the deal is you have to come up with a strategy, some sort of mechanism for your friend to flip a coin, and when you see the chessboard, you will know where the key is. Can you do it?
When you flip the coin, does it have to be flipped onto the same exact square that it was still on?
Yeah, you just choose a coin, the guards are going to flip it.
Okay, so it's flipped in its place.
Yes, exactly. And he will only flip one coin. Mm-hmm. And he's the only one who knows where the key is. And you're the one who has to guess where it is. So you and him, you both have to come up with a strategy to solve this problem. Come up with such a strategy that based on just by looking to the chessboard, knowing where the key is. After your friend flipped one of the coins, but you don't know which one he flips. Mm-hmm. You just know he did flip one.
It's a tough one.
Hold on. So wait. So do all the coins?
They're all randomized.
They're all randomized.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the guards are going to distribute them however they want. If the guards want all heads, they're going to put all heads. They can put all tails. They can put them in any random order of heads and tails.
I mean, that makes it easy, because if it's all heads, then you just flip the one that's, and then you're good.
So they're not going to do it. They're going to try to make things hard to you. Yeah.
You lost me.
Well, it's a tough riddle.
And your friend doesn't get to choose where to put the key at all. He just sees where they put it, right?
Exactly. Yeah. They're going to hide the key. They're going to tell your friend, here's the key. Now choose a coin. And then he has to choose a coin. They're going to flip it. And you have to guess where the key is.
That's tough.
Is it possible for the coin they flip to land on the same side? Like, say it was heads, could it land back on heads?
No, they're going to
They
flip
literally just
on.
lift it up and
Yeah,
flip it. They don't actually like flip the coin like
Yeah,
you're
they're not gonna
imagining.
throw it again. They're just going to flip,
Okay.
change its state. If he picks one that is heads, they're going to flip it to tails, and vice versa.
So it has to go to the opposite.
Yes.
Yes.
B.
Is there a solution?
Don't know.
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay.
Lost me, man.
It took me a while.
And you have one try.
Yeah, one try.
I don't know, but was this linked to anything we were talking about, or is this just a full blown derail?
No,
Yeah,
it's just
exactly.
like some really
Sorry, I just like riddles.
riddle relief.
It's a
And
full blown.
I love this one.
No, it's an interesting thing. I just wondered if you were purposely doing a non sequitur or whether this was. I just wondered.
No.
Just changing
I said
gears.
before, like, can I completely change the subject?
Well, I guess you did say that. All right. I stepped
You
away
gotta-
for a minute, so I just kind of came back and I was like, "What is going on?" But yeah, go ahead.
You gotta admit, Geo's better than boats.
Fuck yeah.
For fuck's
I
sake.
I love boats. I actually would. But the kind of trying to claim that they're proving a globe Earth sailboat thing that's not interesting to me. But in terms of boats in general, boats are awesome.
Yeah, it's definitely better than
Yeah, man, yeah.
Kool-Aid's boats.
Definitely.
Well, celestial navigation is a thing.
Like jet skis are awesome, and I love all kinds of boats, fishing boats.
Dude,
But yeah, okay. So your riddle, I didn't really hear the whole thing, but does anyone have a? Is it a code to crack?
I'm fucking
I'm
lost.
thinking about it, but with all this talking, it's hard. I might have to deafen.
So what, can we get an answer to this riddle?
Oh, I'm gonna deafen until I figure it out. Catch you guys later.
Oh, the answer is pretty long. It's a pretty complicated answer.
Shit. You've already lost me with the question.
Wait,
Two
so
B.
do you have any connection to the guards at all?
No.
Okay, so no,
No.
like
You have no
privileges.
extra information but the coins on the chessboard.
All right.
But yeah, it would take me a while to explain the solution. The solution itself is complicated, so I'm just going to leave you guys digesting this.
I think I might take a pass on the whole deal, but
Same with me. Fuck that shit. You fucking lost me. So can we get an answer before I jump out the fucking window? I could tell you a magic trick right now. That works by text as well. It's quite a good magic trick. I'm going to take two pieces of string and I'm going to tie them together and I'm going to swallow them. I shit you not.
nice.
Classic.
By the way, you don't have the option of not flipping your coin?
Oh, my coin is definitely being
If
flipped.
that comes up.
Because if you flip the coin,
Right. Can we have an answer? Because this is torture.
Well, I think am I gonna torture you with the answer as well.
Yeah,
Well, they've not built us up. They built us up to nothing.
I'm just gonna pass on all of it. I think
Oh, yeah.
from start to finish. Like I don't even want the answer.
Or the question, right? Because
Fuck.
So Bacon, do you believe there's a creator, or what's your thought on that?
I don't have many thoughts on that. I just don't have any religion.
So where do you think you came from? Like, who are you on a higher level at the end of the day?
Oh, I came from my mom, and before that from my father.
Yeah, but who was the first, and how could the first be? Like, well, I'm not religious. I mean, just because I believe there's a creator, that doesn't mean you have to be religious. at all.
Doesn't have to be what?
You don't have to be religious to accept there's a creator, man.
I don't think I know that word. By the way, Penta, do you still have your answer for the Selenila?
He said you don't have to be religious to think there's a creator.
Oh, right. Oh, sure. But I also don't have other reasons to. I mean, if I have a reason to believe there's a creator, I'll do for sure.
Yo,
well, okay, well
Sorry.
then where did you come from?
Oh, I answered that one.
But where did all your previous ancestors come from? Where did they all start? Where was the beginning?
Beginning of humans, beginning of life.
Yeah, the first humans. And was there hundreds, thousands? I mean, how did they just appear?
Yeah, well, I don't think anyone believed they just appeared, right?
I think it could
But
be the case, man.
I mean, mutation is a thing. We do know mutation exists, and they can accumulate, so species can change over time. There you go.
Yeah, but what's the initial species? Like the sentient being?
I don't know. I mean, I wasn't there.
Yo, are you allowed to examine the coins at all?
No. Don't try.
Hold on.
You're trying to do the wrong way.
Hold on, Bacon, real fast. So, okay, I want to just clear this up one more time, right? So, basically, right, when you're deciding to find out which coin it is, right? You don't know which coin your partner flipped, because effectively all the coins are more or less randomized because of the guards, right? And so
yeah.
I guess the riddle comes. The idea is that you're trying to figure out which one your partner flipped, because it's kind of hard to tell, right?
No,
right?
you're not trying, because if you're trying to figure out which coin your partner flipped, then your strategy is flip whatever coin is above the key, and that strategy, of course, doesn't work, because the guards can flip themselves that coin. So if your friend choose that coin, it's going to go back as it was before. So there's no way to tell. The guards can make any setup, and this is not going to work.
So
he means, like, if the key is under a coin, and you have a way of knowing, like, which coin is flipped, then your friend would just simply flip the coin that's above the key. And
but you have no way to know
under
that.
there. Yeah, you have, obviously.
Well, no, I mean, okay, maybe I'm just stupid. But okay, so which comes first then, the guards, like the guard setup, or
the guard setup. The guard setup. Okay. Your friend flips, and you have to guess where the key is. Now, guess which one your friend flipped, because, well, you won't be able to do that. But your friend knows where the key is, so he can flip the coin that is going to change the state of the board in such a way that you can know where the key is.
Well, I mean, I mean, that's the obvious. I mean, you're effectively. I mean, I guess what you're gonna want to do is create some kind of code between you and your partner. Be like, okay, like,
exactly.
I mean, it's figuring out that code. I mean, which is gonna be fucking. Yeah.
Yeah. That there's a exactly. So, I mean, if you come from a computer science background, you might have a higher chance of solving this, because there is, in fact, an algorithm, specific algorithm that does something very similar, and it's very easy to compute this algorithm, so you can do it in your head. But if you're trying to solve this from scratch, well, good luck. But it is solvable. There is a solution. There are actually many solutions, but most of them are similar.
I have a question.
Go.
Well, I feel like we were like deep in a conversation. We were like pointing out like the footage from space and Earth. Like,
I'm sorry for that.
No, it's fine. But I'm just wondering more. Like, did you consciously try to take us away from that? Because
no. I just
this, or was this really just what you wanted to bring up?
Yeah, I did wanted to bring up this. I've recently been playing with this puzzle, and I mean, you guys like to talk and reason together, right? So I wanted to bring this here. Maybe it would be fun. But yeah, I mean, this subject of photos and videos and things that look fake, I wouldn't engage on this subject. I don't think it's. I mean, I don't think I have anything to add to this. So yeah, if I wouldn't bring this riddle up, I would just be quiet here. So yeah, I wasn't trying to.
Well, I appreciate you sharing the riddle.
All right.
I like riddles.
But
So can we get an answer?
Sorry.
Wait, what was it? Wait, no, don't tell the answer to the riddle yet. Tell me the riddle first. What is it?
Yeah, I gotta go. You guys explain him.
Oh man.
Good luck.
Oh.
Sorry for that.
Hey, wait, we have the actual riddle.
Yes. I was about to say. Okay. All right.
I'll figure it out. I'm the video game boy. All right.
I think that's
I'm the one who wins.
What was the riddle? What was the riddle, Gio?
It's well, I mean, I'm not Geo, but I mean, it's
Hey,
sort of.
anybody, yeah.
I mean, if I get this correctly, to sum it up, all right. Oh no, I don't want to sum
Well,
it.
no,
I'm bad at explaining. I'm bad at explaining.
I don't think anyone's gonna. I think percentage is your best chance.
I'll say it real quick, okay?
If you want it repeated, percentage is your guy.
All right. So you have a chessboard, okay? And it has 64 squares, and you're a prisoner, right? You and your friend are prisoners, and they're going to give you a chance of freedom by hiding a key underneath one of the squares of this chessboard, right? And the guards are going to like put coins on every square. The key is on underneath one of them. Your friend sees where they put the key, okay? So
yeah.
The guards are in the room, they put coins on everything, and then your friend can choose one of the coins. You're not in the room, you don't know any of this. Your friend can choose one of the coins to flip, okay? He flips one of the coins, and then he leaves. Then you come in, and you have to guess where the key is.
Parker and three blue, one brown did a video on this one. That's awesome. I thought it was gonna be a new room.
Wait, so what's even the purpose of it? What do you mean he flips a coin? He flips one of them upside down?
Yeah, basically, if it was heads, it's tails. If it's tails, it's heads. He just chooses a coin to flip, and you're supposed to work out where the key is from that.
I say we just destroy the whole fucking table.
Right? Again, the guards are allowed to flip it.
No, the guards set the coins on the chessboard in like whatever fashion, like randomized, basically, and then your friend flips one to the other,
and then he goes out
other side. Yeah, then he goes out the room, and you come in, and you have to guess which coin was flipped, and assumingly the key will be underneath it.
How would you ever have any way of knowing that unless you were like psychic or intuitive?
Apparently, there's a solution. I don't know.
He claims there's a solution. Okay, you're telling me so. You take a chessboard, you put a bunch of random quarters, heads up, tails down, whatever, all on the table. Your friend's in there. He flips one, and then so that he just puts one from heads to tails or vice versa. You walk in a room, you're just seeing a whole board with 64 things and a bunch of coins. There would be, I would say, no way to know which one it was unless there was some telepathic or psychic or some kind of capacity.
There is, to some extent. All right. So the idea is that if I'm correct, you're allowed to at least devise some sort of, you can talk to your partner, I think before it happens, whatever. So you can kind of have some kind of code, like, okay, I think that's the idea.
Together. Yeah.
Oh, well, if you did that, if you could talk to him before and say, B7 or whatever, sure, you could do that.
Well, no,
but the key might not be under B7, so.
No, okay, but that's the thing. If I'm correct, you're allowed to devise some sort of code, but your partner doesn't know the actual location of the key. You just know the code, and I guess, I mean, if I'm understanding it correctly, I mean, this would be a proper fucking, riddle if this is the case anyway. But yeah, the idea is you have an idea, like you have a code, and then your partner, I guess, then finds out. And so they have to be like, okay, using the code I gave you before, I have to now choose a spot on the checker, board or whatever, or the chessboard, right? And that spot that I see, this is still weird though. I mean, but just know that there's a code there, right? But the thing is, they have to make a choice.
Algorithm.
They have to make a choice.
You could have a code like you could have a code like if I've does he know which coin his partner's flipped?
No, he comes in. He has no clue which one was flipped.
Right. So he could say
or
the strat could be like, I'll flip one that's surrounded by the opposite side, but if you do a rook movement or a knight movement this way, that's actually where the key is, or something like that. You could have a strat, you know.
Yeah, we're talking about some who wants to win $1 million scam artist shit. Like,
This is even
remember that
harder
dude
on
that
that,
was
bro.
in the audience and he was telling the person the answers by like coughing. Yeah, we're getting to that level.
That's why I asked if like you have any connection with the guards, like if you have some sway with them or something like that. He's like, no.
Well,
I really did think he said though that the guards could flip the coin that's been flipped, which makes it almost impossible.
No, well, he said that, you know, the partner, your friend, says which coin to flip, and then the guard will flip the coin.
Oh, right.
Like, so there's no, basically, like, your friend can't flip it and then leave it a little bit on the line of, like, the square or something like that, just, you know, giving hints or something. Or flip it and leave it, like, you know, on the edge, on the rim.
Or we just kick the whole fucking table over, beat the shit out of the guards, steal the keys and run. What about that?
If there's a solution like he says there is, it has to be in the pattern. In other words, you have heads, you have tails. There's a certain pattern. There's only a certain number of patterns. So if they can come to a sort of an agreement, that's the only thing I can think of.
Well, can you see the board before the guy flips it? Like, can you see the board with your own eyeballs before the other guy flips one of them?
Well, your partner sees where the key is, right?
Well, if that was the case, wait, if you could see the board, I mean, that actually is somewhat interesting because then it's more of a memory thing. If you'd have to look at the board and you could see all those squares, heads and tails all over it, and you'd have to somehow like freeze frame memorize the whole thing. And then if you leave the room and then the other guy flips one of them, you now have to come in and figure out which one he flipped. That's actually interesting if that's what it is.
But there's only 3 of them, right? If I got it correctly? There's only 3 coins, right?
No, 64.
There's 64.
64?
Yeah.
Yeah, whole
oh, shit.
The key under one of them.
Yeah, okay. Good luck with that one. Must be some sort of mathematical way to figure it out, but...
See, I think maybe, it could be possible every way. I'm just thinking that depending on where the guards place it, it could make, the strategy not work. So, I don't know.
There has to be some way to recognize the pattern. Now, I figured with 3 coins, but 64 coins? How?
Impossible.
I'm good. You guys still talking about it? I got an even cooler riddle. Well, not cooler, but a lot harder riddle.
No, another one. We've not even finished this one yet, bro.
I mean, they did. I remember me and Scott Veach, when we first saw this video, we said you can't watch the answer. I guess you could do it first. And I think Scott Veach claims to have done it on his own. I was busy doing other stuff, and I ended up watching the video a couple weeks later. But it's pretty interesting. I mean, have you guys ever seen that SETI thing when they send it to space for aliens to decode? I can't understand what the hell.
They've got the anatomy of the human and stuff on it. Is that one you're talking
Yeah,
about?
I've seen that.
Yeah.
And it shows you the map of the solar system, and it shows you literally where, shows it directly where us puny humans survive.
Wasn't that a crop circle as well?
Yeah, they have these weird pictures on it, but they also have information encoded in it as well, but not obviously in English. They write it in
mathematical language.
Binary.
Yeah. Well, no, it's not even binary. No, well, kind of. They use this array of prime numbers. Like the only way that you can decode it is by knowing. So it's like binary, but it's also uses prime numbers. So it's like but it's kind of like a huge hash. Like hash functions are just giant products of two prime numbers, and so if you
So
have this giant number,
primary, not binary.
well, yeah, but basically, you make an array. So it's in binary, but in order to get that binary number, you have to make an array.
Oh, it's like a code within a code.
Yeah, basically, and you have to know to do the one thing to do the other thing. And this puzzle's a lot like that. I think this puzzle might be based after that whole thing.
Yeah,
Because
but
you got
they worked it as if these aliens would obviously have the technology available to build like stuff to pick up this signal that they're sent. So surely if they were that technologically advanced, they'd be able to work this number code out or this language.
Yeah, exactly, and they have to also know that it's a riddle and have to solve. Like, I wonder if this is a riddle. Let's see if we could solve it. Aliens are gonna fucking try to solve a riddle they think somebody wrote.
Was it not like the Petruvian man that they sent on one of the discs? It was attached to it.
Yeah, I think. Oh, yeah.
Right name?
Yeah, I think they did send.
Vinci.
I think they sent a size comparison. They sent like a human and then a size comparison with like another thing. I forget exactly what. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, so they sent one with like pictures and shit on it, but they also sent this fucking, like I said, it's like a hash function, just like a large number, and you got to figure out what the prime factorization, the two numbers that multiply into it, and then once you figure out those two numbers, you make like a rectangle, of that size. So it's like a really, really convoluted fucking thing. But like I said, this puzzle
like
reminds me of that.
The globe's quite a convoluted thing.
It kind of is, yeah.
The globe
But, what you just explained there does sound like a bit of a key to, as a strat, to work out this little riddle.
Yeah. Yeah. Hold on. I don't remember exactly the exact answer, but I do remember you have to. Yeah.
So what's this other riddle though? Didn't you have another riddle where you said?
That other riddle is way
impossible.
Better. I would say not. I would say it's harder, but it's also manageable. Whereas this one, you have to like kind of guess what they're even going for. But
do you know the answer? This riddle with the coins and the chessboard. Does anybody actually know?
I remember the gist of it. Yeah, I remember the gist of it. Yeah, it's like I don't want to ruin it for anybody, but it does have to do with binary. But I'll get to that one in a second. I don't remember the exact answer, so you got to flip one over. Oh yeah, that's right. You got to encode the answer. You got to somehow. So it's like there's 64 squares. Let's say it's like the keys under number 3. You got to the board's like laid out 8 by 8, and you have to somehow turn those into binary numbers where it's like heads is 0 and tails is 1 or something like that. So I don't remember the exactly. I have to think about it. But this riddle is much better because you have these two guys, and they're both perfect mathematicians and logicians. They're nerds, but they are mathematicians, and they're imprisoned in a cell. And so yeah, they have a key on the wall where they can put in the numbers, the code, and they can leave. And these guys don't know the numbers, but there's two numbers. Those numbers are between 1 and 100. These two numbers, and neither of them know the two numbers. But one of them, Sam, he knows the sum of the two numbers, and Paul knows the product of the two numbers, and that's it. They don't know anything else, and they have this conversation. Okay. I think I want to say this. I want to say this clearly. So it's a very simple conversation, but does everybody follow so far though? Just to make sure it's not.
Kind
One of them knows the product. One of them knows the sum.
All right.
All right.
Yeah, I gotta admit, I'm not listening at all right now.
I'm trying to, like, but
It's messed up, dude.
Well, I'm like
Up,
listening to music and doing a bunch of other stuff, and then I kind of zoned back in, and Kosho was like, "Is anyone listening to me?" So I just wanted to let you
I
know.
just make sure everyone's following because it's very simple. But I probably added too much stuff in there. But yeah, just to be clear, there's two numbers, X and Y. These guys don't know the two numbers. One of them knows the sum of the numbers. One of them knows the product of the numbers. And then they have this conversation. The guy who knows the sum, Sam, he says, Paul, you do not know X or Y. And then Paul says, the product guy, he says, well, now I do know X and Y. And then Sam says, oh, well, now I know X and Y too. And then you got to figure out what are those two numbers out of that basic conversation.
basic.
I remember this one. We spent a lot more time.
Sorry, I missed all of that because I was looking at other riddles.
Yeah.
Fuck
Yeah,
riddles,
there's
man.
just two numbers, products and sums. One guy knows the product, one guy knows the sum. There's two
Right,
numbers.
so what's the answer?
I can't tell you that, but it's yeah. So the sum guy says the product guy doesn't know the two numbers. The product guy says, well, now I do know the two numbers, and the sum guy says, well, now I know the two numbers too. You got to figure out what those two numbers are. They're both
22.
less. They're both greater than 100. They're both greater
22.
than 1. They're both
22.
greater than 1. They're greater than 1, and they're
You said it like 3 times.
less than 100. Say again?
You said it like 3 times. 22. I'm joking.
22. It would take us an awful long time. I had to write a code, and also I think Scott also had to write a code for this one. I think it can be solved at the pen and paper, but it's pretty difficult. Seems impossible. That chessboard one seems impossible, but it's not.
Fuck. Back in a minute.
Yeah, I like riddles too, but at this point, I've basically heard all of them.
Mathematical riddles, Kosho, really, I don't give two, you know what about. But the other one I'm interested in. If anybody knows the coin one.
The other one is a mathematical riddle.
I know it is, but I want to know how.
So there is a strat that will beat the guards every time. Yeah.
Because I did predict it was a mathematical thing, right? But what? How? That's what I want. Because I can't see any way that could be done. 64 coins. He flips one coin, and you're supposed to figure out a way. That's got to be some doing there.
Well, Bacon was the one who brought this up, so he's and he left. He kind of did a hit and run. He left us without the answer, and he left us without any additional information.
Yeah, he usually.
Bacon.
We were all like, "Oh,
Yeah.
give us the answer."
That says a lot. Yeah. Okay.
And it happened to be right at a time when we were deep into talking about the fakery from NASA, and he just instantly brought this up. Like
Oh man, he pulled a maneuver.
Yeah.
He's pretty cunning for a young dude, that little Bacon.
Little duck and sway.
Yeah, but he does talk a lot of bull, though, you know. Sophistry. Let's use a better term, less offensive. Sophistry. But Kosha, look out, bro. He's up and coming. I think he's right at your heels, bro.
Talking about
Bacon, the young buck. You haven't heard Bacon make stuff up, Kosho?
no, I don't know what you mean.
Oh, he's quite good at it.
Coach, let me ask you a question. How come, I'm just going to use the term flat Earth and globe Earth just for ease of terminology for right now, for the moment. Why is it that in terms of like the flat Earth community, like we have all these different communities that we've, defined like-minded people, friends, etc. Why is it that the globe Earthers don't have their own community? Well, how come you guys are all here? Now I know Gem Pandas is kind of like.
I have the answer for you, dude. This isn't a flat Earth community. That's why. This community where
I'm not
people
even
talk
calling
about
it
the flat
that.
Earth.
Well,
I know,
I'm not calling it that. But
I
mean, for myself, these are people that know the Earth is a stationary plane.
I understand, dude. As I'm saying, this is not a flat Earth community where it's one side and then another side comes in. It's a community where we talk about the flat Earth. Some people believe it, some people don't. But I would say this community is a flat Earthers community. Everybody else are outsiders. This is a community where it's a community where we talk about the flat Earth, but it's not a community where there's one side and outsiders. Yeah.
No, I hear you on that.
What happened to the conundrum? Either one. Have we solved any?
Panto's still like, where's the fucking key, bro? Where's the key?
I take it we've not actually got an answer to it either.
No, we've got to work it out.
I told you, you gotta.
Oh fuck.
You gotta.
We've got to write it down. We've got to work it out.
But Kosho, I hear what you're. Oh, sorry, Panto. Were you gonna say something?
No, I'm just saying I pass on any answers. I'm just waiting on someone helping me out here because I'm cracking up.
Well, Kosho, I mean, I hear what you're saying, what you said before. Yeah, this community where we talk about cosmology and everything. So, yeah, that's understandable. I mean, ultimately, that's one of the main topics and everything. But what I'm saying is that why do you guys not have your own, platforms that would be like enthusiast for the globe, to like find other like-minded people and have it be
Gem Pandas.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like, for example, I've reached out to this community because I wanted to find like-minded people, and especially in this, so, and then the globe Earthers are like here because most of us that are here, are here because it's rare to find other people in the world, or a lot of us are. I'd say it's rare to find others to actually be able to discuss these things and to, and it's a very unique kind of community and a unique time in the world and all that. I'm just saying that, like, if you feel like the globe is the Earth is a globe, how come you don't have like a community or any of them? Like, do you think that is like an enthusiast community for that, where you're finding like-minded people that want to talk about that?
To each their own with the whole community thing, but most, some people don't. Some people aren't gathered because it's not like a club where everyone thinks about the same thing or something like that. This sort of conversation is built around the actual content or context of the conversation, which, like I said, people can be on different sides of. The only thing that has the commonality is that everybody likes to talk about it, but it doesn't. To me, it doesn't matter if someone is on the same side or the opposite side or tangential side.
I don't see it as sides, bro. I'm on the side of the glober that wants to ask questions. I'm not against globe Earth believers, man. I don't think there's sides here. I think that's a bit sad to look at it like that.
They're just like talk about the same topic. Yeah.
No, I agree. I don't think there's sides either. But I guess what I was just sort of saying is that, like, to me, I feel like when I, seeked out this community in various ways, I mean, it was after years of already being involved in different ways. But I guess what I'm saying is that, like, it's because it's incredibly awesome to meet others that, understand some of these things, and just the talks we have and everything. And I've learned a lot from Globe Earthers and everything. And many of them are my friends and all that. So I'm not putting anyone down or saying that there's sides in that way. But I was just sort of wondering why it is that it seems like all of the Globe Earth enthusiasts are like here, like in communities that were built from people that wanted to basically meet others and connect with others who either question the globe or, with the Earth being a stationary plane and like basically like the ancient cosmology, which is, in my viewpoint, the truth, and so on. So I'm just saying that, like, it just seems like all the Globers are here, whereas they don't seem to have their own communities where they're attracting others that are into their cosmology, I suppose.
I think what Gio's asking you, Coach, is why aren't you in a NASA live feed, like chatting to those guys?
I thought I just answered that pretty clearly.
I know.
joking.
If I was a Globe Earther and I created, if I was a Globe Earther and I created a community that's what you might watch NASA live streams, like you'd be enthusiastic, you know.
I get it, man.
Do that.
That's I'm saying that's you said you joined because you were looking for like-minded people. Not everybody's here because they're looking for like-minded people, being a club where everyone agrees with them. Some people just like the subject, and they like to talk about the subject with other people who are talking about it, whether or not they're on different sides. So the different topics that are talked about in this community, the science-related stuff and conspiracy-related stuff, and here in Jim Panda's anywhere. That's why it doesn't matter. Jose's doesn't matter which room it is and maybe which side is dominating. It's just the topic itself is what brings most people on either side of this or any side of this into the conversation. So I don't necessarily have to find people who agree with me about this or that. It's just if there's a place where the topic's taking place is
Would you say this is like one of the channels where it almost doesn't need modding? To a certain degree, there might be times, but most of the time we give each other enough space, I think, here. I think that's why the Globe has come back.
Yeah, you can't call what goes on in Gems a conversation.
I don't think it's a modding thing. There's Globers in all the servers. There's Flat Earthers in all of them.
I've never been in Gems, so I can't speak on that.
Lucky man, stay away. You can't call what goes on in Gems a conversation, Coach, can you?
I've had probably the best conversations I've had on Discord in there, sure. Just depends on it just depends on the conversation. All these riddles we're talking about now, we've talked about them in there.
It depends whether or not you think Earth is flat. If you think Earth is flat and you think you're going to go in there and have a good conversation, they're going to sniff you out, start breaking your balls. That's all it's about in there.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
There's plenty of people in there who have been in there a long time and been Flat Earthers.
Yeah, could be 9/11 too. Those guys in there, they think 9/11 was still not done by any kind of shady business.
Yeah, if I've argued with him about stuff about 9/11 in there, my balls aren't broken. But I mean, when I first I'm a Flat Earther. I mean, it's just it depends on. There's people in there who are barking. They're harmless.
Barking,
you know what I mean? So it's like it just depends on.
Like who? Like Curb?
They're all nice until the Flat
Earther. A good example.
Jim himself.
He's one of the nicest people in there, probably, but he can be aggressive, and he seems one way. If you don't know him very well.
Well, Coach, one other thought I was going to say about what I said before. I would actually also look at it the opposite way. Like, let's just say that I was a Globe Earther and I really wanted to find other people who were really enthusiastic about the globe, like just found it fascinating, wanted to talk more about the potentials of exploration or discovery or, whatever it may be. And I seeked out to find other like-minded Globe Earthers and then joined different groups that were called, that had that name in it or just other people that were, discussing it. And then if there was a bunch of Flat Earthers there that were just coming in and like trying to like tell us we're wrong or like whatever that is, I would say the same thing the other way. I would be like, we're all Globe Earthers here, like kind of meeting each other, hanging out, and then you guys are coming in and I get the idea of like debate and discussion and, the discussions of truth and physics and like, that does all happen. But I'm just saying that I would actually also see it the other way as well. Like, I think by default, like you guys are kind of, it doesn't mean that it's different sides, but you are coming to a place that you fundamentally disagree with everybody, rather than like coming together in like-mindedness, as it were.
like
In
us
terms of
hanging
that.
out,
Half
like
the people
us hanging out in NASA Live.
Yeah, half the people in here I agree with on a lot of things. The other half of the people I agree with on some of the things that they don't agree with the other people. So I would, like I said, I wouldn't say it like that at all. And there's Globers in Gems who prefer it when they're talking about things other than talking to flat earthers, because there's many other topics that happen in places like that where they're not talking about flat earthers, and they prefer it to believe whenever the flat earth comes up. But regardless, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say I fundamentally like I said, depending on what the topic is, sometimes people just like to talk about it. Xanix's the same way. Xanix doesn't like to argue with people. He likes to talk about these things and then identifies when someone's wrong about something, and he gets the opportunity to explain it or talk about it or whatever, discuss it. But it's not necessarily because he wants to debate anybody about anything or just identify something that somebody's wrong about. He just jumps on that. That's all.
You know what I find? A lot of times, Jem himself spoils the party. Like he gets all riled up and he comes in the conversation. Like, I'll give you an example, Kosho. Last time I was there and I said, screw this. We're talking about time dilation and we're talking about satellites and the atomic clock. And we're going with questions back and forth. And the conversation was not bad, actually, but he decided to come in and start asking me questions about the cesium and this and that. And I go to him, tell me, Jem, do you know anything about the cesium atom and how it works in the atomic clock? He goes, no, I have no idea. But that's not the issue. I want you to name me a variable. And I'm like, what? You know what I'm saying?
It's like a tactic that they use, that if you don't know everything about everything, if you can't answer one question, but in their mind, that means that you don't know anything. So they disregard anything you say.
Yeah, but in this case, it was the reverse. I was having a conversation with some people that knew something, and then he came in because, I was getting the better of them or whatever you want to call it. And then he decides to ask me a question because I said, you don't know all the variables in the atomic clock. And he goes, name me one. And I go to him, Jem, do you know what we're talking about? Do you have any idea? He goes, no, I have no idea. And I say it again, I have no idea how the atomic clock works. But you want me to name you a variable? So, it's like, it's not like that here,
Really?
You know what I'm saying, Kosho?
Yeah, when I brought up 9/11 before, it was both Jim and M. Scott Beach both don't think that 9/11 was shady. And if those are the two leaders of that particular group of people, that's problematic.
Anyone that says that is either being completely dishonest or they're fucking insane, man. 3 buildings fall at free fall speed into their own footprint. I mean, come on. Building 7 wasn't even hit by anything, and it was announced like 17 minutes or something before it even happened. And it was live on BBC.
9/11 was obvious. You guys look into any war, any bullshit that supposedly we fought, all of it is shady. All of it is absolutely fucking shady.
Every war, man. Every war's been created and financed by the same people. And they'll keep doing it and keep doing it.
All of the fucking ancient buildings that have been destroyed in all these wars, and it just seems
man, that's the whole point. Just to get rid of the history, man. Get rid of everything that we should know.
So which building fell in its own footprint on 9/11?
The 3 of them.
Nope, wrong.
What?
Do you know what footprint of the building is?
They fell straight down.
They did fall straight down somewhat, but they did not fall in their own footprint.
Why?
Yeah, would number 7 not account? Would not number 7 not fall in that category?
No, it didn't fall in its own footprint.
Of course it did. It never fell
It damaged the building next door. The next door is not the building.
It
right?
came
So it's not the
straight down
footprint.
live on TV,
Didn't
bro.
come straight down. It tilted to the side a little bit. It
No,
did not
mate,
fall into
maybe
its own
bits,
footprint.
slight bits of it.
Oh,
But
you're a glober. All right.
mate, I've watched it a million times.
And I watched it a million times, and you're wrong.
So where did what? So it fell sideways? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying the buildings fell down, but they didn't fall into their own footprint.
Straight down.
You don't know
Straight
what a
down they
footprint
fell.
is if you think they fell in their own footprint.
How? They fell straight down into their
Okay,
base.
so you've changed it from footprint to straight down now. Okay.
No, straight down into his
Why are you
footprint.
being such an
That's what I
asshole?
meant.
Why am I
That's
being
what
an
I
ass?
meant
Because
by
it's
Difference between
footprint.
he's
footprint and
misstating
straight
facts.
fucking down. Like, what are you trying to say?
I'm saying straight down into its own footprint, as in it came from the
No,
top
I'm asking still.
directly down
Like,
to its base.
what's the difference between straight down and footprint?
There's a
What
big
you
difference.
Go on.
Oh.
The towers destroyed buildings 300 feet away.
But we're talking about building 7, right?
I'm talking about all 3 buildings.
Yeah, but we're talking about
3 of them
building
fell
7.
down straight.
Building
The
7,
top,
building
the
7
top
is an
fell into the
extreme.
bottom.
So what's the
Building
difference?
7 is an
Tell us the difference.
extreme.
No,
Even
tell us
the
the
towers
difference.
themselves make no logical sense how they supposedly fell down.
What's the
Because
difference?
if they were supposedly fell down by fires, they should have bended a little bit. They should have tilted because the metal would have given in. Them
Yeah,
shits, they went down on their own footprint, man. They went straight down both of them. It doesn't make any sense. So you don't even have to take it to building 7. The towers themselves don't make any sense how they fell down.
Oh man.
Why not?
Would you
How
say
straight
Because of
down?
the fucking the
The
rebar.
towers
I
didn't
know.
fall straight down though.
Bro,
still
I've
haven't
worked in
told us the
construction.
Would you say that
Bro,
their
I've worked
destruction
in
was
construction for a
symmetrical or
long time, and those buildings could never have came down the way they were by 2 aluminium planes hitting them. You see what happens when a fucking bird hits an aluminium plane? It blows a hole in it.
Do you know that Japanese planes sank American ships in World War II, kamikazes, by putting holes in the sides of steel buildings or steel ships?
Look into that. Look into that. Look into that deeply. Look into that story. So you can see how much bullshit it is. Look into that story.
What
Would you
story?
say that the destruction of Building 7, would you say that was symmetrical collapse or asymmetrical collapse?
It's
Wait,
partly,
he still hasn't explained the difference
it
between
fell
footprint
down,
and
yes,
straight
okay,
down.
but it didn't fall into its own footprint.
I still,
What is
yeah,
its
It didn't
own
fall to
explain
free
the
fall.
difference.
Or
What
symmetrical.
is its
Enlighten
footprint?
us of the difference.
What do you think I mean by footprint? I'm talking about
Well, that's
the
what
base.
I'm asking Still
the
City.
roof. The
I'm
roof
asking
at
What
the
does the
top.
footprint of the building mean? What does it mean to
The
you?
base
What
of
does
it.
straight down
Base.
mean?
What does footprint mean? It was
What
his
does
claim.
straight
It's
down
base.
mean?
It's
Okay,
base.
so the argument's
The
changing now.
roof.
Well, no,
it's the
I'm
same
asking
thing. That's
you what the
exactly what I
difference is
meant.
between what you're saying. You're saying that straight down and footprint is different. Explain.
Yes, it is,
Enlighten.
because the
Enlighten.
footprint
So
of
what's a
the
building's
building
footprint? Tell
is
me.
the area that the building is in. So
Right.
if
So straight
it
down is
falls
not
in its
where the
footprint, it
building.
can't damage buildings next door to it.
So straight
No,
down is not
when did it?
in the footprint. That's
What
that is way
buildings did
from the
it
footprint,
damage
right?
next door?
Is that what you're implying? That straight down is not
It
where the
fucking,
I'm not even sure who's asking me what right now.
bro, it
Yeah,
collapsed
this is kind of
into
chaos.
its base.
Right.
The roof collapsed into the floor, straight down, just like detonated
Building
charges.
7 was on
You're trying
fire
to say
for
the
7
same thing as
hours.
two different things. Like,
Right,
what are
so
you talking about, Still City?
when in the history of buildings has
Well,
fire
I
collapsed a
I
steel
objected
structure,
to
a frame
the
building?
claim
When
that
in
the buildings fell
history
at free fall,
did it?
and I object to the claim that the buildings fell into their own footprint.
What
So
do you
where did
think
it
its
fall?
footprint
Where
Damaged
did
is?
it
buildings
fall?
300 feet away with debris.
Are we still talking about Building 7?
I
I'm
don't
talking
know
about all
what
3
we're
buildings.
saying. This is
No, I think
absolutely
he's
If you want
talking
to talk
about
about
the
building
towers
7,
now.
They fell straight down, bro.
so if I show you a video of a building that fell straight down that was on fire, then it would be okay, right?
Show me
No.
footage
I
of
want
It's
you
not
building
to explain
7
the
impossible anymore.
difference.
falling.
No.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
I want you to
Wait a
explain the
minute.
difference between
sidewalk
straight down and footprint.
didn't go into its own footprint because it went outside of its on the other side of the sidewalk, one piece of rubble, therefore not its actual footprint.
Well,
Is
it was
that
more than one piece of rubble.
is that what you mean?
It
But
was
that's
more
what
than one piece of rubble.
because
Alright,
one
so
piece of
3.
rubble and more went
That's
over
not my
somewhere
claim that it was
else.
one piece of rubble.
That
There's a
the
significant amount
entirety
of debris.
of the
Don't
rest of the
strawman me. That's not
building
my claim.
Right,
went
but
straight
the
down.
mass,
Don't strawman
most,
me.
That's
bro,
exactly what it sounded like.
most of that building fell directly into its base. From the roof, it landed in its base. It never fell sideways. Some rocks and debris would have fell either way, but I'd say a good 3/4, if not more, maybe 4/5 of that building fell from its roof to its floor, just like detonated charges do, bro. I've watched multiple demolitions.
If you were to put it in percentage, let's say the building is 100%, and if you were to describe how much of that fell in its own footprint, it would be literally like 90 or 80%. Maybe 20% of it flew somewhere else. It still fell on its own footprint.
I just posted a video of a building in Brazil that fell straight down. It was
Right,
on
can you
fire
show us
and it
building
collapsed
7?
straight down. It's not building
Can you show us
7.
footage
straight
of
down,
building
It fell
7
straight
not
down from
falling?
fire.
Yeah, not in its footprint, but straight down, because they're different.
Yes.
You've clarified that they're different,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
What's its own footprint then? What would you say is the footprint of a building falling from roof to its floor?
I think the footprint of the building is the footprint of the building.
So
Which
how
is the
can you
base?
not?
That's
So
the base of the
right
building,
there,
bro. Are you related to Mick West? Because this is Mick West's argument as well.
You don't have to be related to Mick West to have the same argument, but regardless, I
you get
believe
a script
that
from
9/11 wasn't the way they said it was, and it was, there was complicit members of our government inside
absolutely.
what happened. But at the same time, this argument with the buildings is a bad argument, and for several reasons. Just because, one, if it's possible that it could be the case that it could have happened, that this would be the way it would happen if buildings did fly into the building, then that means that no matter how long you argue about this, there's no proofs either way. You can't use it as proof that it was an inside job, because it could have actually happened. It could have been the case that buildings hit the buildings.
It was live on TV.
Yes, it was.
Was that a steel frame building? The video you posted, was that a steel frame building?
It was a concrete and steel building.
No. Steel frame.
I'm not sure if it was steel framed.
But look at the
That's what we're talking about.
It's 23 stories.
You think
look
a
at
plane?
the flames go all the way down to the building. 9/11, the towers, they was not all in flames. It was just the top part. So this is the same comparison. It isn't the same.
I offered this video to show that buildings on fire can fall straight down.
Yeah, I asked for a steel frame building. I asked for
Buildings without
steel frame
buildings
building.
without steel beams that the Twin Towers had, right? Is that your analogy? Is this your example of?
This is my example. Let me say it again. This is my example of a building on fire that falls straight down.
Building, what I asked.
Okay.
History of steel frame. I asked specifically the history of steel frame buildings.
How many steel frame buildings have been on fire? Like a very serious fire.
Well, yeah.
Very, very
one in
few.
London.
Zero have collapsed.
Very few.
Look at the tower in London. There was a fucking multi-story. I can't remember the name of it. Burned for hours, for days. Grenfell. Burned for days.
Grenfell was the only part that was really on fire was the exterior of the building. It wasn't an interior fire. That was a building where the cladding caught on fire.
A building that doesn't have the steel beams that the Twin Towers had in the center.
Exactly,
and it's still standing.
I asked before. Did it collapse asymmetrically or symmetrically?
There was a building in Dubai burnt for days as well and never fell into its footprint.
Yes, there are a lot of buildings that burn for days and don't fall, but there are also buildings that burn for hours.
I think you just come in here to try and
What I'm saying is that it's impossible for the towers to have fall in the amount of time that they fell with the fire that they were. It wasn't engulfed in flame like that video. This is what we're saying. Not that it is impossible. That the amount of time that it happened is impossible.
Why is it impossible?
Like trying to show us wooden.
Why is
wooden
it
buildings.
possible to have a structural collapse in an hour?
Showing us wooden buildings as an example. Like,
They
what
would
the
have
fuck is that
not
big
felt in that
building?
amount of time because of the fire. It would have taken much longer. The entire building should have been on fire. Just
The
think
entire
about it.
building.
The top is in the fire. The first floors, they're still cold.
That Matrix.
That's a false argument.
But Matrix,
top building.
your mic is out of control right now.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but for the last few days, it sounded like you're in a cave, bro.
We could hardly hear. We could hardly hear what you're saying. There's a really big echo. It's
Just leave the cave, Matrix.
How about now?
You gotta
It's
you gotta
echoing
find
from its
something
footprint.
else, like plug-in
It's
headset.
echoing from the footprint. That's what it is. It's echoing back from its own footprint.
The entire building didn't collapse because of the fire, though. The claim is that the integrity of the top part of the building, where the plane actually hit, that fell onto the floors beneath it, which did that pancake.
And start.
Which is possible.
What's the difference?
Reasonable.
Explain the
That's
difference.
the problem with that argument.
No one's
is that
explained
if
the
you have
difference
that-
yet. Still City, Kosho, anyone going to explain the difference?
The difference of what? I'm not even sure your question
Falling
is.
straight down and footprint. What's the difference?
Footprint is
If the building collapses straight down, is that not into the footprint? Fill me in here.
Not if the building collapses outside the footprint. Do you know what a footprint is?
But do you know what straight down
is?
Yes,
do you know
it's
what
not the
straight
same.
down means? Do you know what straight is? Just like Kosho said, pancaking, right? Is that not into the footprint? What are you talking about? Straight down isn't the same as into the footprint. What the fuck are you on about, bro? You come here trolling.
I don't understand how I'm entertaining this at all. This is unbelievable.
I think you just like to argue with like
Okay.
regardless of what we're talking about.
Are you aware that Building 7 was on fire for 7 hours?
Yeah, Steel
Well, that's
City
the
will
official
just
excuse.
yeah, he will basically promote the official story. It's kind of boring actually, but
Okay.
like we all know it, I mean, you have like read more than most though. But I'm not trying to put you down. I'm just sort of saying that it's kind of, I don't know, it's just kind of boring. Like it's more interesting to talk about what actually happened if we're going to talk about it.
So why do you call yourself Steel City anyway, though? Like, do you work with Steel or something? Is there a reason?
I'm in Pittsburgh.
He's probably from Pittsburgh.
No, but do you work with Steel? Oh, right. Pittsburgh is like what? Steel City, is it?
That's what it's been called for.
Most steel manufacturing. I wouldn't know because I'm not American.
Yeah, the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I see.
During
You're not American. I mean, I could.
During World War II, Pittsburgh made more steel than Germany, Italy, and Japan combined. Put it that way.
But
We don't have any steel mills anymore, though. They're all shut down.
But jet fuel will melt it like nothing, right?
But it's not that it melted. The integrity of the steel at that top part of the building
it to us,
was
like,
jeopardized.
All you got to do is cause a structural collapse. You don't have to melt the steel for the steel to fail.
No, hold on. I'm sorry. Wait a second. All right, you said you have to just melt it a little bit to then all of it fail symmetrically at the same time.
You just soften it a little bit.
You
if the integrity's messed up,
and so it weakens it all at the same time, at the same rate, at the same places all over, so that it can fall asymmetrically.
Nope, that's not what happened.
Yeah, you're saying that building fell down asymmetrically?
Yeah, it was like a zipper.
I'm not even sure. Everyone's jumping back and forth between 7 and
We're always going to be talking about
because the three of them fell down exactly the same from the pancake theory. That's what they claim, that each floor hit each floor all the way down into the footprint, which is the base. And the footprint is the floor, the base of the towers. Whatever.
Okay, so Building 7 was on fire for 7 hours. It was damaged after the towers collapsed, right? So the towers collapsed, debris hits the building, and the building catches on fire. After the building catches on fire, the fire department goes in and evacuates the building.
This is the official report that Gio was talking about.
Building 7 was almost empty anyway. Supposedly, most of the security and stuff had a day off.
Let me get anything else. Just keep on jumping in. That's the way to do it.
No, they supposedly all had a day off that day. All the top
Who the fuck are you talking about had the day off that day?
We've heard the official report.
Building 7.
I was talking about the firemen. Who are you talking about?
I'm talking about most of the people who were in that building had a day off. Same with 7-7 in London.
No, it was Building 7. Building 7, they didn't have the day off. It was a Tuesday. What are you talking about?
It was supposedly in the Jewish, as a website where X amount of people.
Oh my God.
There's plenty of Jewish people who
were not in there.
There's a lot of Jewish people who died, dude. Give it up.
Most people that were meant to be in there were not in there.
Don't forget Lucky Larry, the owner of the towers, that he insured the towers for like $2 billion, something like that, like a week before.
Yeah, it was a couple of days. Yeah, when it went and disappeared. And a lot of the information against Jewish bankers were held in that building.
No, that's not true.
Oh, fuck.
You're just making shit up at this point.
Why are we
totally
even
making shit up.
entertaining this bullshit?
I'm not making shit up. I'm going by what the official people said at the time.
The official people said that all the Jewish bankers were in the building.
No, I never said that. I never said all the Jewish bankers. I'm talking about the Building 7 was like a federal operative building. They had loads of evidence against whoever these bankers were that were getting taken to court.
Loads of evidence against what bankers going to what court? What are you talking about?
Whoever these I don't know what their names were, man. I don't know. It was that long ago.
So you don't know.
That's very interesting. Well, let me ask you this, Steel City. What I'm finding, you're jumping so quick to shoot things down. Why? Because it's an interesting idea. Why not at least discuss it? Because if you're only here just to shoot everyone down, it just gets kind of.
What's the point?
Yeah. What's the point?
Why don't you support your claim? I mean, this vague claim of nobody's at work today.
You're instantly just saying, no, that's not true. As soon as something gets said, you're just denying all knowledge of it. No question.
If you can assert it without evidence, I can deny it without evidence.
Yeah,
dude, it was fucking decades ago, man.
Yeah, we're just having a discussion.
Okay.
It sounds like you're trying to forcefully push your worldview onto others, essentially.
I'm just trying to provide evidence of what happened. But
what evidence have you provided apart from hand wave and everything that's been said?
You've only provided your personal opinion, not really any evidence of anything.
Bro, you're trying to tell me that a building falling from its roof, pancake theory, to the base is not falling into its footprint.
I don't know how you're defining footprint. If we're defining terms different than that.
Come on, guys. Let's not do this footprint shit again, bro. I think he's trolling. He's trolling.
It's not a troll. I mean, it's when they demolish buildings, they say falls into its footprint because generally buildings are in a city and there's other buildings around it, and so they have to say that so that the building doesn't collapse and ruin the structure of other buildings. And so it ruins the structure of other buildings.
You see it live on TV happening, man. It never fell sideways. It fell all equally, all around the entire building, straight down.
Let me ask Grim. I heard Grim's voice. Grim, are you there?
Hey, what's crack-a-lackin'?
What's up, dude? What is your what is your take on 9/11? Are you aware that there's some shady stuff going on, or are you like Steel City that is going to basically say the mainstream story is legit?
Oh no, yeah. I absolutely don't believe the mainstream story is legit. Just because it never has been legit. Why would it all of a sudden be legit this time?
Right.
I haven't really said that either, Gio. We've had this discussion before, and I've told you my views about cover-ups and conspiracies and everything else. I just don't believe that the buildings fell in their own footprint, that the buildings didn't fall at free fall speed.
What's the footprint? What do you think a footprint is if not the base of the fucking building, bro?
Yeah, that's what they mean by footprint.
He won't answer that question.
Fine.
He's avoided it so many times.
What is the
footprint? All they mean by that.
If you're denying it fell into its own footprint, what is a footprint of a building?
I'd say Google it. Look it up, dude. What are
So
they
you're
talking
not going to
about?
actually answer the question. You're denying it. You're hand
It's,
waving
it's,
it, but
it's
you're
the
not going to
perimeter
actually
of the
answer.
building. It's the perimeter of the building. That's the building's
The
footprint.
base. Right,
Yes.
the base of
The
it.
distinction.
Right,
Right,
so
that's
the
fine.
roof, each floor fell into each floor, and each floor obviously went straight down to the bottom. That's
The
what I meant by
towers,
footprint.
towers,
Of course, some toppers over. Of course, some goes over the sides,
whatever.
right? We
I
get
give
that,
up.
but I mean, for the most part, it is what that's the
You should
footprint.
give up.
Yes, because I can't
Fucking hell,
finish a sentence. So what the hell?
Oi,
Boo-hoo.
you finished the sentence. How dare you?
Yep.
What the hell?
There I go.
You just like to
Well,
argue with flat earthers, man, just because you don't
You
accept
still
the
I'm not
wouldn't
arguing
truth.
about
answer
that.
the question, would you?
So at any rate, so building 7's on fire. The fire
Avoid the
department goes
question.
in. They
Yeah, sure.
evacuate the
Avoid
building.
the question, bro. Avoid it.
Avoid what question?
No
he's
one's
going.
here. Yeah, no one
Let
heard
him
the question.
continue.
Of course, like you can get away with not answering it. Of course.
What question?
Oh, what? It's
He's
been
asking
asked
again about
10
Oh, now
times.
he doesn't even know that there was a question asked. Right? Okay.
Well, I've asked you 10 times, and so has
What is
everybody
the
else
footprint?
asked a
You
few
haven't
times.
heard me answer that question yet?
I think you need to change your name to Troll
No.
City.
Yep.
A couple of us
I
have
wish I
answered
could.
him.
I wish you could.
The footprint of the building is the perimeter of the building. Okay, that's the footprint.
I mean, the thing is, like, it is a troll energy because
That
Steel
is.
City. It just seems like you're really aggressively, like, you're coming here and being like, no,
I
no.
have like 8 people talking to me, Gio. What the hell am I supposed to do?
Well, it just seems like there's like an agenda going on. Maybe just like relax a bit and like just flow with the conversation. You know, we're just talking. Like, you don't have to agree or disagree with everyone. We don't have to really. That doesn't have to be the focus of it. We can just talk about the actual ideas.
When has it ever been in the best interest of the government or the military or anything or like group like that? When has it been in their best interest to do everything for the people? When has that ever happened?
Unfortunately, it isn't. But actually, I think if like Demak, that's a great point. I think if they did that, they would be pleasantly surprised. Like if they actually hooked people up, they actually would get more abundance. But you're right; they're going the other way by just sacrificing us for their own gain.
Right. And if they went the other way, it would be more like it would be our stuff with their it would be it'd be our stuff. We'd be about our stuff. So yeah.
Is there any conspiracy that you subscribe to on Steel City?
Yes, there are quite a
It's
few.
Gigi experiment.
I believe the government covered up its investigations of 9/11.
Why?
The fact that no one was found to be wrong is simply wrong, right? The intelligence services were either complicit or just
the wrong party usually is the party.
They'd have to be in on it.
See, that's
The
where
party-
I have direct
Let me
evidence.
give
second.
you a little advice.
One
Every
second.
time the government.
1 second. Every time I watch millions of fucking for all this stuff. The party that usually gains something is the party that did it. Like the person who killed the wife, the husband, the kid, whatever, usually has something to gain, or they didn't want the thing in the first place. So they had like something they were going to lose, like they had to take care of it and they didn't want to, or they had millions to gain, like an insurance policy, and that's every time, 99% of the time.
Yeah,
They
there were
insured
five.
it was a couple of weeks prior to it happening. They insured it for like $1 trillion or some shit.
Well,
Yeah, but
The World
anybody that
Bank
owns a
runs
building
both
is
the
going to have the building
Democratic Party
insured.
and the Republican Party. You know what I'm saying? And then they run the other countries too, but they do it all through proxy. So they got to do shit like that to get us on board to making certain moves economically.
Well, this is why I was
Yeah,
asking
that's true.
Kosha. Yeah, I hear you. I was just gonna say I was asking Kosho that like some of you guys that think that there is like some shady stuff going on, like how does it work out to where like, oh, like the government is sketchy and the Federal Reserve or like 9/11, like all these things, but then it's like NASA's legit. Like I think Grim, you actually said that. You were like, why would we, they've lied to us every time. Why would we buy this one? Which I agree. So I guess I'm asking you, if all of these government agencies are, CIA, FBI, you name it, all these things, WHO. I mean, you know all the names.
Well, here's the thing.
How is NASA just straight up honest and legit amongst all of that?
So here's the thing. I never said that. I don't agree that they are, but choose your lie, right? So you might think that they're lying about the shape of the Earth. I think they're lying about the type of interactions that are going on over long distances in space, right? Like, and all this expansion and the different things that that are easily proven in the laboratory to be plasma interactions. So I think they're lying about that. You think they're lying about this, and so that's the thing. And we both take into account that the best liars are going to tell you about mostly the truth all the time, so that then their lie can just come through as what I'm saying, something that you would normally agree with or whatever. So I wouldn't sit there and say that they're absolutely all time they're lying about everything, right? So I'm using some of the data that they're actually providing, except I'm going outside of their data as well, and so I'm not really getting the same interpretation as they're getting. We're getting much different interpretations about what's going on. So what I'm saying is, it is a tricky thing. It's like treating a hostile witness,
There's an interesting lawsuit that's going on, brought by the families of 9/11 victims, and they have a lawsuit in a federal court against Saudi Arabia, and that really has some interesting evidence. It's something to look into, because there's very strong evidence that Saudi Arabia royal family, they have strong ties with the hijackers. There's direct links with money. So that's a suit that can actually make a difference in the world.
So you think that some guys actually hijacked a commercial airline and flew it into the Trade Center? Is that what you think?
Yes, that's what I think.
Okay, and you think all the people that were on that actually died in that and stuff?
I think anybody that was on the plane that crashed died. Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever heard the idea that there were no planes involved at all?
I've heard that. I think it's wrong.
Well, what is your current knowledge on it? What are people saying? What is your understanding of the no planes idea?
I'm not going to make the case for it. If you want to make the case for it, go ahead.
Yeah, I've seen the evidence for so-called evidence. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be an ass, but for the no planes idea, and some of it was with the rendering and the color. But digital cameras actually do that with real planes and buildings, and people you can see that in other videos. So that's what's interesting about that. Those planes actually did exist, and they're doing some of the same wonky things where the wing jumps in front, back, and as it's coming through, or the bird's behind and then in front of the plane, shit like that. That's because of digital rendering.
There was footage that showed you one of the planes. I'm not sure if it was the first or second, but the plane went through the building, and the nose came out the other side of the fucking building, man.
Yeah, it's called composite CGI. Yep, 100%. Yep.
I was like, fuck. It's quite difficult to find that footage, but I've got it someplace on a drive. I kept it for ages, man. I used to be into all this shit, but then when I found 9/11, I was screaming at the TV. I knew it was bullshit literally there and then. I was jumping up and down screaming at the TV for the first hit, and then when the second plane hit, I was like, what the fuck is it going? I was like literally flabbergasted that this was on fucking TV. And that's what started me digging into finding out about fucking conspiracies, man. Which eventually found me the flat earth.
What did I miss?
Wouldn't that be crazy though if there were absolutely no planes, and that those other videos were actually just made in order to make it look like that's you know what I mean? They were actually also CGI videos. That, look, these are regular videos that aren't CGI, and they are actually.
How about the thousands of people?
What they did for all the media footage, for the media footage, they literally CGI. It's composite CGI. They CGI'd airplanes into the actual video.
Augmented reality.
What I think actually happened, this is what I think. So, in terms of the planes idea, so the first tower was not hit by anything, and this is all just my perspective. So I'm just saying. So I don't think the first tower was hit by anything. It had explosives on it that created a hole that looked like an airplane. And there's actually the footage of it. You can actually see the pyrotechnics burning off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They were burning in strips.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, it was burning in strips. So it was that was all implanted already in there. They wouldn't needed to fly anything for that one because no one would even be looking up. It would be way too much if they're going to do this as a scam. It's way too risky to have any airplane around. So all they have to do is make that explosion, and then of course then they get all the media footage going. The second tower was hit by something. It was a missile of sorts. It was a missile, but it had wings, and it can look like an airplane from far away. These missiles look like airplanes. Some of them look like, and they can paint it up and do what's needed. So that one was a missile. So there was a strike on that. Of course, it came from the water side. It was very like just the fog and everything else. And there is footage of that thing. And there's different. Remember the one that looks like a circle? See,
I saw it.
that's because they fucked up the
that
CGI. The ones that come from the side. So yeah, so it was a little missile thing, but they CGI'd the actual commercial airline in terms of what they showed to the public.
Some
Why
little
would they
weird
not just
undercarriage to
use
a
drone planes?
737 too, right? Wasn't it some shit like that? That there was some weird undercarriage. It was like for the remote controlled jets.
I know what you mean. Yeah. Well, you're right. There's footage of it where you can like see the bottom of it, if that's what you're talking about. Yeah. And it does look like a commercial. Yeah. It looks like it has some different equipment. Yeah.
See, for me, I think the towers probably got hit by planes full of explosives, whereas the Pentagon, there's no remains of any plane. And
nothing, no seats, no black box, no fuselage.
Wasn't there one of those Rolls Royce?
It was in Shanksville.
Oh, okay.
Also, just looking at the way that oh yeah, no, those were not airplanes at all. Though there was a missile that also hit the Pentagon, and then the thing out in Shanksville was just nothing. They just made a scene and lied. That was I don't think there was anything there. They planted a couple pieces of shit there, or dug a little hole. Yeah, no, that was just nothing. The Pentagon clearly was hit by something. Looks like a missile. And then yeah, the thing about the second Trade Center being hit is that it looks like a bomb. It literally looks like a missile. Like if you look at missile videos, like the way that it hits, the way that the explosives go off so instantly and instantaneously, the way that the blast crater is very even, the way that it furls out those like huge flames and smoke in the way that it does, that's exactly what missiles do. So it's literally that technology. If a real airplane hit that, I'm not saying that possibly fuel wouldn't explode, but that wouldn't do
Most of the damage would be on the outside of the damn building.
Yeah, and there might be some fire inside of it.
A couple of engines will go through.
Right, but that thing that thing hit, and it did an eruption, a specific. Then that's what missiles do.
Surely it would have. If I was a plane, it would have hit and almost bounced off. Like a lot of the plane would have fell back out.
That's correct.
I almost would have imagined two holes.
It would not have even penetrated, especially the wings. Those wings are made of like aluminum that slides through steel girders. No way. What it would have done, it would have put a dent in the building and it would have fallen on the ground, literally.
Yeah. Plus the wings were full of fuel. Just taken off full of fuel. Those wings were full. There should have been strips between the fuselage in the center and the two wings full of fuel.
It's just diesel fuel.
Diesel?
That's what jet fuel is, basically.
That's more powerful than fucking diesel, bro. You can't say light to diesel with a lighter.
I guess you just don't understand. Jet fuel is not much more than diesel.
It's more powerful than
kerosene.
Normal gas.
No.
Of course it is, man.
Well,
I cannot remember the percentage.
Somebody help him out. They inject it with oxygen for it to be that. That's what a jet engine is. It's like burning diesel.
It would have had. I mean, okay, if a real airplane full of fuel hit that building, like I said, I don't think it would have even penetrated and gone inside. It would have put a huge dent in it, and it would have fallen to the ground because the steel girders and the cement, all that material.
Why do you say that, Gio?
Compared. Well, it's just the physics of.
I've been trying to say.
It was a 200,000-pound plane flying at 400 miles an hour.
But supposedly these buildings had to be set to a specific health and safety standard to accept. I think it was up to 3 plane strikes because of the height.
No.
They could only be built if they could either accept. It was either 2 or 3 plane strikes.
That's not true.
That's definitely true, man. Fucking 100%.
One engineer made that claim. One engineer, and he was not involved in the construction of the building or the design of the building. That hole, it could be hit by multiple planes, came from one engineer who didn't come to the World Trade Center until like 1993.
Bullshit.
Skilling was his name or something like that.
Remind me what I was just talking about.
Yeah, I mean, it's a decent little magic trick they did. I mean, it was a pretty good psyop, I suppose. It pulled off it was effective. But in terms of, in my viewpoint, seeing through like all of the inconsistencies in it, it's clear to see that the mainstream story is just completely not true.
Well, it's tricked
What
a
did
few
they
people
have
in.
sitting waiting? They had the Patriot Act ready to sit and waiting. These bills take fucking months at least to put together. But as soon as the fucking World Trade Center shit happened, they had the Patriot Act just ready to go.
Yep, and just to kind of bring it back to today, the minute that this thing that's going on right now, that the last 2 years, the minute that happened, they had the emergency medical authority things all ready to go so that they could bring in through the emergency,
keeping you at home for a month.
Yeah. So
what do you think all those shows were about 2-3 years before that? Was conditioning people to accept CDC's ultimate fucking control over governments of the world.
I mean, I'm not trying to rail it into that
Last
topic. I
ship.
really don't want to go into that topic. I'm just saying in general, like it's just the same way that they had this everything lined up, ready to go, so it's clearly a rollout. And a similar thing. I mean, today, what's happening the last 2 years is sort of like the 9/11 of today. It's like the main psyop that they're using to control.
Gio, why do you think that the planes would have bounced off the building or just put a dent in the
made
building?
of fucking aluminium, bro.
Yeah, have you seen what happens when a bird hits a plane? It puts a huge dent in it.
It kind of depends on the plane. Depends on the plane. And
you can
where
put
it
a pine
hits.
straw through a telephone pole at 500 mile an hour. Though.
Aluminum's a pretty strong metal, guys, especially the stuff that they put on planes.
Airplane aluminum is much, that's the shit you want when you're trying to get strong aluminum.
But it's not the aluminium.
Space aluminum is very strong.
It's the shape. It's the shape and design. It's not the actual aluminium's fucking not exactly a solid metal, but obviously when it takes the strains and stresses of flight, obviously because it's been engineered that, but smash into a fucking concrete and rebar solid metal structure. Jesus Christ, man! I worked in construction on a lot smaller buildings than that, and they would never fucking have went through.
You've seen a meteor when it hits like the surface of the moon, the craters. Do you know that the entire meteor is destroyed and pulverized into dust, and still
everything's
a crater.
liquefied.
Never seen
the explosion still occurs, regardless if the plane was torn apart or whatever happened to the contents of the plane. The destruction still occurs to the building. So it's not regardless of what would have happened to the building, it wouldn't have just hit the wall, bounced off, and crushed the building. The plane could have been completely destroyed, never seen again, and the explosion, the impact would have still been evident.
Wasn't it revealed later that the elevator shafts were worked on 2 weeks prior or something, and that somebody was doing some?
I posted a photo of a U.S. warship in World War II that was struck by a kamikaze. The kamikaze did not have any bombs.
I'll come back to that.
And the wing from the kamikaze put a hole in the exterior steel of this warship. The kamikaze weighed 10,000 pounds.
Absolutely. No, that's what I'm trying to say. The kamikaze actually has an engine right in the middle, right?
Yes, but in this particular
that's
case,
where the hole was. That's why I was saying that I would imagine there would have been 2 holes in the Pentagon from the one plane with the 2 big engines.
Well, the entire plane
not the
made
one
a hole.
from the actual plane itself. I know, but I mean, it was such a little hole. I mean, where did the entire plane go in? Where did the engines fit
where did all
in that
the
hole?
black box go? Where did all the fuselage go? The tail, the props, all the seats. But they found some fucking passports, like asbestos passports.
That's cool.
Seats and stuff like that were found both at Shanksville and at the Pentagon.
Did they find the passport of the kamikaze pilot?
They
Find his driving license.
They found his bingo card and his passport and everything.
So if no planes were used, then it really was just another CGI media event like they do everything else, with the buildings being brought down, which were controlled demolitions. But I think they also used the directed energy weapon on the towers. But Building 7 was just a straight demolition.
Of course.
Think about that logic, though. But
You
think
know
about if they
a
were
directed energy weapon, guys? I didn't know that about you. That's
possibly.
They were going through this whole big production.
Technology they stole from the old world that they usurped, and the old world people didn't use it for evil at all. They used it for just terraforming land and creating different kinds of architecture and things. But yeah, they just stole that, and they've used it in 9/11. They used it in the Oklahoma City bombing. They use it in the wildfires, quote unquote wildfires, all over the world, in California and Australia and all different places. They're using them.
And how come they always seem to be running drills at the same time? When
Why not just
7/7
hit
happened,
the building with the
all
plane?
over, see 7/7 all over London, they were running drills for bombs going off in fucking train
Why
stations.
make it so complicated? Just fly a plane in the building. Works
Bro,
just
at
fine.
9/11 they were running drills, planes hitting buildings. So they supposedly they never knew which plane
God, I
to shoot
know.
down and which plane was part of the fucking drill. So they never intercepted the fucking plane over New
Weren't they
York
doing
airspace.
mass shooter drills in Nevada during that Las Vegas thing too?
Exactly. It's the same script, same deal. Yeah, I mean, it's like a gang. I mean, it's like once you understand a gang's activity, it's pretty clear to spot it. I mean, same people, same shit. They do all these things similarly. JFK, same thing.
The Boston drilling.
All that shit. Yeah, the Zapruder film is a complete composite CGI. That whole thing was just another media psyop. He wasn't shot at all. The whole thing was just to build a whole psyop around. That's how they do it. The moon landings, all of it. It's the same, same kind of structure they do.
Then he came back as Jimmy
like a
Carter,
dummy.
right? Have you seen that where Jimmy Carter looks like him?
He does, man. He looks he's spitting double of him, bro. It's probably him. It wouldn't surprise me, man.
Wouldn't it be fucking right in our face if that was something that we found to be true later?
Did you know?
Like
See, Michael
JFK
Jackson
was actually Jimmy Carter was actually JFK.
Well, I think they're
Did you know
definitely in the same family, same bloodline.
What about Michael Jackson's fucking just after the funeral and that guy who'd supposedly got help from Michael and he was all like his face was all like severely badly burned and you could tell it was Michael fucking Jackson, but he's like talking about Michael Jackson's death. That was definitely Michael Jackson, man. It's the same fucking shit. It's just a big theater. Am I still here? Am I disconnected?
Yeah, but Alex Jones is definitely not Bill Hicks.
I agree.
don't know, man.
100% not the same guy. But Bill Hicks
I
did.
don't know.
I mean, Alex Jones kind of stole some of the character qualities of Bill Hicks.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not.
He admitted it.
Yeah,
He
emulates him.
admitted it, and he says, "Right, you've got me. I'm not Bill Hicks, but I played the part of Bill Hicks." That's what he said.
No, I think that Bill Hicks was an actual badass, and basically the sort of controller people didn't like the fact that Bill Hicks called them out with such potency that they ended his life early, and then also created this Bill Hicks character to basically kind of mirror some of those personality characteristics, but then the whole Alex Jones thing to make it the Alex Jones. So they kind of like hijacked the real Bill Hicks, like calling them out, and then turned it around with this like shill guy that, and then planted the ideas that people think they're the same, which I understand why people can feel that, but yeah, I definitely don't think it's the same actual guy.
I don't know.
I mean, they did the same thing with Paul McCartney.
One of them would talk about particular things, and Alex Jones won't. Alex Jones will not get down about the Jesuits and the Jews and particular secret societies who pretend to be those which I've just spoke of, so as not to put the blame on actually them, because it can't, you know, they're also slaves to their religion and slaves to their indoctrinations as well. That's why people don't quite understand it from everybody's perspectives. But when you think, oh, those Jews, man, those horrible murderous Jews, but then you look at how they're treated. They're taught since children that they're persecuted and everybody wants to kill them, so they're paranoid instantly. You know what I mean? There's this me against the world kind of mentality, and so that's what you get out of that. You can't really just blame them for for that. And it's, obviously it's not about their religion. It's about what's going on in the name of those religions behind the scenes. Because same with Freemasonry and stuff. You see all the Freemasons you're ever going to meet are just the sweetest, nicest people, right? It's the ones you're not meeting. It's the ones that aren't in the front page and aren't out there they're actually a part of the bank and the secret society where that everything is funneled to. The black op Freemasonry.
Alrighty then.
So anything else you want to hand wave?
Well, everything needs a right? A corporation, so that you can look at that and I can run my shit through proxy,
Did Iraq have WMDs, or do you agree that when they admitted they lied, that they really did lie, or is that them lying about lying?
Somebody was lying. It's probably
the only
Colin Powell and everybody else.
WMDs that Iraq had fucking weapons of mass destruction, but they got them from a English fucking chemistry fucking, like a factory. It was, I'm not sure exactly specifically where it came from, but they gave them to Saddam, and Saddam gassed the Kurdish people with them. So that was only WMDs that they know about that he had, but that was long before they claimed they had the capabilities to send rockets to Europe and maybe even to Britain. But they had to, in their words, sex it up to ensure that there was an invasion. Because they needed to go in and get the oil, they needed to get Afghanistan to secure the smack trade, then they need to get God knows how many other countries. They just got them all under.
Remember Bashir al-Assad? They ran around and they said that he was he's popped his people with some mustard gas. It was some kitchen grade mustard gas. And he was like, why the fuck would I do that? I got that stuff you guys gave me. The good stuff. I wouldn't be making some factory kitchen made bullshit, right? Like, doesn't make any damn sense. I mean, he didn't say that, but I'm just imagining him saying that,
It was like a professor or a doctor, I can't remember his name, but he was British, and he was supposedly going to be given some kind of like stand-up talk regarding like the WMDs and the lack of them, and he got found in a field, literally dead. Somebody had fucking suicided him. I can't remember the doctor's name, but then they wanted to actually dig his corpse up, and Britain, fucking the British government, got access to, like, what's it called, exhume the body and cremate it, so the family never had a chance to actually get an autopsy done. I can't remember the doctor's name, man. Which is a bit fishy.
Doctor, I'm not really dead. I'm in some underground military base doing work
Tupac
as
Island.
a slave. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that about Tupac Island. They say it's Biggie.
What, Biggie Island?
No, they say it's Biggie. I don't know.
Tupac's Big Island.
Biggie. Biggie Smalls?
Big-ish Small.
The Tupac and Biggie Smalls The
He's back
rival
in
in the
Biggish.
US.
It was
Yeah.
Biggish, I think. They changed his name to Biggish.
Because it's Biggie Smalls. Biggity.
Biggity giggity.
Biggity biggity. Great babe. Biggly biggly.
What happened to 9/11? Where did it go? What happened?
9/12 came. It'll be back.
I'm still here.
Oh God. Or is he? Ba-dum. Or is he in his own footprint?
No, man, you're not. Nobody's ever in their own footprint. Like if I fell
Not
straight
even
down
now.
onto my feet, I'd be falling onto my footprint if I fell. If I fall
Global
straight
warming.
down. Yeah, globe first. The amount of people that say, "Do you believe in climate change?" I'm like, well, of course, the climate changes like day to day, month to
Didn't they
month,
teach us
season to
about
season.
ice ages and shit? And they told us this happens already, and now we're surprised. Oh my God.
It's been a lot hotter and a lot colder than it is right now. So what the fuck? Westminster, London, New York, all these places are not underwater. The fucking sea level is the exact same as what it was.
And I imagine they
From
will change
decades
though,
ago.
because the shit has changed before. We see that we got seashells in high altitude areas, and like shit does change. Might be a polar flip though. Might have something to do with us crossing the ecliptic of the Milky Way, the ecliptic plane of the Milky Way. When the sun goes over that again, which is where it's headed now, it seems like we get outbursts from all of the stars that have crossed right before our sun, like little micronova, mini nova, whatever, where the outer layer of the star is blown off, and then the star still remains though.
Coincidence.
Yeah. That shit's been happening.
Bacon, you smell. And by the way, just FYI for everyone else, that's not the bacon that was actually in here. It's just a friend of mine that's watching this from YouTube. She said say hello, but right.
You're saying bacon smells good.
No, I just said she smells.
Yeah, but who doesn't like the smell of bacon?
It's true. Muslims.
Jews.
They're liars.
Muslims, I don't think.
They're all liars. I'm gonna be.
Actually, I remember being at school and one of my Muslim mates was like, when I was grabbing a bacon roll, he was like, "Oh, it smells so fucking good, man. I wish I could have it."
Yeah. There's.
I mean, nothing's stopping them. Go ahead, eat up.
Nothing.
I'll stop somewhere.
Enjoy. You gotta enjoy life, man. What's the?
Don't encourage the swine indulgence.
I mean, a
I'm
hot
just saying.
salami bacon sandwich. Nothing
I'll
better.
take a couple. I'll take a couple BLTs over 72 virgins any day. That's just me, though.
Nah, you just have the BLTs. I'll take the 72 virgins.
Please.
I'll go half
Must
of.
never read.
Give you half the virgins for half the bacon.
No, thank you.
We'll
Not
do
at
a little
my
half
age.
and half.
I need a woman with
I
experience.
don't eat animals.
I like my wife. You keep your virgins.
Only animals I eat is fish.
You guys are no fun.
Hey.
Fine.
Grim, mainly grim. You won't take half the versions, half the bait? Come on, bro.
Hell no.
Come on. Your wife will listen. You got to tell her. I got to do it. You understand?
She knows me better than that. After a certain age, you lose that appeal for those. It's not, no thanks. Go get broken for 20 years.
What happened there? Someone can.
Problem is what?
That's what it sounded like, anyway.
What's up?
No, I was just saying it sounded like you were taking a toke of a blunt.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, bro. That's that shit. That bubonic chronic. They just made it legal in New York. Just dope.
Yeah. Well, just for medical reasons, or
No, everything. It's totally.
Yeah,
Yep.
man.
They can't do nothing. People are walking around smoking blunts. My whole city smells like Snoop Dogg's closet right now.
Oh, I hope Britain does it eventually, man.
You said you can
Well,
smoke blunts in
everywhere you go, they're going to make a law against it soon because it's not going to be long before Karens start complaining. And people should have a little consideration though, because if you're in a public place and you got fucking weed smoke going everywhere and there's kids around, like they're going to make rules against it soon. You know how you got.
Well, it's already treated like alcohol, so you don't just run around drinking it in public. You don't smoke it in public. You still got to be within reason. It can be in some public places, but I think it has to be like outdoors, some sort of venue or some shit like that.
I mean,
like
heads are walking around just right on the street. I saw a guy just downtown standing on the median in between the road, smoking a blunt.
Yeah, but they did that
nothing.
shit anyway, right? That's
That's
still
true.
illegal.
That's true. They were doing that before that, anyways. I guess so.
You ever seen that video? That dude in the subway. It was like those guardian angels, or whatever they call themselves. Like those, they act like neighborhood watch dudes. And there was a homeless guy smoking a J, and they like did a citizen's arrest on him, and were like making him
so
fucking
gay.
sit there. Yeah, and I was like 10 years ago when that was like, possible. But yeah, no, it's so retarded. I hate those
I
fools,
wish
man.
someone would try to do a citizen's arrest. I will headbutt the shit out of you if you try doing that to me. You're getting kicked right
Well,
in
he
the
was like
neck.
he was like an old man, dude.
Yeah, but weren't you one advocating for like like sovereignty and oh no, there's no winning that fight. You don't fucking beat up an old man. I mean, even if you win, you lose. If you lose, you definitely lose.
Yeah, you might as well just punch a baby in the face after that.
Yeah, like, what are you gonna do?
Well, these
Punch
dudes,
puppy? Yeah.
these dudes are wearing raspberry berets. You know what I mean? They're going around with like fucking dressed up like they're part of some military.
Some fucking documentary on those guys, right?
Is this like bum fights?
No, it wasn't bum fights, man. I'm saying that these guys I think they were called guardian angels or something like that. Something stupid.
Remember those bum fight
stupider than
movies,
guardian
though?
angels. Yeah, I've seen those. Those are dumb too.
That's so sad looking back at it now. When I was a kid watching them, I was like, "Oh, this shit is great. It's hilarious." But now looking back on it, like that's just terrible. Well, you're in a different mindset when you're a kid.
It starts changing after you have kids. You start going, whoa.
Yeah.
This hits different now.
It's sickening now, and like I can't. The fact that I was even thought it was amusing at one point is like, I don't know, something's wrong with me, bro.
Well, be proud in the fact that something's fixed in you now. Then, instead of thinking about something was wrong with you, something has been fixed in you.
I still like those sequel Y movies though.
Oh yeah, CKY.
Like the Jackass people, they're kind of like linked with them dudes.
Yeah.
Not the band. I think they got a band called CKY. So I'm talking about like the movie.
Yeah,
They made like 3 or 4
that's his
like
brother's band.
Jackass style movies. Yeah.
Yeah, Can't Kill Yourself. Yeah, his brother's the drummer for CKY. But yeah, they were just basically Jackass, except for kind of dumber and kind of crazier shit. Like, there was one where
I
they
thought
had
they
Rap
were.
himself. He took laxatives and then went rollerblading naked. I was like, what the fuck? So he's like just shitting all over the fucking street. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. They
Gross
did.
shit like that.
That's what you got to do to get on television.
That was. I know that was your favorite part, but
It was.
yeah, it's got to
No, it
have some
wasn't.
kind of shock value.
Yeah, and then they put shit on like a $20 bill and just leave it like on the side of the road or whatever, so people would pick it up and there's like shit all over it. They're like, oh, what the fuck? Like shit on the inside of it. And then they would get like pissed off. The only problem is like people saw those Jackass and CKY videos, and then like there's all those doofuses who are like doing copycat videos and trying to, I don't know, like there's people doing that at my McDonald's, and then like they do something stupid and like annoying to the staff, and then the other guy goes, he's like, hey, go back and get the reactions. Make sure you got the reactions on camera. Right, dude, you guys aren't going to be on TV.
I'll tell you what's brought out the creativity of people these days is TikTok. Right? Heads are getting real fuck creative on there. Like just your average Joe is putting out some funny content.
I won't download the app.
I got a funny ass TikTok.
You will literally save thousands of hours of your life if you don't download the app. So
Yeah, I'd never downloaded the app. I won't do it.
you already saved hundreds of hours of your life.
Yeah, every once in a while, my wife sends me a link, and it's like she's like, "Open this up," and I'm like, "Nope, fucking TikTok video. Not even gonna open it. Get out of here with that." It makes her stop watching it so much too, because it's like not interesting to me. So
Yeah.
fucking annoying. I'm not into that shit, man. I see those guys, those tech moguls and shit. They don't let their kids hold them cell phones because they knew exactly what they were doing when they invented them, and they put them in your hand and all that shit. They knew exactly why it was designed to keep you from using your own brain. I can't remember a goddamn phone number anymore. I mean, maybe 3.
Bro, I was just saying
have
that the other
30.
day. I would know 10, 20 phone numbers at least. All my friends, my mom, everyone. But nowadays, there's only one person I can even call. I don't even know my wife's phone number. Like, I couldn't even call. I would have to call my best friend and be like, yo, go to my house and get my wife. You know, if I ever, like, was out and lost my phone or something.
Yeah, I'm saying. Put that down to memory, though. Remember, this week, that's our homework. Our wives' phone numbers.
You don't have your wife's either?
No.
Damn, bro. Yeah, like, think about it. You're out, you get stranded. You have no money, no cell phone. Somebody's willing to let you use their phone to call someone. Like, you don't even know what numbers to push. How fucking ridiculous is that?
So
crazy.
ridiculous. Yeah.
The only reason I know my one's friend number is it's because it's from the era of when we used to remember phone numbers. So it's the only phone number that's never changed.
All right. I actually do know my wife's phone number, but just barely.
I know like some digits of my
It
wife.
just hit
Yeah,
me.
but
Yeah.
I know my wife. I know part of my wife's because it was close to my grandma's, but I still am not sure if I know it exactly or not. I'd be playing guessing games. The guy'd be like, "You get 3 phone calls," and I might not get it.
Yeah. This might take a minute. So, Dan, what was that? Last month they opened it up for you in New York?
Remember your wife's phone number.
Yeah, that's our homework for this week to make sure we absolutely do.
Why is it so quiet?
Wow, I was just talking for 3 minutes on mute. That's probably why.
Oh, wait. I didn't have it on speaker. Oops.
Yeah, like 3 months ago they made it legal. So it's gonna be like Cali prices out here, not these bullshit. Massachusetts, yeah, Massachusetts right next to me costs fucking like $75 for an eighth or some ridiculous shit. Like it's insane the
Wow.
prices. Those cartridges that I like are like 60, $70 each.
So here's where
A half gram. Sorry, go
yeah.
ahead.
Like,
Oh
I
my
don't care if
god.
somebody smokes weed, but
Yeah,
what
bro.
I have a problem with it is when it comes to like work, I literally have coworkers like smoking weed on shift, and they're like, "Oh, it's legal now. Oh, it's legal." I'm like, "Yeah, so is alcohol. That's legal. Yet, pretty sure it's not right, or you know, legal for you to be driving while drunk, let alone driving while high." Like, I don't know for sure. I don't want to say there is rules against being high while driving, but I can imagine that there is. And if there
Yeah.
isn't, like, they're like, "Oh, it's legal now." Like, okay, yep. There's a lot of things that are legal but are illegal to do while driving.
They have billboards up, and I've seen commercials and shit like driving while high is driving while impaired. You'll get a DUAI or something.
Literally,
They're not.
like,
Yeah, they
it's
lost.
not. Yeah, go ahead.
I'd
Sorry.
say driving while drunk is way more dangerous, though.
Yeah, but they'll still give you a ticket and hit you with a DUAI. You'll have to go through all the courses and classes and spend your just all kinds of shit.
It's like really sad because, like, I've never done it myself, so I can't really say I have a strong opinion about it since I don't have as much experience as somebody who maybe has dealt with pot. But what I will say is that I know a lot of people who do smoke and I don't care. But like coming to work high, and when it comes to the fact where I literally see a coworker, and I honestly think she definitely does more than just pot, like holy fuck. But just literally struggling to even, complete a task, like go home. Like you need help. like if you're addicted to it, like anything can be addicting, but like honestly, I don't know. I feel like if somebody's doing things that require a lot of focus, such as driving or operating machinery or being at work, like if you're a teacher or something or whatever, you shouldn't be under the influence of alcohol or any type of drug or pot or whatever.
Definitely.
You know?
I never smoke until all my stuff's on. If I ain't got to drive nowhere for the rest of the day, that's when I
Yeah.
start smoking.
Yeah. It's just people. Oop! I just spilled everything. 1 second.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to be driving around. They'll hit you with a DUAI. They got tests. There's 2 different tests, right, Grim? Grim, you might know about this stupid medical shit. They got 2 different tests for weed. One of them can tell if you smoked in the past like 6 months, like general tests. Like one of them can tell like long term if you've smoked, if it's in your system. But don't they have another one that can tell like if you're actively like high right now? I heard they had 2 of them. You don't know, Grim?
I'm sure that they do for sure. Like, I know that there's like people who I don't know which one lasts longer. Is it weed in your system or alcohol?
Weed. As far as like using it and then being able to drive after, I think weed lasts way longer. Like I think a
Yeah.
drink's like an hour, but I think you're supposed to wait like 4 or 5 hours if you smoke.
Wow.
Yeah,
I won't. I don't know. I'm a bit of a lightweight, so like,
You can put apple cider vinegar in your mouth when they test you, and that'll fuck it up.
Ain't no one driving around with that though. You're gonna be like, damn, I wish I had that shit Merle told me to get that one day.
I remember when I was drunk, like for the first time. I don't really know if I was like fully drunk or if it was just a little tipsy, but I remember my friends and we were walking down the street, and they're like, try walking a straight line. I'm like, yeah, I got this. I literally tried walking along the crack in the sidewalk and like fell flat on my fucking ass. Like I can't even imagine trying to drive like while drunk. Like, oh my Lord Almighty. I couldn't even walk down the fucking street, let alone drive. Like, Jesus.
Yeah, and they're gonna be cracking down on this driving while high thing. Mark my words, because since Uber and Lyft, they've probably taken a massive hit in DWI things that they get. You know, they were probably getting tons of them before, and then Uber and Lyft came, and I bet you're getting a lot less now because it was impossible with the cabs. But it's like too easy to not to like even worth. It's not even worth risking it.
Well, here's the problem,
From
right?
my experience,
Yo, driving's easier than walking drunk.
California's already fought that pretty hard in some mysterious ways because
percentage.
Yeah, you got 4 points of contact when you're driving. When you're walking, you only got 2.
Bro.
So
Yeah, it's a lot more
twice
work
as easy,
to walk.
man.
Yeah.
I don't know about why you're drunk, man. That's pushing it. But I from my experience, like being in the car with many stoners, they're more careful. It's like, what's that over there? What's that? Am I going too fast? Like,
you mean
they're
paranoid?
way more, yeah, man. They're way more safer than they are sober.
Usually, people high usually drive too slow. That's one of the main things.
Mm-hmm.
All I know is that, and I wasn't even high at the time. This was after, like, after I had been high, for like days prior and stuff. But I was burnt out, and there was a sign, and I saw it, and I didn't give a fuck for whatever reason. I just didn't. It was like left turn only or something like that. I did not care for whatever reason. I continued going straight, and I got a ticket. So, yeah. Like I saw it too. I just didn't care.
Yeah, that's good. That's the way it should be. Well, except you don't want to hurt someone running a red light, but should be able just to be free on the earth, I think.
If only.
If only.
That's another topic I want to discuss with you guys. And it's something that I tend to bring up a lot. Not a lot, but I want to. It's about okay. A dude gets pulled over for speeding. A woman gets pulled over for speeding. The dude gets a ticket and the woman doesn't. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh my.
Does she happen to have boobs?
No, really good.
Important detail.
Do you think there's cops that
she identifies as female?
Do you think there's cops that look for attractive women to pull over but not give tickets to, so that they can avoid actually pulling people over?
Well,
subconsciously, 100% of the time that happens.
Yeah,
you probably subconsciously do it.
It only happens 100% of the time, huh?
Well, I'll tell you a story. Something I'm not really proud of because I should have been paying more attention, but I'm very grateful for. So I was driving, and to be fair, I'm not really familiar with this road. There was a school zone. You're supposed to go 20. I was cooking it at 60. And I saw a sign that said end speed limit, and I'm like, fuck, there's a speed limit? What? Cop pulls me over. And you know how there's supposed to be doubled fines or whatever for speeding in a school zone and everything. Overall, going to court and everything, I only paid $45 flat. I still don't understand why I wasn't nailed. I should have lost my license or something. And
he gave you the seatbelt ticket.
Yeah, I
Shit,
was
after he gave you a ticket like that, he was probably wondering why he didn't get nailed either.
He was being nice. He was hoping he could get nailed, but he was giving you the seatbelt ticket instead of the $250.
Because he comes up to the window, he goes, "Hi, ma'am, do you know why I pulled you over?" I was like, "I think so. I saw an end speed limit sign, didn't even realize it was a speed limit." And then he's like, "Tell you what, I'll let you off the hook today." And I'm like, "I'm not gonna argue. Let's go." I don't want to have to pay money, please. But then I also think about it, if I was a guy, would I have gotten off easily? No. That's really fucking sad.
Well, I will say I've
sometimes.
gotten off easily a lot of times. Yeah, there's been a lot of time. I'm usually just really nice to him, and I try to just I try to.
I'm just kidding.
I try to
had
make
some
it
Popeyes
easy. No, I don't. But it's. I just try to make it as easy as possible on them, and I. It's I feel like I've had some good karma. From that.
Oh yeah, never argue.
I was really pushing my luck when I was flexing in the car. I had some Popeye's chicken in the car, and my wife, and we were speeding home, probably about 85 or something. No, not a super big deal. Cop pulls me over, and he's like, da 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 da, and then he starts to smell the chicken. And I was like, yeah, you starting to get it now? That's why I'm hurrying home, buddy. He's like, go on, get out of here.
Never
The
had
chicken
Popeyes.
smelled so good. Oh, it was good.
But I've also had cops just totally be like, just give me a ticket or whatever it may be, and they it's sort of like I've had some that have pulled me over where it's really like wasn't even an option. Like clearly they're just doing their job, and
Right.
I probably was going a couple miles over the speed limit or whatever. So yeah, in those cases, it's just like there's no getting out of it.
Oh God, I just remembered something really funny. So about almost a year ago, my coworkers pulled a prank on me, and I didn't know they did this. It was a pretty big prank. So I'm going home driving, and there's a car that's following me, and it's like tailgating me. And I'm like, what the fuck? So I go to turn on the road, and they go to turn on the road. So I turn off my signal, they turn off their signal. That happens about 5 times, and I'm crying, I call the police. I'm like, what do I do? They're like, just drive straight to the station. They took this seriously, and I did too. As I re-enter the city after doing this weird fucking loop around, I see a bunch of like cops like hidden like in different like roads, like in bushes and everything. Like they were ready for me to like pull off into like a road so they could get them, circle around them and everything. And I'm like sweating. I pull up by the police station, and all of a sudden like 5 squad cars like jump out at the my coworkers and like circle around them. And then the cop comes up to me and goes, I'll just use fake names. Do you know a Amy Smith and a Carolyn Wright? I'm like, oh, yeah, those are my coworkers. He goes, well, I tell you what, those 2 ladies have been following you. And he took it seriously, like he was like really strict, and I was like kind of relieved, but I didn't want him to know that I was like kind of trying not to laugh. But like, yeah, I had like a lot of weird run-ins with the cops, like being pranked, fucking finding a garbage bag that looks like a dead body on the side of the road, like crazy shit.
Okay, so now you guys know that whenever a woman says, I'm gonna tell you a funny story, it's not funny.
Oh yeah.
They mean funny, peculiar.
Yeah, it's a funny story in my memory because they felt bad, so they ordered me pizza. So I was like, okay, cool. My funny stories aren't really hilarious.
It's hard to relate, yeah.
Yeah, but if you were there, maybe not
You have
like
to be there.
not maybe the one being stalked, but like I'm sure if you were the
You have to be a female worried about being overtaken by someone.
Yeah.
Like, that kind of shit
And then
doesn't
being
really
fed pizza.
fucking hit me like that. Like,
Yeah.
A couple.
I had just detailed my car, like entirely, like I took everything out, and I went down the street to go get some gas. And it was like a quarter mile away, and in that quarter mile, a cop pulls me over. As he's already got somebody pulled over, he just kind of like he stood up and pointed at me in the street as I was driving because my arm was hanging out. And he's like, "You pull over now." I'm like, "What?" And so I pull over, and he's like, "You guys smoking pot?" I'm like, "No." Where is it? Show me where it's at. You got a roach? Anything? And I was like, "Dude, I got nothing." Yeah, it was an actual asshole. So he because he said he saw something. He told all of his coworkers. He had a bunch of backup show up, fucking no reason. And so we're sitting on the side of the curb, as they have to search my vehicle because he said he saw something.
Don't you got this, Briggs? Don't you got? Sorry to interrupt, but don't you got the stickers in your car?
This was before that. This is before all that. So yeah, but they just thought it was. I thought it was hilarious because at that exact moment, my car was the cleanest it had ever been. Like there wasn't any dust. There wasn't a piece of paper. There was nothing. It looked like basically showroom floor. Like there's nothing in the glove box, nothing in the trunk.
They ain't gonna catch you driving dirty.
So they literally, like that guy, he had the worst karma ever because all of his coworkers showed up, and I basically said, "Yeah, this guy's a dumbass. There ain't nothing in my car." And then they checked my car. It's literally nothing, not a thing in my car.
That's hilarious.
And now I was sitting on the side of the street for 2.5 hours.
Oh, that's not hilarious.
Yeah, they had to bring the dogs and all kinds of shit.
Did you regret stopping? I mean, think about it. He stopped the car.
Right,
he was outside
right.
of his car. You know, what's he gonna do? Just leave that dude
Exactly.
that he's currently giving a
Exactly.
ticket to?
Well, like I was,
And you're 2 blocks away or whatever.
I was naive. Like I could have just laughed at him and went honk honk and left, but I just
well, that is
stopped.
funny because technically, yeah, like he can't really just scream that at you. Like they're supposed to put their lights on and do the whole thing, you know. Like it should be.
over
for
some
This was an older dude.
Yeah, they do it on bicycles and like shit and horses. They would
Yeah,
yell
at
at
the end
you.
of the day, you probably have to.
He was an old fat dude.
Like
You
by the
could've
time he
probably-
decided that he was gonna chase you, get in his car, let the other guy go, you would have been home. You know.
I've
So
dipped on cops before. One time I was banging my radio driving through the city. The cop was coming at me. He whipped a U-turn. I fucking knew he was going to come for me, so I punched it, took a quick right, pulled in my friend's driveway, cut the lights off. It was nighttime.
I've done that. I've done
He
that.
drove
too.
by me. He drove by me racing up the street. I fucking pulled out and went the same way I just came back from. It was like, yo, I'm going back home.
that's what I'm talking about.
Wow, you pulled it off! Holy shit!
In contrast, I have run from the cops before.
My cousin has done that before once.
All the
He
time.
told me he cooked it going like 60 into the driveway of my grandma's because they live on a big open field. He barely missed the driveway going through the big field. That's their yard. And then like goes behind the barn, turns off his lights, and he just watches them go right by. And I'm like, you're a freaking idiot. Genius, but an
Riggs
idiot.
is over here pulling over for foot patrol.
I like
quick,
watching like detailed
quick
videos.
aside. Why do they say detailing a car when you're just cleaning it? Like, I'm not detailing my room when I clean it. I'm not detailing my house. Why do they say detailing a car?
Good question.
Because maybe there's, some people put more effort into it.
Well, you're
So
kind
they
of
clean it
getting
well?
you're getting into the details. Yeah, every nook and cranny.
I guess.
Yeah, like I could clean your car, I could detail your car. It's two different things.
It's the same
You
thing.
can
It just
wash
sounds.
You can wash it.
I give you a quick vacuum, quick vacuum with the clean. You know, you want it detailed, you get in like Gio said, the nooks and the crannies in there.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like just some tool so that they could charge more, like an actual
More time.
Clean it
business.
so you can really clean it.
There's a
Yeah.
the Detail Geek that I enjoy watching, and he has very good detailing videos.
You're basically paying for how good of a job. You know, how good of a job do you really want done here as far as cleaning goes? You know, it's gonna cost. If you want it really good, it's gonna cost you.
Yeah, and they can actually do some pretty impressive work. I've seen some cars that did not look great, and then after detailing, they almost look new.
Yeah,
But you
welcome
watch
to my
those TikToks?
YouTube recommended feed.
I love those TikToks.
Elon TikTok.
Convert my car. What was
All
remember
right,
that
then.
show that they used to pimp your ride? That was fun.
All right, yeah, man.
With Exhibit?
Yeah,
with
probably.
I heard those
XZ
cars.
exhibit.
I heard
Those
those
pimp
cars.
my ride things were cool though.
They used to do
They
the
look
British
cool, but I heard
version
those
of it
people.
where Tim Westwood used to do it in Britain.
Always
Yeah.
fitting it out with a PlayStation.
I think they even done Pimp My Nan, like Pimp My Grandma, and they like like they gave her all makeup and a rig out and shit like that. Pimp My Nan.
Damn, that's crazy.
Get her nails did.
You know, those pimp my ride cars look dope and shit, and that was cool to watch. But I heard they had major issues with the cars after, like they didn't work right and shit, and they would like fuck them up.
Yeah, I saw one video later of a woman who I think she had bought it from someone else, but it was like a minivan that was in that Pimp My Ride, and it had like a movie theater in the back.
Was it the pink one?
Probably, yeah.
Pink and purple? Yeah, man. Somebody bought that.
And
They made a recent YouTube video about it.
Right. And it was wrecked, and then didn't they rebuild it? They repimped it out. The one I saw.
Right, yeah. So these guys, they bought it up and they just like basically fixed all the dumb upgrades that were done to it. Like they actually made it like reliable, whatever.
Yeah. Because it was all made with just like chintzy materials. It was like it looked good on the outside, but on the inside, and like the actual materials were just garbage, and so it fell.
Dude, I'm gonna
like the
Google
globe
that.
model.
Like me personally, like I can't stand even having like one thing, like one like straw wrapper in my car. Like I vacuum it like literally like once a week. Like, but that's the thing though. Like you could literally be the cleanest person, and your car could still use a detail. Like me, I don't get it detailed, but what I use is like, I think it's called Armorall. It's this like spray that you can get from Walmart, and you put it on the black leather inside your vehicle, and it protects it from the UV, and it like darkens the leather and keeps it shiny and smooth, like a matte finish. So like you don't have to pay like a lot of money to get your car detailed. If you just buy like things over the counter, you can use yourself. I mean, it takes effort, but like,
Oh yeah, you can do everything yourself though.
yeah, exactly. Like I don't.
But ain't nobody got time for that.
Yeah, no, literally.
Except
I
solve
don't.
the except provide proof of the heliocentric model. You can't do that yourself.
Yo, Riggs.
Back.
I heard Riggs.
Oh, Ron, dude, is that Ron?
Yes.
Fuck
What's up?
yeah, dude. What's up? Oh my
Nothing.
god.
Is that Gio? Yeah.
Yeah. What's up?
I just got this link from Chris from Anyway, how you guys been? I haven't been here in I don't know, a few months.
How you
Hi.
doing, Ron? Fuck's sake.
I've never met you, so sorry. Hi.
Nice to meet you. What's your name?
Oh, I'm Estrella. You can just call me you can call me Strella, Estrella, whatever the hell you want. I don't really care.
What did you say? Something Australia? I can't hear you very well.
Oh, it's Estrella. Just that's good.
Australia? Okay.
Dude, Ron, that's awesome. You found the server, dude. That's sweet. Yeah, we've been up and running for, I guess it's been almost 2 months now, maybe a month and a half, 2 months. And we've got live streams running all the time on YouTube, Twitch, and DLive. And then there's also like multiple live stream rooms as well. But yeah, welcome.
Nice. You got a lot of people in your chat.
I have a question. Is
You
this
should
like a
see
new
his
server?
DMs.
I've been invited to the server not too long ago, but like, is this like the first server of its kind, or was there like a different server before this one that people used?
Hello?
There's others.
What's up,
Oh,
well, this one I had actually been working on this one for like a couple of years, kind of on and off. Like I didn't work on it the whole time, but I was working on it on and off for several years, and then I finally launched it. Yeah, I think it's been about 2 months. Yeah, about 2 months ago.
Whatever
really
happened to
Go ahead, Gojo.
So I was saying, what happened to that website you and P-Link were working on a long time ago? Or not you and P-Link, you and Paragon, I mean. Weren't you and Paragon working on a website? Geo Love?
It's top secret.
Not really. We never really did any projects together, but we had talked about various things. Yeah, because I mean that was when I was getting a lot of the visions and ideas for a lot of these different platforms and things as well. So yeah, I had talked with him, but we never
looked at your new target.
Teamed up.
Was that the first message you ever had from him?
Hold on a second. White's your hot micing.
Thanks,
White. There you go. You got it.
Yeah, this must have been what you were talking about way back then when you were like talking about like what you had in the works, and I guess the website thing never.
Well, that's actually all stuff.
out.
Well, this is really just the Discord server. The start of, so there's a lot more that's going to be coming in the future. So yeah, like a lot of those structures back then were like the original ideas for that. This is just sort of the Discord part, just to kind of have this established. But ultimately, like those will need to be built into different technology as well, like in the future, because at some point I think there's going to be censorship to an accelerated level to where we won't be able to use a lot of these other platforms. So there's going to have to be like platforms that are independent of all that. So that's what it'll end up being in the future.
You better put your 3D glasses on, Kosho, because we're coming right at you.
I was gonna say, dude, this kid was in my car the other day, and he was talking about this because he's got a VR Oculus Rift, and I've got one, or like the old one. But he was saying that I was like, "What game do you play, or what simulation do you play?" He says he plays a game called VR Chat, and that's like the game, but it's not really a game. It's just like fucking, I guess just fucking people just talking to each other, just like kind of like this shit. That's what I always said. I said they should create just like you have voice chat and text chat and video chat and Discord. They should add like a VR chat, like where you can like you can go into like a VR room where this conversation's happening, and just be like a regular conversation, except for you're actually there.
Can we
like you have evidence. Yeah, exactly. You have evidence and shit. You have like a chalkboard. Yeah.
Kosho, I recognize you from somewhere. I can't remember what server it is now.
that
We
room will
played.
be
We played.
trashed.
We played around in Jim's server a bunch because I remember you played that game with us, Code Words. I think you
Oh
played
my
Code Words with us and a
God,
couple
where
other games. Yeah.
are you from? I'm actually pretty good at the game. Nah, just saying.
Yeah, actually, you were good. I remember that. Yes, you were. You
Yeah.
were. You were really good. That's right.
Oh man, we should one of these days.
We
Not
should
now.
play that.
We should even here too, like have like a game night. We should play that fucking game. Was amazing. I love that game. But yeah, that would be a cool feature for Discord to have. I mean, maybe in the future because I know that there is like some sort of compatibility. I mean, there's video features already, so maybe they could do something. You know.
Slippery slope. It'll just eventually turn into an RPG, MMO RPG.
Yeah.
Because
that's
you'll have an
even cooler, dude.
avatar, and then you'll want to decorate that avatar with some items, some different clothes, armor, what have you, and then it'll just it'll snowball from there.
Oh, if we're doing this shit in a room like Kosho said with a chalkboard and chairs, I'm bringing a samurai sword in with me. Is this like the platform movie where I can bring one object in with me, or what?
Jesus Christ! You're gonna be like.
Like, are you gonna use your own? Sorry, go ahead, Kosho.
No, that was it.
I was gonna say, are you gonna use your own visage, or are you gonna have an avatar? How's it gonna be?
Oh, you ain't got me figured out at all. I'll pull out a samurai sword and kick you in the balls.
Jesus Christ!
So I imagine a lot of people would want to remain anonymous, so it would be avatars. So definitely, there's gonna be some character building. It's gonna turn into a video game, I promise you.
People like Scott Beach and Jeremy would just have their regular physical self with their regular name, and everybody. Yeah, you'd have personal. You build your character however you want to.
Yeah, I'm gonna be a black Jew.
There you go. Everybody wants to, man.
Sorry to interrupt. Gio, could you give Tickler of Gooch permission so she can shout abuse at me? Or actually just don't.
Tickle your gooch.
Yeah. It's my friend that's entered the chat.
Oh, okay, I see Tickler of what a name.
No, you guys, his name is Ticlero Gooch. Why you guys?
It's French.
It's Spanish.
Okay. Gucci.
Tickler Gooch.
Yeah, but we should play some of those games in here though. Like
that one game was.
Which
one game was fun once where you had to pick the murderer or the robber or the thief or something. What was it?
Yeah, code names.
Everyone was something, and then there was one special person.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about no. Codenames is different. Codenames is where the one we play where you do
Mafia or something.
The words. No, the other one was because I made that for Discord too, but it was what was that called? I gotta have that. What the fuck, dude? Hold on one second.
I match it up with code names, dude.
Yeah, I know because they're very similar. It's like something to do with spy, like spy something.
Spy Master.
Spyfall. That's what it's called.
Oh, okay. I've never played it. I know that code
that
names
game's fun.
is Spy Master.
No, Spyfall. You have to. It's like everyone's in the group, and everyone. So what happens is you get DM'd a picture, and what was it? Yeah, you get DM'd a picture, and it's a picture of a location. And if you're not, only one person gets a different picture. They don't get the location. They get a picture saying that they're a spy. And so everybody is trying to figure out who the spy is. And they have to find out who it is. It's fun.
But why do you need a thigh master?
Trying to work out my hips.
Have you guys ever played? This is something that I think you have to do like in person, but it's called Jackbox, like for the Xbox or whatever.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god, I played that for the first time ago, and it was actually like freaking hilarious. Like in tears, crying, laughter. I wish you could do that somehow, like online. That would be awesome.
What is that?
Wait,
I'm PlayStation, so I don't know.
Jackbox TV, like what is it?
Yeah.
Oh, I have no
idea. Basically,
I don't think it's. Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, sorry. No, it's
go
just
ahead.
You basically are like in the same with people, and then there's like different like themes or games. For example, I don't even fucking know. Like, there is like a person that's the spy, and then like everybody else isn't the spy, and you're trying to figure out who it is, there'd be different like objectives that the TV says for you to do, like raise your hand if you've ever licked a doorknob, and or have like gone to college or something. And then like obviously if you've never gone to college, but everybody else has, it's easy for you to be chosen as a spy. Like it sounds really stupid the way I'm explaining it, but just promise me it's really fun, okay?
When you said raise your hand if you ever looked at doorknob, Coach, I'll raise his hand.
Shut the fuck up. I mean that's true, but regardless, no, yeah, Spyfall. Like I built that into Discord, so my bot you can play Spyfall in Discord, but the Jackbox we've played it in Discord too, but it's you have to go to the website to play it. But you can easily build that into the box as well. But Jackbox is like a series of games.
Sorry, guys. My friend is obviously new to Discord. She has no idea how to use it.
Oh, that's okay.
Did she get verified?
He's like, oh, for fuck.
I remember when I first joined Discord.
Oh, it was crazy when I first started as well. What?
Kosho, have you ever thought of making like a cosmology bot, since you know a lot of these different things that have been discussed? Like, have you ever thought of creating a bot where you could like ask it questions and it would be able to respond to you, perhaps?
Yeah, dude. I mean, what's his name? Dan Fessler added shit. Actually, I think he made a different bot that does that. But yeah, we both have that in our bot. Yeah, because there's that Flat Earth WS.
But are you gonna make? Would it be a bot that wakes people up, or would it be a bot that re-indoctrinates them?
Well, I mean, just it gives you information about them. So I mean, the information is relevant in this conversation from either side.
Well, you could give both sides. Like you could do both, like between a globular Earth and a stationary planar Earth. Like you could, like if you asked a question, you know, let's say like how does the sun set, and then you could have both explanations, and then what evidence is there for both. That'd be interesting.
Yeah, but yeah. So for like right now, it just does stuff like answers to like factual like you know, like if you were to ask like, you know, I don't know, like about the logical fallacies or something, and like it'll list them out and shit like that, or like definitions of different shit. Like so it doesn't really answer questions like that because like, you know what I mean? That's kind of opinionated. Like if you're like, how does this work? You can get a different answer on either model, right?
What answer does it give to the definition of isolate?
What do you mean?
Well, the factual one or the narrative?
Yeah. Which version?
The narrative version.
Oh, I think they're both the same, aren't they?
No, I don't know. Slightly different, but different topic.
Kosho, you should use Blender. Yeah, you should use Blender and make a planar stationary Earth model, and then you could have little like areas where you could zoom into it, and then you could get more information, and it would be like an informational journey.
Yeah, you know, me and Lichmink did that. We made I mean, I have several of those. We were talking about that the other day too. Like I have a 2D one and I have the 3D one. But yeah, me and Lichmink made the 3D one in Blender a long time ago. And that was the whole point, was to show what parts of it work and what parts of it need improvement. You know, because there's a bunch of stuff in the flat Earth model that haven't been worked out yet. But it's a work in progress. On y'all's.
I know that there's a site called S'more, I think. I don't know if it's still around. I used to use it a long time ago for projects. S'more.com, like you could make like presentations, like similar idea where you like click on it and it opens up something, if that's kind of what you were looking towards. Like virtual diagrams, I guess. Interactive diagrams.
Yeah, I think it'd be cool to have one where like different observations that people have done, sort of like Google Earth, but an actual planar stationary Earth one that like, so you could zoom into it and you could see like, you know, different tests or experiments that people have done like around the Earth in different areas.
Well, yeah, that is kind of cool. But I mean, I've had a lot of that stuff in there, like the different tests that people have done in our community. So like it just it uploads it, and like all the memes and shit too. I have all the memes everyone's made. but that's not as informative.
Well,
I have a bunch of random shit.
In terms of this whole asking for a model of a planar Earth, what I would say is that this is under my viewpoint, which is that this current globe system, these are people that literally took over the old world, took us over. So the old world had the maps and the models of the entire world. I think they had these airships that could go at high altitude, they had all that. So it's just that that's been stolen from us and then hijacked into whatever they've done now. So it's pretty unrealistic to think that we would have a full model of it just ourselves, being civilians who realize we've been lied to in this current situation. But I think you're right. Will we actually put one together, or will we just reacquire what was originally taken from us if these people in power, if their power is dissolved in some way to where the perfect entire map model of all the land could already exist?
Yeah.
It likely already does anyways, because the military already has the lockdown on it too. They have all the equipment. So they know.
You gotta admit though, it's kind of paradoxical. I roll my windows up. It's kind of paradoxical that so the flat Earth, being flat and stationary and planar and one-dimensional or two-dimensional. So it's there's not a three-sided object or multiple-sided object. You got one side. It seems like it could be easily, at least correctly, drawn out where everything is and how far away it is and how big and stuff. But that hasn't really been done. That's the strange part to me. If that could be done, it would even be compelling to me a little bit. I'd be like, oh, wow, maybe. Actually, no, that's not true. It wouldn't be compelling, but still, it would. It'd be more compelling. If the flat Earth model, the flat Earth map, it seems like you should be able to represent it on a piece of paper. You know what I mean? Drawn out with the dimensions and distances and sizes and stuff. But it's yet to be done. Strangely.
Someone's snoring.
That's Panto.
Well, you'd have to have the correct map. So if you don't have that, you're just as uninformed as any other civilian who isn't in the military levels that have that. Meaning that what else can we do? We could travel around ourselves to different areas and try to measure things, but it really comes down to the actual distance in the oceans and the actual layout of the continents. That's what would need to be acquired. And that takes those kinds of distances to be able to do. We can measure our local areas.
Can you say something? We could have got that out for you. I know, but you could have just said, hey, shopping.
Hot mic.
I just want to go to the toilet in peace.
Hold on, I'm gonna throw Panto on mute. If he comes back or whatever, just unmute him.
I'm here.
Oh, you're here? All right. Oh, I thought you fell asleep. My bad. I thought you fell asleep. All right, my bad. Disregard that DM I sent you then.
It might still be my friend trying to work out how Discord works.
I haven't moved.
Why is it making noise?
Is she there, Tickler? Are you there? Is it working?
Yeah.
What's
I'm
up?
not moving.
Oh, you're
It's
there.
me.
How's it going?
Okay.
Quick, get her, boys. She's a glober.
It sounds like you're coming through, so it's working.
You found out how to use it and make it work.
No.
No.
I just confirmed that you heard me and left it as it was.
All right, love.
Yeah, we can hear you.
You all right, love?
I'm all right.
Yeah, I'm all right.
We went down to the pub for a pint,
Way to kill the room, though. Carry on.
Remember Panto checked me into VC at 24/7 after everything happened.
Oh, and, when we moved to the new one?
Yeah, and then you checked me in a new one, yeah.
I can't remember, bro. Check thousands of people in, man.
Yeah.
But no, seriously, guys, get her because she is a glober.
Remember when
Why,
Kosho and
though?
Jeremy
Why?
were the same person?
Yeah, that was funny.
Those were the days.
Fucked up. Kosho wouldn't sing the alphabet song or something at the same time as me. I'm like, come on, let's go. He's like, fuck that. They still get us confused. Pete's over in fucking Gems calling everyone Jeremy. Like, dude, you can't call people Jeremys. There's too many Jeremys in here.
Not gonna lie, you guys did sound similar. Like for the first 2 days.
Oh, yeah.
I do a little bit. I feel sorry for you. Not your fault.
So what's new?
I want to know how you all ended up here.
I want to know how
Oh,
you're still a
fuck.
Glober. How
How
are you
much
still
time
a
do you
Glober?
have?
For a couple of weeks.
A lot.
So, okay, well, what do you think the Earth is?
A globe.
A globe.
That's silly. They giggled after because it was so silly. You can't even say that with a straight face.
Yeah, it's because she knows she's about to get wrecked. Yeah, she's a good sport though. She can take it.
Does it seem like it's moving? Like, does the Earth move at all?
Not when you're drinking, all right?
No, what I want to know is why is it so important to you all?
This
Why
is
does
the
it
biggest
matter?
thing ever. This is the
The
most
shape
important.
doesn't matter. It's just the truth. I mean,
No,
who
this
cares
fucking
about
matters.
the shape? Really, they spend a lot of time and effort and energy in people's lives trying to convince everyone that we're on something we're not. So obviously, it's quite important the amount of resources used to make
It's like
most
saying,
people think.
why does it matter about the truth? Why does the truth matter? Why does the fact that they lied matter? Like, does that not
Nothing's more
sound a bit
important.
silly?
Nothing's
It's
more
the most
important than this.
important truth there is.
Listen, inside everyone's brain, you have a model of the world around you, from your sock drawer to the layout of your house, the layout of your neighborhood, your city, your state, your country, all the way up to they got you sitting on a globe. If you got people's foundations all fucked up, you're gonna have the power over them always.
And if they have you on a globe, it means that everything's been researched, everything's known. You're on this ball, you can't go anywhere, there's no place else to go. But if there's more land and there's more resources and God knows what else, then it means quite a lot. I think it's probably the most important thing I've ever found.
So when they ask why would they lie or why is it important, after asking if it seems like it's moving, would that make it? That would make it a no, right? Doesn't seem like it's moving.
Well, they're off to a good start with the
Well, that would be the answer, right? Because you kind of skipped the answer and went to another question.
True Glover style.
So they're kind of admitting that it doesn't really feel like it's moving, but why is it important? That's kind of the unspoken answer there.
Am I supposed to reply?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I
I've
mean,
never
am I
heard you so
close?
quiet.
Yeah.
Well, what question again? I'm sorry.
Okay, you were asked if it felt like you were moving or if the Earth was moving. And then your response was, well, why is it important? So does that mean that, it doesn't really feel like you're moving at all? You've never sensed motion of the Earth? I mean, is that the
Like,
answer?
what would you say if I have?
I would ask when that was and how you felt it.
I'd say earthquakes are rare.
I was gonna say no earthquakes. Yeah, I was thinking that right off the
Yeah,
jump.
not in our country.
But I would say you're either telling lies or your subconscious is trying to cling to the belief, which is quite a comfortable belief. If you think about it, if the Earth truly is flat and stationary, and all these people are, they've got all these systems and like all this education and all this stuff, it makes it quite a serious thing. Like the whole fucking world is completely the opposite of what you've been told. That's quite important. Extremely important.
Why are you so quiet?
Knows, brother.
No one actually knows. All right, okay. You're speaking.
Oh, sorry.
Well, we all experience a flat, stationary Earth. You've got to ask yourself, what's the best proof you have that you live on a moving shape, apart from TV? Like, what else do you really have? Not much.
Didn't really research all this crap.
Did you research it?
No.
You gotta get into this. You gotta get into this.
Just Jimbo goes on about it all the time, and I just want to understand.
Yeah, you gotta start looking into stuff and
people.
hang out
That's
with us
true.
here, and you'll see us. We kill the Globers every day in here, right? These guys get fucked up at least five times a day because their arguments are shaky at best. You can hear the fallacies. The fallacies they use nonstop, and the tactics they use. You'll see. You already did one of them when we asked you if the Earth was rotating. You went right to, well, why does it matter? Not if you ever felt it or not.
This is the start of your learning.
You gonna turn into a hardcore Glober, or we'll see what happens. You never know. You go either way.
You'd make a good cult leader, Jeremy. Or indoctrinator. You know, the ones that introduce people to the cult.
I'm just hey, listen. Use your own brain. You know, if you don't want to go along with what I think, I don't blame you.
Our cult's the right cult.
Well,
All the other cults are wrong.
So what do you think, like Tickler or Gooch, like what do you think when it's funny to even say that name, but I don't know what else to call you. I guess I could just call you Gooch, maybe just Gooch.
Gucci.
Gucci.
Well, her other name would have been Bacon, but there's someone already in here called Bacon. Like, not at the moment, but you know.
You should have named yourself Bacon Bits or something.
Bacon S.
So when we say the Earth is like not a globe and that it's like a stationary planar surface, what do you think of when you think of that in your mind?
Bollocks.
Bollocks. Okay.
Bullshit.
All right. Well, that's a good start. But do you think that we think it's a disk floating in outer space?
That's what it seems like.
No.
Okay. Would you be surprised
no one thinks so.
if that nobody thinks that?
Yeah.
All we're saying is there's no curvature and there's no motion. What the overall dimensions, the land masses, the shape, like if there even is a shape that you could call a specific like known shape. Like I don't even think you could even classify the Earth, even if you could see the whole thing. I don't think it's a shape. We live on the land that's higher than the water. So technically we're really living on islands. There's land above the water and then water surrounds everything.
Have you ever been in a plane, Bacon? Or Gooch? Tickler?
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you think you saw the curve out the plane?
It was when it was like in 2011. I don't remember.
That's a fair answer. I've been on planes and I don't remember even ever looking for it as an adult.
I remember looking out the window once, and we were really close to water, and I almost shit my pants.
Well, what would you say were like the top 3 things that convinced you that the Earth was a globe? Like, because if you think it's a globe, then you must have been, convinced of that, or thought it for some reason. So what, like, if you had to name a couple things as to why you believe it's a globe, what would you say?
Many geography teachers.
Say stories from other people.
Yeah, did they did they
used
measure the globe, or?
I used to love space when I was younger.
There's quite a lot of people in here.
Yeah, I used to
read
love
about a lot of things.
black holes,
And
all
this
that. I loved it.
shit never came up. So
Aliens.
Fanboy for years.
Aliens coming from black holes and shit. Other fucking universe. I love that shit.
Why did you stop loving space?
For me?
No, she said she used to.
I'll keep my answer to myself.
I have a question. Can I ask?
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, okay. So, this is not like a troll question, it's a genuine question. So if the Earth is flat, like, what about like the other planets? Like, are they flat too? Like, what do you guys think about them?
Other.
Yeah.
When you say other, do you mean that Earth must be a planet? Because if you go back to the original etymology of the word planet, the Greeks saw the constellations revolve in circles, but they saw what are called the planets wander back and forward, so they named it planetas, or I think it was planetes possibly, which just meant wanderer. So the planets move back and forth in the sky. It's called retrograde motion. So we're not a wandering star.
I would agree with that. Yeah, but I mean, go ahead, Jeremy.
Well, I was just gonna say you can't just look up and say everything looks like it's a sphere up there, so we must be on a sphere. That's not how it works. Like if I put you in a room and stood you on a shape, a rectangle, a square, or anything, pick a shape. I just stand you on it, but you can't see it, and I hang a whole bunch of shit from the ceiling. Say I hang a whole bunch of pyramids from the ceiling. Like, it's not going to tell you you're standing on a pyramid or not.
So what about if you looked up in the sky and you saw triangles? Would that mean the Earth was a triangle?
I mean, what I'll say, Estrella, like in my viewpoint, I would say that the Earth is the floor of the universe. It's the plane of existence. It's the physical world that we live on. Water is level. The land goes on. Like you'd have level water, and then the land's coming up out of the water, and it's like more like the floor of the universe. And I would see it more like that it's a realm, like that we live within a realm. So instead of living on the outside of a ball spinning through space, I would say we live within a realm. And then within this realm, we have essentially the ceiling, which would be the sky, the sun, the moon, the stars that are above us. There's an idea that that's, perhaps like the heavens are above, like that kind of idea. So maybe even above that, there could be, something else, on the spiritual level. But just in general, you'd have the physical plane and then the sky. And then in the sky, there seem to be these celestial objects that give off light. So I would say that that's what they are. They're luminaries, or like wandering stars, like Panto said, because that word planet actually comes from wandering stars, so that's why they were called that. So I think they're little orbs of light, essentially, and they emit light, and they're part of the time clock of the sky. The whole sky is a timepiece, and so all of these are part of
They
that.
don't have similar characteristics to Earth. If the Earth is like, because I don't know what I believe in, but I'm just saying, like, if the Earth was to be flat, like, they don't have the same characteristics as Earth, either if it was flat or if it was a globe.
Well, I don't think those things are physical worlds, like Mars, Jupiter. I don't think they're actual physical places. I think they're just orbs of light above us.
Mm-hmm.
And the whole idea that Mars is like a physical world, that comes from the whole globe Earth model, where they claim that Mars is a ball and then we're a ball. So then Mars is a whole other ball, out in space or whatever. But
yeah, they try to say we live there or something. I'm like,
what's happened in the last 120 years is science fiction has morphed into reality. Back, I don't know, maybe 180 years ago even, it started in the film industry. They started putting out these science fiction movies, and somehow that gradually morphed into what is presented as reality to us, and people believe it. They want to believe the science fiction. But 120 years ago, people knew that was nonsense. They had like a Gleason's map and everything, so we've been brainwashed.
It kind of just bleeds into what's factual and what's fake, like, you know what I mean?
There's a saying that says if you repeat a lie often enough, it becomes the truth. Well, it's not really truthful, it's always a lie, but it becomes what people believe as reality if you repeat it enough.
Proof by assertion.
Hey Gio, did you check out my video? My that music video? Gio Love?
Yeah, I'm still here. I stepped away for a second. Which one? The one that you
I couldn't get the link because my phone is dog shit. I'm on a $50 burner phone. I can't even get a link on Odyssey. But go on Odyssey and
Sounds okay, bro.
Okay, I see this. Yeah, yeah. To find your channel on there.
it says I don't. Yeah, it's called I Don't Believe. It doesn't have a lot of views, but I made that video up. I need better vocals on it. The
Sweet.
sound quality sucks.
You know what I did?
Find it.
You know what I just remembered from when I was a kid? I just distinctively got a flashback to when I think I was like 6. My teacher was holding a rectangular prism and was talking about how, I think he might have mentioned Christopher Columbus at one point, how they thought that the earth was flat. And then like he like dragged his finger over the top of it and then like had it fall off. To him explaining to 6-year-old was, oh, if the earth was flat, then people who sailed the seas would fall off. And then
This is the programming.
Yeah.
Nobody here believes there's like an edge like that.
Yeah, and then he held up like a sphere and was like, see? And then he like, traced his finger where he goes, when it's a globe, the boat stays. I don't even fucking remember, but like even as a kid, it made like I don't know, it's stupid. Like oh my God. I don't even think he believes what he's talking about. He probably fucking got paid.
You know what's funny too? The first time you go to the beach, you see that. What do you see? You see the horizon is flat.
Garbage. Oh.
Yeah, but no, I'm saying when you look out to the horizon of the water, you see that it's flat. Oh, you just can't perceive the curve because the curve is so gradual that you don't see it across the horizon appears flat. No, because it is fucking flat. You know what I mean? They brainwashed us so bad to don't trust your lying eyes. Your eyes are lying to you. Don't trust them.
Yep, they definitely try to
not you guys
force us to not even trust our general senses so that they can then control what we like, control our mindsets essentially by removing the very basic concept that our senses have a purpose.
Not only that, but your sense of motion is so in someone's like your inner ear. There's a thing that helps you balance. You see people do backflips, like these gymnasts are doing backflips on a beam that's like 3 inches wide. How do they do that? There's liquid in their ear, and it tells you which way is up. So it's very sensitive. If we were moving at 1.4 times the speed of sound, if we were spinning at that incredible speed and we feel none of it, I mean, just think about these incredible speeds that we're moving. That's not even the only motion. They tell us we're moving in like 3 or 4 directions at one time. We're spinning, we're orbiting, we're corkscrewing. So it's insane. And you feel none of it. It boggles the mind that people believe it.
What about clouds? Like, what are they? I know that people like see clouds move. Like, what's the deal with them? Like, what's your guys' analysis on that?
Water vapor.
Oh.
I think electromagnetism is why you would think water vapor would be heavier, but it's maybe the electrical charge, like the positive and negative charges repel each other. So maybe they're repelled upward from the surface.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure why the water vapor would rise. You would think it would be heavier, but Must
Yeah,
be
like
the electrostatic charge.
I agree. I definitely think there's an electrostatic quality to clouds. I mean, I think the whole universe has an electromagnetic and electrostatic in nature. So yeah, clouds would be part of that matrix in my viewpoint. They're connected to the water cycle, the way that the water kind of cycles through the earth.
Also, why you get lightning. You get the lightning when the cloud is a giant capacitor. It stores that electrical charge. When it gets too big, it jumps. It's like if you ever walked with some socks on carpet in the wintertime and you go touch the light switch and a spark jumps from your finger through. Same thing. You build up too much differential in charge and you get that spark. But the lightning is just on a massive scale.
Right. I miss thunderstorms. I miss having the window cracked open with it pouring out. I miss those days.
Oh, you know something? Here's another thing I learned.
Mm.
In a rainstorm, it doesn't have to be a lightning storm. If you have any magnets, right? I have some magnets on my refrigerator. They're like the rare earth magnets, you know, the really strong ones. During a rainstorm, the magnetism goes down by 50 to 75% just from the rain. I learned this from a video I was watching, and then I heard it raining one day. I'm like, I'm gonna go test this. I have these magnets. It takes like 25 pounds to pull them apart. During the rainstorm, it took like 5 pounds. It was like nothing. I'm like, oh my
Wow.
God. Yeah, there's something happens to the electrical field while it's raining. Try this one day. Get yourself some magnets, the really strong ones, you know, and then you test it. How hard is it to pull them apart? You know, there's no way to measure. It's all perceived. Like, wow, this is really difficult to pull these apart. But wait till it rains one day and go pull them apart. It'll be like nothing. They lose almost, I'd say 80% of their strength. I don't know if it depends on how strong it's raining. I mean, if it's just a drizzle, maybe it doesn't affect it. But when it's a nice, steady, hard rain, it was like very, very, the force was weakened by at least 50 to 75%.
So does that would that then affect would that affect equipment and motors and things that are using magnets then?
Probably. So if you had like a 1-horse motor, maybe it would be a 1/4 horse. I'm not sure. That's
it would be definitely noticeable in the wind turbine industry, if that was the case. It might not be rain. There might be some other phenomenon going on in your local area, mate. Not sure.
Well, they might just have to like use more energy to keep them, like things that are using magnets. Like if it changes it, then it might just be like it might have to work harder, kind of a thing, just to get the same result.
Well, you know how there's drag on the motor? When you take a generator, there's a certain amount of force to overcome. That when your magnetism is weakened, there's less force, right? The force is like an electrical brake. So I would assume if the magnetic field is weakened, yeah, something with the rain. Maybe it's stealing electrons. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it, but I forget. I was watching a video and he found it by accident. He had like a top, you know, like a child's toy. It was a top and it was magnetic, and it would levitate above another magnetic base. So you spin the top and it would levitate. As long as it's spinning, it would hold itself up. Well, he noticed one day, as soon as the rain stopped, it fell right out of the air. It lost all its magnetic properties to levitate. It just crashed. And I'm like, wow, I'm gonna try that one day. Like, I have some magnets on the refrigerator. Let me see. And yeah, they were at least, like I said, 50, 75% weakened. Because these things you gotta really pull and get my fingernail in there, and you gotta pull like hell to get them apart. And when it was raining, they were like easy. The 25-pound magnets went down to about 5 pounds.
Wow, that's amazing that you were able to verify that.
Yeah, 25 pounds. You think about it. And when they're small, like a 1-inch magnet, and it snaps, and you pinch your skin between them, and you got two. I don't know if it's like 50 pounds if each is 25 and 25, but if you get your skin caught in there, they hurt. And you got to be careful not to slap them together because they'll crack. They're like a ceramic. But yeah, you don't need that strong. You could have like 5 or 10-pound magnets, but you'll definitely notice the strength is weakened. I don't know why. We got to try and like wrap our heads around why that happens. But yeah, something about magnetism is electricity. Like they're interchangeable. and every generator has magnets in it. You can't have a generator without magnets. So there's some common link.
I've heard if you keep your razor blades facing north, they'll stay sharper longer. I don't know how true that is or what kind of studies they've done on it, but
Jeremy, I was going to say something just as sarcastic.
Something
You're
stupid.
also
Most
cows.
razors are stainless steel. They're not magnetized.
Yeah, but also cows always graze facing north. I'm just saying there could be something with the magnetism.
Exactly.
What about
I
what
like
about
it.
cows down below the equator where there's not like a magnetic field? Like you don't have a magnetic south. So which way do they face?
They
I
they
don't
look
know.
straight up.
I don't know. I heard they couldn't figure out why they do that either because they somehow ruled out the sun or something. I don't know.
I'd like to know what's on the other side. You know, like obviously there's a opposite of Polaris. There's got to be a south pole star directly beneath it. Like if it is like two planes between a toroid, if it's something like that, the underworld is a world just like this, but they're attracted to the bottom side up. There was something like that. I think it was in a something like a Lucas Films or something where they jumped into the water and they fell down through the water and came up on the other side, like standing right side up. It's like say you dive in and your feet are the last thing to go through the water. You go through the water, come up on the other side, and you're standing what would be upside down, but you're right side up again. If you get what I'm saying, like you're on the other side of the plane. Went through the hole, boom, now you're on the opposite side of the plane. It was like a wormhole effect, but just jumping through water. I think it was a metaphor for what they describe as like maybe that's what they mean by as above, so below. Maybe there's a whole underworld opposite of this side. We're on the north side, they're on the south. I don't know. I'm just speculating, but it seems like there would be an opposite of the magnetic pole. There's a north pole, there's got to be an opposite. But it's up and down. It's not like north and south as we perceive, you know, because we're on a flat shaped object, whatever we're on.
What if this is heaven and they're taking over?
I don't think this is heaven, man. This is like a middle ground. I think like because it's so shitty. Like heaven is not supposed to be shitty. You know, it's like this is a sorting ground, I think. I think it's like a middle ground. Like it's not hell. Hell would be absolute misery. This is a mixture, right? You get some when you realize how fucked up it is, you're like, wow, this is really bad. But I think it's a proving ground. Like, hey, let's see if you're worthy of getting out of this. We don't want to send you to hell right away, but we'll see if you could redeem yourself. Maybe we'll let you in. Otherwise, you know, you have one or two ways. That's why they say like a devil on one shoulder, an angel on the other. The devil is tempting you because this life is difficult. Hey, you want to have your life? You want to have that you want the Lambo? You want the bling bling? Do this. Go sell your soul. And you see like all these entertainers in the industry, they all sell their fucking soul. And then they regret it. They're like, "Damn, your life here is very short." You know? It seems like a long time, but in the term of eternity, it's not a very long time. Even if you live to be 100 or whatever, it's not a long time.
Yeah, well, that's why, like in a lot of the ancient cosmologies, they have sort of the three layers of the universe or of the cosmos. Like you have the upper level, which would perhaps be the heavens, like on a spiritual type idea, but in our sky, you know, the celestial objects above, and then you have the middle world, which would be like the plane of existence, like the physical world, like kind of like you said, where it is like a proving ground of sorts. You know, it's like a meeting place. And it's the physical, like the corporeal, you know, material world. And then you would have the underworld. And on the spiritual level, yeah, that could be like, you know, hell or demons, like that kind of idea, but also just the actual like physical underworld, whatever that may be. Like you were saying, like, is there some bottom world that's pushing gravity up, or is it just caverns and, you know, deep things that are within the earth? that have a limit. I mean, there's different ideas there too, but just that basic idea of like the upper, the middle, and the lower is pretty universal in all those ancient cosmologies.
The Norse people called it Midgard, like middle ground. Like maybe this is the middle, right? It's Midgard. We're in the middle of the realms. Here's the middle. There's the heavens above, and then there's the hell below it. This is the middle. We're stuck in the middle in this bubble.
Yep. And then there's the idea that like our souls, incarnate like in the body. So like this, like our physical body is just the vehicle for our souls to experience this physical world, like the interface.
I don't know. Maybe we're not supposed to figure the puzzle out. You know what I mean? We're not meant to figure it out. And maybe that's why it's so confusing. And maybe we never will. I don't think we ever will figure out at least in the physical, like our physical existence. Maybe when you pass, maybe you'll be enlightened, right? But maybe this is not meant for us to know. Because it's like cheating. It's like cheat codes in a game. You guys aren't supposed to know the cheat codes.
But I'm disappointed. I haven't heard anyone like really flat smacking Teclero.
You talking about Tickler of Gooch?
Teclero.
Okay. I think she's still probably here.
The girl?
Yeah.
We got more than one.
I love it. You're all too scared to say her name.
What was her name? Australia?
No, it's Polish. It's Teclero.
It's Polish.
Wait, no, that would be Russian. Probably. Yeah. You Russian?
No.
Sounds more Latino.
Really? What about when you're at work? Are you Russian? Especially on a Friday. Russian to get home.
I go Zoominov.
Zoomed off. I like that.
He zoomed off?
Igor.
That reminds me of that other guy, Tasty Beaver.
I go riding off. But for real,
trolls?
no one
get a lot of
like
trolls here?
Sorry, go ahead, Wolfie. Yeah.
Oh, there's like a delay. I was just wondering if you get a lot of trolls in here.
No. Not too much.
Justice Lorry guy who's quite offensive.
I mean, we
shells through here.
I heard
the resident trolls.
Everyone's
you invite your own trolls. I heard Kosho earlier.
White's word, fucking hell.
Yeah, basically, if they believe in the ball, they're probably trolls. If they roll, they troll.
Yeah. I mean, you can't be a legitimate person and believe in the ball. It's like, come on, man. If you've been at it as long as him, he's just here to troll us, man.
Nah, I disagree with that. I think you can. Like, I don't fault Globers for being Globers.
You have to deny reality. All of your physical senses, you have to deny all of that. I just don't think after a certain amount of time, I just think you're just here to push our fucking buttons. You know what I mean?
Not all of our physical senses. Most of them, I agree with you. But there's a couple that kind of support their theory more than flat Earth.
Your vestibular system shows that we're definitely not moving, man.
Absolutely.
And then, like, once you've been in the flat globe argument for a couple of years, let alone a couple of months, but when you've been in it for years, you've heard every argument, you know every reply. So you're obviously bullshitting if you're still at it 5 years later.
But there's like two things that kind of support their conception. One is like the obstruction at the horizon, when you zoom in and stuff like that.
What
The other one,
obstruction?
Excuse me.
the perceived obstruction, that's probably due to, like, bending light that moves the horizon.
We have verified pictures of things that are like way beyond the physical limitations of a physical horizon. They would
Absolutely.
be physically impossible. So it's like
Yeah, but you also have, data points where you have obstruction. And even for those that, like, basically, the refraction will move the horizon, right? But the fact that there's something below that kind of gives credence to their claim, even though obviously we know it's explained by refraction, but we don't have any, like, optical corridor data for refraction.
like once you prove that there is no curvature to water, then it's pretty much a moot point. You're just arguing a bunch of nonsense. Like it's
Anyways, the second one is that there is curvature when you go up.
Yeah.
When you go up,
up,
there's apparent curvature. Yeah, nothing measured.
Apparent, right?
Yes, as you go up, the horizon will seem to curve, because the way our eyes work is we have light that's reflecting off of matter, right? Reflecting off of these gases. And as you go up, you have less and less gases, and that's why, in these high altitude balloon footage and stuff like that, the sky, after a while, it becomes black, because there's no matter to reflect the light to go into our eyes, right? So because of that, we have, like, this localization of the reflected light that's entering our eyes down below the ground, like close to the ground where the gases are. And as you rise, that reflected light is going to stay down there, and it's going to get, because you can only see, like, the same distance 360 degrees around you, which is what your horizon is, right? It's going to seem like it's curving.
Let me ask you something, though. What do you perceive when you see the footage? What do you perceive? Do you see a 50-50? Do you see, in other words, 50% of what you can see is the base? You'll see like a pillow of clouds, and then you'll see 50% of blackness or whatever, but it's always level to your eye, and it's always 50-50. So it's
No,
always
that's what I'm telling you. That, like, and I used to believe it as well, that the horizon always rose to eye level, but it literally doesn't, because the horizon is, I'm telling you, it like on a flat Earth, it does not, because your eyes they see the reflected light, and that reflected light is close to the ground, because that's where the gases are that reflect said light. So as you rise, it's going to stay low.
Yeah, I haven't talked to Ron about this one yet, so he hasn't heard, like, our way of thinking about it, I don't think.
Yeah, this is something, like, I remember Jeremy mentioned it, like, a few months back, and it just seemed, I didn't like, chase it up, and then Jeremy and Riggs were talking about it this past week, and I just realized it recently.
Talking about what?
That the horizon does not rise to eye level on a flat Earth.
Okay, but
the horizon,
also you would have to look
is
down
apparent.
to see the horizon, right? So the thing
It's
is, even if
apparent.
it's not perfectly.
What's that, Wolfgang? And yeah, you're right, Whitesword. It's apparent.
Right.
No,
So
I'm
saying
why
is-
measure it?
Okay.
I can't hear him.
I can't hear you, bro.
Can you? Is my volume low?
Yeah, no, I hear you fine when you talk.
What I'm saying is, okay, if you have we're just using what we can see in the videos, like dog cam and shit like that.
Yeah.
Like, maybe if he brought a bubble level up there and he used it to compare, okay, is it level, or is it slightly below level? Whatever, I don't know. What I'm saying is, if on the ball model, you should have to look downward at a severe angle, maybe like 45 degrees, to see the horizon. It depends on whatever altitude. If you're at 100,000, 120,000, the horizon should be descending exponential the higher you go. So you shouldn't see that even close to 50-50 if it's 49-51. I don't know, 49% and 51%.
Yeah, it wouldn't be exponentially. It would be proportionally, right? And I think it does. And if you want to like check the frames, like the pixels of where the horizon is when it's like 50 feet off the ground and 135,000 feet or something like that, you're welcome to. But you might have a little bit of trouble because there's going to be a lot of like fade from where the atmosphere is slowly becoming more and more diffuse and light, and there's not going to be as much light reflecting. It's going to be like a gradual kind of not blur, but a haze. Haze is the word I was looking
Not
for.
what NASA's depicting, though. They're depicting a curved horizon.
Forget what NASA is showing, but like look at these high altitude balloon footages, and you'll see that there's a haze from where the atmosphere is thinning out.
Yeah, I know it's not a straight line. It's fuzzy. It's a
Yeah.
blurry line. It's not a perfect transition. I get that.
Yeah, so it's going to be hard to count pixels, is my point.
The further you can see, the higher you go. So obviously there's more and more atmosphere to look through.
Well, I would say it the other way around. The higher you go, the further you see, but yeah.
That's what I said, yeah. But that's what I'm saying. So then you're looking through more of the fluid nature of the atmosphere.
Getting thinner.
Anyways, I'm with you in terms of like most of observable, experience supports a motionless Earth with a flat horizon at ground level, but I don't think it doesn't remain flat as you go up, and only a little bit of observable kind of experience supports the globe model.
No, it doesn't support the globe.
That's not true. No.
All right.
If you're saying the apparent horizon drops and that's the support, it's just apparent. So there is no support there, is there really?
Well, like I said, the fact that there's like this, seeming bulge, it supports their conception more than it does, it's more than flat. That's all I'm saying. Like on a balance of probabilities, if someone saw this, the water blocking a ship, they'd, if they would just guess that one has more weight. If that was the only thing we were judging. But again, this is like the only one out of everything. So we see the skies, like the celestial bodies move. We see that the sun and the moon are like close to the same size. We see, that the sun is warm and like the moon doesn't. I don't know. There's just a bunch of stuff and like the stars regularly resetting and not changing positions and as they would if they were gas balls going millions of light years and stuff like that. So in the end, there's more evidence for the flat, and that's my default.
You just like to give him a little token gesture of something.
No, I mean, I try to stay real,
Fair enough.
Well, reality.
My thing is
expected to happen on a flat. Why wouldn't that happen on flat?
No, it would with refraction. I think. I'm pretty sure.
You have.
I mean, we do see the horizon moving and stuff like that, but
the atmosphere is a real thing, right? Did you ever see the sun disappear? There's a video where Dave Weiss, he has a drone, and you could see the sun just fades. It just fades away.
Yeah, of course.
You can see the outline, but there's a point where it reaches. It's like when you're driving your car through fog and your headlights disappear. The same thing happens to the sun.
Yeah, it's opacity in the atmosphere.
Yeah, the opacity, it just makes it blur away. And it's like everything has a limitation. All the light has a limitation. So if you're trying to say, well, the horizon, like it's not a sharp, clear line because it's opaque. And you're gonna, well, is the horizon down here where I can see it, where it appears to be, or is it above that? It's just all the atmosphere is throwing you off. But my point is,
I would disagree with that.
Left to right, it's level. Left to right, it's level. The line which you can perceive, your perceived line of the horizon, is always level.
Yeah, and then, like we said, as you raise altitude, that will slowly curve because that's the nature of your eyesight. I promise you it will.
No, it won't. Well, we have a disagreement. You can believe what you want.
I promise you it will, because as you're raising, you can only see so far, right? All the way around you, 360 degrees, right? But since that gas is localized to being near the ground, as you go up, that transition, that haze, that fuzziness is going to stay lower down towards the ground. And because you can only see so far, ahead of you and, to the left and the right, diagonally, right? And because the left and right diagonally, like on the left and right side of your field of view, are seeing, you can only see so far, as you raise, that's going to seem more curved. As you keep on raising, that left and right is going to keep on seeming more curved. You understand?
What do you mean by curved?
No.
Just because there's obstruction?
No, not obstruction. Not obstruction, because there's lack of atmosphere to reflect the light. If there was more gas, if it was ubiquitous and homogeneous, then you wouldn't see this. The horizon would continue to stay at your eye level.
Look at the Red Bull jump, the rectilinear lens inside his cabin. The horizon's at eye level and it's perfectly horizontal. There's no curve visible.
I mean, that little part of the door that was open isn't too much to go off of, especially at that height.
But it's a rectilinear lens. You're not going to get a wide-angle view unless you use a wide-angle lens. Which
I don't know if that was a rectilinear lens. I think it was just not a wide-angle lens.
Well, it's about as close to rectilinear as you're going to get.
I don't know about that. There's some, rectilinear lenses that can get pretty close to having straight lines, like, true to life.
When can you post something that shows curve? I've never seen any curvature from a high altitude balloon.
You've never seen
wide angle.
You've never seen anyone post a video where at below the bottom, and this was something I didn't like too whenever I came across it, but they'll have a convex line that was basically on the bottom of the frame, as opposed to being at the top where you would expect it with barrel distortion.
Or the same curve from 10 foot up to 100 foot.
Next time I come across something, I'll post it.
Well, surely you would have something at hand.
No,
if that's
I don't.
What you're claiming. Surely anyone else you've said this to has said that that's not true. Surely you would have something to hand.
No, I've only mentioned it to a few people, and most of them got it.
No way.
I
I've
promise
never
you.
heard a flat earther saying that you see a curve on the horizon.
As you increase in altitude, that's the logical thing. And I was sleeping on it, I missed it myself for a while.
What's logical about it, man? Gee, from what?
It's logical because this matter that's reflecting the light, it's a physical thing that stays near the ground. Okay? It's a physical thing. So imagine, and this was used to explain it to me. Imagine you have a super huge hula hoop. Hold up.
Tell me you see a curve.
Hold on, let me just finish. So you see 360 degrees around you, right? So imagine you have a huge hula hoop, right?
Man, just get back to reality. What footage have you ever seen that shows convexity on the horizon that's not a wide-angle lens? Come on, man.
I have seen a couple of things that showed convexity below the center line of the frame, below center frame. And I'll when I have a minute, I'll take a look. And who is this? Pantomath?
I don't know.
All right. When I have a look, when I come across it, I'll tag you. How about that?
Mate, if to say you're a flat earther and to say you've seen curve, you would have that to hand instantaneously.
Listen,
There's any flat earther
don't get
you
it twisted,
say that
Panto.
is gonna.
There's a difference between apparent curve.
That is gonna disagree with you. Any flat earther.
No, that's not true. And again,
don't get from 127,000 feet with no curve, bro.
Don't get it twisted. I'm not talking about the ground physically curving. It's not a curvature measurement whatsoever. I'm saying the horizon apparently curves. Yes, because of
no chance.
No, I'm telling you, that's how it has to work.
But you've not got any footage to hand, even though you're a
There's
flat
footage,
earther
man.
that there's curve. Well, I've never seen any. I've been in this 7 years, bro.
Yeah, I've been in it a while too, and I slept on it as well, so I don't blame you.
You slept on it. I would be watching it while I was awake, bro. I'd be fucking analysing it, and I'd be hunting for more. I would have gathered a fucking stack of evidence to prove this.
The next time I come, I promise you, I'll send it to you. All right? We'll put a pin in it for now, and I promise when I find an image, I'll tag you in it.
That's not good enough, bro.
All right.
Percent, you just got called out, bro.
Did I?
Damn. I've never seen that.
Next
Damn,
time
what I
find
missed.
that, I'll give you. Fuck.
He's asking.
You missed a flat earther.
Riggs, he's basically asking. Go ahead, Panto. What did he miss?
that you're claiming you see curvature?
No. I don't think he said that.
I said apparent curvature of the horizon.
Apparently.
Yeah, not geometric, not measured, just the apparent curvature as you go up a high enough altitude.
Bro, Globers would be using this fucking constantly. Where? Can you post it?
Yeah, man. Any of the videos.
DM it to me. DM it to me, bro.
Well, look, there's just close your eyes for a second. Imagine a hula hoop right at your eye level. It's gonna look like a straight line. And then if you bring the hula hoop down to your waist, you're gonna see the circle of that hula hoop, right? Yes or no?
I'm not going to see we're not talking about the scale of a hula hoop here, man.
I am.
I was talking about fucking footage. He's talking about no. Imagine a hula hoop on
Just
your
stick to the question, man.
Oh, I'm trying to. You're talking about fucking hula hoops for fuck's sake. I'm asking for a video showing this.
Just. I'm trying to demonstrate.
You want to show me a video rather than a photo experiment with fucking hula hoops? Can you post a video if this is true? Because I'd love to see it.
Well, you have to understand.
I don't need a video to kind of explain it, though.
No, but I need a video to believe it. Because it sounds like bullshit, bro. I've never heard any flat earther or globe earther ever use it, ever.
Patomath, imagine the hula hoop is you're inside of it, right? And you have it held up to your eyes, so it's blocking most of your vision, right? As you're decreasing it, as you're descending it, it's going to slowly curve. Because the hula hoop is a circle, just like your eyesight.
No. The Earth isn't a hula hoop. Your vision is.
My vision's a hula hoop.
Well, technically, the hula hoop would be the
vision is the end of the hula hoop.
Come on, man.
The gas reflecting the light would technically be like the hula hoop in this.
Well, that's what is reflecting, but the hula hoop itself is the limit of your vision, the actual limit where you can't receive light from any further distance.
Yeah, it's your horizon.
So you're saying we live on a hula hoop Earth?
No,
that's what they're saying. Man.
I say that your eyes work in a circle.
They've not got any videos proving it. All they've got.
There is, man.
They've not even got a hula hoop. That's the problem. He's not even got a hula hoop to show me this.
Oh, is that guy's nickname Hula Hoop now? Please.
That's his new name. I'm going to change it.
Well, Riggs, are you guys saying that it's something like a circle of light over a plane that's, at its outer...
Well, no, you can only see in a circle. The problem is everything that you're looking at is below you. So then you're going to see the circle of vision below you. And if it's at your eye level, then it looks like a line. If it's below you, it looks like a circle. That's why I use the hula hoop.
Because it's physical stuff that's being reflected, like light is reflecting off of into your eye.
Never seen it all of these time, man.
And it's not even a phenomena that happens all the time. Like it's well, I mean, it does happen all the time, but like visual effects change what you see, so you may not notice it. So like when you're at a high altitude plane, there is just a very small gap between the center of your vision and where the light's being reflected from, because that gap is like 80,000 feet of black nothingness. Just
This hurts my brain.
I'm not sure if this would work on a flat Earth, but the hula hoop example is actually one that I used myself regarding the globe and how it looks, like 5 years ago or something, when I first started thinking about this topic.
Well, the details are in the distance, and they made up for the distance with a bullshit refraction claim, which isn't consistent anyway. So,
like many people argue that the Earth cannot be a globe because the horizon doesn't curve. Well, if the horizon was a straight line just in front of you. That might work because we expect straight lines to curve. But the horizon is actually a circle, and that doesn't necessarily apply. And you can use the hula hoop example because the horizon would actually sort of form a hula hoop around you.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about.
You're looking at it like if it's roughly speaking at your eye level, you wouldn't see the curve.
But they just said that horizon is not eye level.
Dude, the horizon is something that, okay, in art, hold on, man. In art, the horizon is always at the center of your optical. So like, it's right in the middle of the lens. Okay, well, in photography, it's in the middle of the lens. In art, you can create a horizon anywhere you want on the page, but in reality, the horizon is defined as when the ground. Well, it's just like different.
No, I'm saying, can you send me this footage? It shows this.
All the footage. Like you can't escape it.
Not all the footage,
just
because I've never seen curvature on the horizon apart from wide angle lenses. That's the only time I've ever seen it in my life.
You two just keep on going round in circles and you're fucking confusing me.
Well, this isn't.
That's the nature of the discussion.
I was going to
kind
ask
of an
you guys,
advanced discussion, but
yeah, I was going to ask you guys to kind of
It's
like
all they
walk us
do.
through it, like from the beginning, as basic as possible. She's very new to this.
Dumb it down.
I'm just asking for footage, all these videos that you keep claiming, but you're talking about hula hoops repeatedly. Can somebody send me footage of this so I can actually look at it before I go to sleep?
I can get you some footage here. I think I know what they're saying.
Don't show me a hula hoop or I'm going to jump at my fucking window.
he will too. He will too.
Man, I'm on the ground floor. So
And he'll take his phone. He'll jump out with his phone in his hand and say, "Oh, bro, you won't believe the fucking crazy shit that happened. I got high off some shit, and then I jumped out the window with my phone, and now I'm on this burner phone. You know, I lost all my accounts and my phone number, and my girlfriend can't call me, and I lost my dog." And
I've never seen a hula hoop. It was a pogo stick. Oh man, daylight's starting to creep in. Shit, man. Oh no.
well, just put a hula hoop in front of your eyes, and it'll block all the light.
Well, they sell potato chips over here called hula hoops, so maybe go to the gas station and get a pack.
And she understood that. But
Well, I think it partly stems from the idea that we see in a circle.
Like a sphere, sort of.
Yeah, in a way, because like the limits of our eyes are equal all around. So when, you know, of course the atmosphere will alter that. I mean, if you're looking along the ground, there's more, you know, particulates. You're not going to be able to see as far as when you're looking up in the sky if it's more clear. But in general, yeah, like we see in a circle, essentially like, yeah, like a sphere around us, up, down, left, right, like our field of view. And on a planar surface, if you were to draw a circle around you, like that idea of a hula hoop, meaning the limits of how far you can see, it would be a circle. So then if you take that up at high altitude, so now you're up at 30,000 feet in an airplane, there's still that circle of which you can see. And then, you know, you have the horizon, which of course would be like the beating of the sky and the ground. But in a sense, you are kind of seeing in like a 360
perspective kicks in.
range.
Well, the reason as you rise up, that circle doesn't stay at your eye level is because just like an observer is a necessary antecedent to having a horizon, atmosphere is as well. You need something to reflect the light back to you. So if it was all a perfect vacuum and we had no atmosphere, then it would all be black, first off, right? Or like, let's say it was a perfect atmosphere.
JV?
Hold up, let's say it was a perfect atmosphere and there was no... You good, White Sword? Alright, so anyways, let's say it's a perfect atmosphere and the atmosphere doesn't get like, doesn't get thinner as you go up. As you go up, your horizon will still, it'll stay at your eye level. But the fact is that the horizon stays down. and you need an atmosphere. Sorry, the atmosphere stays down, and you need an atmosphere to reflect the light to have a horizon. So since it stays down, your horizon's going to stay down. Simple as that.
Yeah, if there was something up there with you, then your horizon would be up there with you. But just ain't much up there.
Apart from hula hoops.
Yeah, hula hoops.
But I wouldn't say there's Earth curvature, but there's also another way that it can look a little bit curved at high altitude, which is if you're up like in an airplane, there might be like a rainstorm off to your left if you're looking out the window, and then to the right it'd be really clear. Like, you know, sometimes that happens when there's like a dividing line between just different atmospheric conditions. And if the horizon is the meeting point of the ground and the sky, but it's only optical over a planar type of a shape of an Earth where there's no curvature, so you're just looking out indefinitely across the plane. So that the horizon is the meeting place of the ground and the sky, but that's going to change due to how far you can see and the atmospheric conditions. So if you had that type of thing, like over on the left, there's a rainstorm, you might not be able to see very far, you know, to the left because there's a bunch of clouds and, you know, dark clouds in the way. So the place that the ground meets the sky there would be closer. And then if you're looking off to the right and it's like blue sky, like kind of, you know, open with like less clouds, something like that, then you're going to be able to see further to the right because there's less, you know, clouds and atmosphere, to where that could look curved, meaning it's like lower on the left and higher on the right. And if you were to try to link that together, you might think, oh, I'm seeing kind of a bubble like curve there. But it's not really that at all. It's just that you're seeing in the circle, like, and I agree with that hula hoop concept where you are kind of seeing in the circle. But in addition, you now have atmospheric conditions which are changing how you see that circle, which could make it look not necessarily curved like curvature of a globe Earth, but it could make it the horizon, you know, have like different features to it and kind of different levels essentially.
I'm gonna knock this out with a P-Brain video.
Sounded good, Gio.
Yeah, that's why sometimes when people say they see the curve from an airplane, I don't necessarily deny that they may have seen something like that. Doesn't mean they're seeing the curve of an Earth, but they perhaps saw something that made it look a little bit like that. Also, the curve of the window could be another, you know, factor.
No matter where you are, you've got your little personal atmospheric dome. Might turn into a sphere if you go high enough, I suppose, off the ground. But you've also got perspective at play. You know, we're so far away from the ceiling, but we're very close to the ground. Even if we get to 30,000 feet, we're still very close to the ground relative to the ceiling. So we're always going to have that perspective game at play. And in your own spherical little bubble, if you imagine the center line of that, obviously would anything underneath that would appear left to right to curve down. It'd be distorted downwards each way. That makes sense. Someone render this in 3D. Come on, one of you smart people.
I've got the fucking hiccups. Shit.
It also looks like that, like to me, when I'm like, if I'm up at like a high altitude, like a mountain, something like that, especially like looking out over multiple different landscapes, like there's like land and then there's ocean. Cause like on the coast here, like in Northern California, like you can get views like that where you're looking like over like mountains and a bay of water and then the ocean and then more land, like, and I mean, to me, it does look like the Earth is an extended plane. Like that's definitely the direct lived experience of what it is, and that's what I definitely experience myself looking at. However, it feels like I'm looking over a plane through human eyeballs that have perspective and have that field of view and the atmospheric conditions and all that.
Definitely.
But that's a very different thing than the actual Earth curving away. I mean, there could be some overlaps or some similarities, but
That's why we can look at NASA footage and know that it's not real. Also, because they have to they basically take like a screenshot of high altitude footage and then they curve it onto like a CGI ball below them, and which looks nothing like any of our independent footage. Like at no point does it look like that. So it's like a real comparison.
We've got tiny countries covering the whole one full side of the globe that they're showing.
There are a couple of videos where it seems like they took a real picture of the Earth and then they plugged it in through like a lens that would basically like a hemispherical lens to give it curvature using like a natural curve. But
yeah, I've seen Scotland once like that, man. Almost identical. That Scotland took up like the whole frame of picture.
Yeah, that's the problem with those is that you can get a natural looking curve, but it won't actually be a curve consistent with the shape that they're trying to tell us it is, like the size. So like it looks like it's not CGI, but you're not going to get the size that you're trying to achieve. It'll look like Planet, New Mexico or something like that. But then the CGI ones, oh man, they just are really obvious because they look nothing like anything we've seen from a camera.
Are you getting it yet, Gooch Tickler?
She's probably laughing her ass off.
Oh, she accidentally left the chat, and when she rejoined, she's still muted.
oh yeah, because I didn't really check her in. Yeah, I'll give her voice verified now that we've heard her talk.
Yeah, and you guys can just relax and just go through the baby steps with her.
All right, Gucci. Ask a question.
Gucci, Gucci, go.
Gucci, Gucci.
Tickle.
Oh, someone's shy.
It's a bit creepy, really.
Don't put me on the spot. Leave me alone. And I don't even know if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
We can hear you, love. It's all right, love. We can hear you.
Well, what she asked me in secret was, so what all the teachers told me at school was, did they just pull it out their asses? You can answer that.
Well,
essentially. They didn't pull it out their asses. They just genuinely believe it because they were, this is what they were taught.
Well, it depends on the teacher too, to be honest.
They pulled it.
And what they're trying to demonstrate or answer or whatever.
Yeah, but it all makes sense. I think.
What makes sense?
Just everything that they taught, it just made sense.
Sure. Well, okay. During the summer, we are further away from we are further away from the sun by about 3 or so million miles. Does that make sense?
No.
Hold on, give her
well,
the
there you
full
go.
story. In the North American summer, we're further away.
Oh, so the
I'm not in North America.
South wouldn't be
No,
further?
during the southern hemispheric plane, we're actually closer.
What?
Sorry, I screwed that up. During the southern hemispheric summer, we're actually closer to the sun.
All makes sense.
Okay, but the fact remains that it's summertime in the northern hemisphere, and you're 3 million miles farther.
And pointed away from it.
How do you point away a ball?
You have an axial tilt.
How do you tilt a ball?
No, hold up. Okay, so it's pointed away. It's tilted away, right? What's the difference in distance from that tilt?
The difference in distance, it's like a 23-degree tilt.
Yeah, just of the Earth. You know, taking into account its radius. What's the difference in distance?
I have no idea. I would have to do the math on it.
It's a couple thousand miles.
Square root of fuck all.
Okay, now compare that to the 3 million miles, was it? That the sun has moved farther, and you're saying that it makes sense that it's warmer?
0.3% of the... Yeah, 0.3%. Closer.
What?
Almost
Closer?
Closer or further away. Sorry, usually I'm used to working with this argument from the other side. But it's still not enough to make a difference.
Yeah, you're right. It's not enough to make a difference. You have this tilt. You're barely tilting the ball, right? It's a difference of what? Maybe like 1,000 miles?
No, what doesn't make the difference is the minute change in difference, or change in distance.
No, but you're saying that tilting the ball so that this city is now like 1,000 miles farther than, you know, where it was before tilting it, basically.
That's what establishes the seasons.
Yeah. You're saying that 1,000-mile difference will, you know, cause it to be warmer with the sun. How much was it? 300 million miles? 30 million miles?
This just doesn't matter.
It does matter.
Like we said, it's the square root of fuck all percentage.
No, it's the inverse square law of light, right? If the light's farther and you're only moving the thing like 1,000 miles,
It's
even
not just
100
distance;
miles.
it's the square difference. So like 3% might be like 6% or something like that, you know. As far as how much
it's less than
we're receiving. Oh no, it's not. Just the 3 million miles alone is 3%.
Are you getting all this?
That's not including the square difference of the eminence from the sun. I mean, the closer you get,
it's
the more you're
like,
getting.
Pretty clear.
It's almost as if the seasons are not caused by the distance to the sun, but rather the axial tilt.
Uh-oh.
But that doesn't work with the inverse square law either.
Yeah, you can't isolate the whole ball as getting the same amount of sun per day.
No, it's not.
Bro, you said that the sun comes in parallel. What the fuck difference is 500 miles from tilting it just a little bit gonna make? You know, compared to how much was it? 30 million miles? Or 3 million miles difference in terms of where the sun is? Tilting it 500 miles with a parallel light coming everywhere should make a difference.
Yeah. The whole ball gets the sun.
The fact that there is a difference means that it's not 93 million miles away, or 2, there isn't this axial tilt that you're talking about, or 3, both.
No, yeah, They explain away the seasons with the tilt for north and south, but it doesn't explain away the amount of heat we get from the sun. That's totally
percentage is talking about boats, though.
Exactly. Yeah, the inverse square law, like it in terms of the way light and heat both dissipate through an environment. If the sun at 93 million miles away was that warm, in the summertime where it's sweltering hot, just that tilting it very slightly would never cause it to be that cold of a winter. It would maybe be a minuscule, teeny tiny amount different, but that 93 million mile light source is still blasting. The heat and everything is coming and hitting that actual object. The inverse square law does work with that in terms of the sun being close and local, because as it's actually moving away, 500 miles, 1,000 miles over a planar, flat type Earth where the sun is above, as that's moving away, the inverse square law does actually correlate with that distance, but it does not correlate with a tilt at all.
Yeah.
Just repeat that back to us, Gooch. You got that down, Pat? Shit.
I said baby steps, guys.
Oh.
In it?
Well, we keep trying to talk to her, and then people interrupt her. She doesn't respond, so it's hard to...
I'm trying to listen, and then other people start butting in, and then everybody starts saying loads of numbers and loads of big long fancy words.
Gooch, button in. I see what you did there.
Well, let's give you the floor. What topic or question would you have about this?
Well, it's nothing compared to whatever the fuck y'all been talking about.
Well, that's good, because I'm tired of our topics. We do the same ones every day.
This is completely new for us, so...
Hi.
Yeah, well...
I haven't been to sleep yet.
Well, Gooch, do you know what the curvature of the globe Earth should be if it was a globe?
No. I'm still trying to understand where all this apparent bullshit my geography teachers have not taught me. Like, where did all this come from?
Oh, why does it matter?
Well, they were taught...
I said the same thing to you.
I know. I'm just feeding it back to you so that you get it.
Well, I mean, yeah, they were taught a particular thing. I mean, there's a whole history. I mean, in terms of like heliocentrism, meaning the sun is at the center and then the globe Earth. I mean, there's a history, they claim, but they didn't really claim to get like a picture of it until going to the moon in 1969. So before that, it was more, sort of theory. But after World War II, basically all of the education in first world countries was homogenized, meaning that it was the same for all these first world countries. So at that point, the globe Earth model was the one that they were pushing and teaching. So teachers were just teaching what they were taught and passing that on, to the children. So basically they were just taught the entire kind of globe Earth model, that idea, and then they just taught it to their children. But they weren't actually out there verifying whether the Earth is moving or whether it has curvature. They just were repeating it, what they were taught.
Oh.
But there's a lot of history of where it all comes from, like the globe Earth, idea, the idea that it's a globe, and then agencies like NASA, government agencies that are supporting that idea. But I mean, ultimately, I see it as propaganda, meaning it's not necessarily verified in reality. It's just something that is being taught. And then nowadays, they, with the space agencies, they have the ability to claim that they're proving it, through, basically pictures from space is what they claim. Those pictures are real.
Well, if you have pictures from space, it makes the veracity of the other evidence not so important. Because hey, we did it already, so we don't really need to lean on all this math and stuff.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a model. Yep, it's a model.
So like right now they have theoretical physicists running around literally just like spewing shit out of their mouth. Like literally none of it makes sense. And it's all because their math doesn't work. So, but hey, you know what? We have all these pictures from space, so who cares if the math doesn't work? You know? Like, hey, it works. We're there. We can kind of like, you know, poke around in this space thing that we told you about. So, doesn't matter if 90% of our math doesn't really check out. Totally fine.
Except the engineering math does all work, doesn't it, Riggs?
Oh yeah, like propulsion without a medium.
Yep.
Yeah, totally works out. How did you test that?
What's propulsion without a medium?
Basically, the fact that you need, like, if you go swimming, you push off the water to go forward, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing in space to push off of.
For every action, there's an opposite and equal reaction. So when you throw a bunch of shit out the back end really, really fast,
yep,
you go the other way.
I agree, except that there is no medium of which you're speaking about for that to happen.
I didn't mention a medium.
But maybe a medium.
You have to have a medium.
Except it's not.
Just like a medium is necessary antecedent for a horizon, maybe it's the same for this motion, for propulsion.
Yeah, like to make any claim about how physics works, you have to have a medium. You can't just say physics.
The universal law of motion is exactly.
I mean, am I right? Do you can you just say physics and that's fine, or do you have to have a medium to demonstrate physics? Right?
I wouldn't say you necessarily have a medium. I would say if they have a small scale demonstration of, like, you know, a vacuum chamber with a vacuum akin to space, and they showed propulsion, you know, with the, you know, not having a medium, you know, so to speak, and they showed propulsion, I'd be fine with that. Just if we had a demonstration, that'd be cool.
You'd fill up the container.
No, ideally they would have, you know, the vacuum still running, and it would be, you know, big enough such that it's kind of, you know, not affecting the rocket, like a super mini rocket inside, you know, that BBC vacuum chamber.
Well, okay, so the only demonstration of you know, propulsion in a vacuum, it's not even close to a demonstration, and it doesn't even start moving slightly until enough gas is filling the column to act, or the container to actually have something to push off of. Other than that,
other than Action Lab soda in a vacuum chamber on YouTube and all the other experiments, I would agree with you.
No, that one, the Sprite can, that one's propelling off of the end of the container that came off, the end of the can that got ripped off.
The end that where it begins moving before it touches anything. Yes.
No, it actually, because of a weakness in the can, it actually, you know, comes apart and rips off, and then it propels off of that part. So it's basically like propelling off the ground.
I'm confused again.
Basically, there's no demonstration. You know, whenever they say something's going up in space, and they just have like video of it, they don't have a small scale demonstration of it actually going into space. You know, we think it goes into space, right? But all we can really see is that it's off in the sky, and who knows what happens to it after. Does it, you know, go on a parabolic arc and fall into the ocean somewhere, or does it actually go up in space? We don't know, because we don't have an actual small scale demonstration.
basically there's a cut scene. So we see a rocket go up. Let's just assume the rocket's real, and then it goes up and off into the distance, makes a big arc in the sky, and then the viewers at home, they see a cut scene, right, where it just goes to, you know, hey, this thing is in space now. It's a huge gap.
And then a few hours later, the viewers at home go out,
God knew you were going to say something stupid, so he stopped you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should stick to your boats.
Like, first thing you brought up was your teachers, right?
Yeah.
not you. What about you? Don't worry about your teacher. Sure, they're nice people and they think that they're doing the right thing. But what about you? When
What
you
about
go
me?
outside, what do you see when you go outside?
People.
Dead
Hate
people?
Well, this is
Yeah, I saw that coming.
this is where they get you, right? It's like they make you ignore what you see and try to force you into some kind of story about what you're not seeing. Right? So when you go outside, you see a flat horizon, and they're going to say, hey, there's things disappearing behind that horizon. But if you go back the next day, you could see those things. And then that horizon will move away from you, closer to you, and blah, blah, blah. All the while, they want you to ignore that perfectly straight line going right to left. They want you to ignore that, blame the other shit. Okay? When you go outside, you'll see a moving sun. See the moving stars. You'll see the moving moon. You'll see all that. When you, anywhere you go will be stuff. You will never see space. There's no such thing as space. There's stuff everywhere. Okay? If you put your hands together, is there anything between your hands? No. Pull them apart. Now there's stuff in between your hands. There's air and dust. Now, what they say is going on in space is there's, like, per every cubic meter, there's like a few hydrogen atoms, and that's it. But if there was nothing between them, then they would be touching. So they got you kind of
Why
right.
would they be touching?
Because there would be nothing between them.
Nothing between them doesn't mean near each other.
Giggity.
What are you saying?
Giggity? He said
If there's
giggity.
nothing,
I think you got him excited.
if there's nothing between two things, how can there be a distance? Distance of what? It's all nonsense, Gooch. It's bullshit. All right.
I think you've shocked her.
They're going to point to, pendulums.
Look, I'm really
Periscope.
slow. Just give me a moment, please.
Okay.
Everyone should try their 5-minute flat Earth shtick.
Oh, I got a video for that. I don't even bother.
No, don't send.
I'll do our sales pitch here.
You're wasting your time if you send me videos.
Yeah, I just hand over the 5-minute ODD video or whatever. I don't even do the.
I just send an Eric Dubay rapping video.
There you go. In a dress.
It does it every time. Yeah, in a dress.
Yeah, their jaw is on the floor afterwards.
I don't know what's worse, Patricia Steer or Eric Dubay pretending to be Patricia Steer.
Yeah, at the beginning, because Eric Dubay, he's got some great videos and good presentations and everything, but
holy crap.
I would often not send that to people because I would figure okay, they're going to go to his channel and find that.
Yeah. Or they're going to find the Hitler one.
Yeah, nothing talks you into flat Earth like a Nazi rap battle.
Right.
Well, that one I know people have so much contention around that, but I actually understand. He just thinks that that's the ultimate level of the control system. So that's why he just thinks that.
Bro, have you seen his old videos about World War II? He's got some pretty crazy extreme footage in there, actually. I've never seen most of that stuff. They don't show you, but
what old videos? He's had 10 accounts deleted.
There, I remember he had some on BitChute when he started trying to do that.
Oh,
it was kind of crazy, man. It was trucks just driving over piles of people. Weird.
He doesn't really make new ones though. Just repost old ones.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of gave that up after a while. But I kind of understood what his point was. But you know how there's like certain conspiracies no one wants to touch, like the Sandy Hook or something. It's just a no-go zone.
Well, when it was easier to find videos, that was easier one to touch. But now you're like, as soon as you Google that shit, you're put on a list. So
Yeah.
you know, that one's a difficult one, especially because Alex Jones he went to court for it and lost. So it kind of like sets precedence, and he represents our interest, even if I don't want him to. Everyone thinks that basically he's my man. You know?
Well, assuming people are ready to talk about it without screaming or saying, you're dishonoring the memory of dead kids or whatever, it helps to have, like one point that they can look into seriously. I just say, look, the thing that made me look into it was the 4 years of missing internet history that make it look like the school was not even functional and was basically shut down for a new school. Like they appear to say, the missing food reports, the missing delivery reports, things that Wolfgang Halbig, the main Sandy Hook dissenter, tried to subpoena for Freedom of Information Act requests, and he couldn't get a hand on anything.
Is he still alive?
I don't know. I mean,
he's like at the edge,
I mean, the news is just going to make it look like, he's just this discredited conspiracy kook. But when, you put it like that, like, where's the information, the objective?
Well, no, actually, he was a professional.
A functional school, like that makes people think, okay, well, what the hell is going on here?
He actually, okay, so this guy was a safety instructor. He went around 2 schools, 2 places of business to educate them on how to prepare for a disaster, or in the event of a fire or a shooter or whatever. He would help them map out like safety plans for their facilities and their employees. So this guy is the guy who's literally going against Sandy Hook, saying this is all bullshit, that none of this would have happened the way it would have happened, or it did happen. The information that should be there, obviously, is not there. And then he found all this corroborating evidence that just made it look like it was organized. And then, then he went after it legally, because that was literally his profession. He knows what to expect in the case of an event, and none of that took place. It was all theatrical.
Well, it looked like they were walking around in circles.
Yeah, they had the kids circling the building. That was just weird.
Well, they're catching B film,
Like, I mean, say what you want. I know it's controversial and super, like, people get emotionally attached to this kind of thing, but there were so many suspicious things and so many questions that came from it. But I think even talking about it, it's really, people are quick to just label it like hate speech and shit. So
fuck them. They need to get over it. The government's lying to them. We pay them to lie to us. They even admit it. They just don't tell us what events.
Well, yeah. There's not all too much
seriously suspicious elements that people of goodwill, might want to look into if they're, serious about dealing with these people that question the event. The easy thing is just saying these are terrible people that are just crazy. But the harder thing is being like, okay, well, what are these people talking about? Let's look into it and see, what exactly is making them dissent. Now, I've talked to people about this before. They could give a damn. At that point, they're trying to protect the narrative. It's like a instinctual response. So, you just try to keep it civil, give them the information and move on.
Well, I kind of do agree with Riggs. It's like, for me in 2021 to search and look for information about that, I do feel like I'd be on some suspicious behavior kind of list.
Probably. I mean, the government's watching everything. And so they're basically cracking down on dissent by calling them conspiracy theorists, flat earthers, anti-vaxxers, white nationalists, terrorists. They have their buzzwords to say, stay away from this, basically.
Well, they used that event. They created that whole event to facilitate a straw man to lump all of you and I together into one little bucket.
I hear fucking Rand Paul always use, the flat Earth as if, that's like, here's the example of crazy, like.
Yep.
Yeah, they needed a group of people that all of us could.
Look at all these dead children. How dare they? How dare they think that these kids aren't dead? That the mothers and fathers aren't suffering? And then the main actors of the parents, they went off on a fucking speaking tour, making money, getting donations, being on television, getting paid. They're getting kickbacks from their children dying.
Yeah, I saw that even with the the George Floyd stuff. A lot of these, like, you see the family just like shamelessly like milking it for all it's worth financially. It's like, oh man. But all these things should be suspicious, right?
It does make you think. I mean,
No,
even with
it doesn't make some people think.
Well, even with the whole David Hogg thing, you could find video of high schoolers, saying this dude who's at my school is not even a student; he's like 25. And then David Hogg is kind of like, laughing with them, being like, "Shut up, shut up," you're blowing my cover. Yeah, I mean, I could see that video up until it was scrubbed off of YouTube, probably at least like 3 or 4 years ago. And
You know
so
what else got scrubbed off the internet? David Hogg's video of him with his little buzz-haired lesbian friend. They were in the same school. They were in a video showing the curvature of the Earth with a high-altitude balloon. That was the first video on their account, on his account.
No way.
Yep.
No way.
And I have a screenshot of it somewhere, but I should have downloaded it. It's all gone now. Can't find it. Yep, that was his first fucking video. Him and his little buzz-haired friend.
Mm-hmm. They were making fun of her when she was ripping up some sort of two-way thing or something like that, and then they photoshopped it, a video of her tearing up the Constitution instead, and it was just like meme gold. It's like counter propaganda. Like it was just so effective, and then like they try to counter by saying, "Oh, this is hate speech," or "This is just so insensitive." It's like they try to protect their propaganda from the counter propaganda by just demonizing and smearing their opponent. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, and I see exactly how they put out their propaganda too. Like they'll create this website, okay, this random ass like patriotic website or like freedom or truth website, just with these crazy like designs on it, right? And then they'll come out with some article that nobody's verified, like, oh, this Pfizer's CEO's wife died, according to an inside source, right? And then this gets spread all over Facebook, and then it's literally released the same time the fact checkers have already got their facts checked on it. Like, oh, actually, it was this other website. And by then, all the truth people have already shared that article, and it was all just.
They know how to fight it by putting out misinformation. That way, it makes them look less reliable and less credible. That's why you really have to wait when news breaks like that for like at least, as far as I can tell, 2 weeks. Because usually by then the fakes have been ferreted out, and you can tell whether it has legitimate elements or not. Right. So, even with, the normie news or whatever, I just wait until, the dust settles, because they're trying to get advantage of that quick news cycle so that, they can take advantage of that confusion.
I think they're taking every step necessary to make us look like extremists that have no legitimacy whatsoever, so that we can just, we could be screaming in someone's face and they'll just like not even pay attention.
Pretty much.
That's basically what flat Earth is becoming, isn't it?
Not quite. People are waking up to the shape of the Earth.
Oh yeah. That means you finally got a map, right, Lemon?
AE or Gleason. I'm not like some of these
Accurate
satanic
for the
atheist
Southern
flat
Hemisphere.
earthers. I go full biblical with the biblical cosmology and some sort of AE Gleason map on it with no problem.
Accurate for nautical shipping routes in the Southern Hemisphere, please.
Accurate enough for radio propagation.
That's not nautical shipping routes, is it? In fact, if I used the AE or Gleason map on those nautical shipping route, I would probably not show up the right spot.
You would get to your destination just fine.
Yeah, you
no.
said probably, right?
Yeah, because you're right. If I did the calculation on there, I would actually have too much fuel.
So you know what would happen.
It would be. Yes, I know the radius of the circle is bigger in the Southern Hemisphere on both the A and Gleason map.
You went
that
from
Roman
probably
just
to you know for sure.
yes.
Interesting.
I know that because what I also changed was what would happen to this is a fact that on these maps they are larger in the Southern Hemisphere.
Is that a fact?
Yes.
That's just like your opinion, man. Go out there and do it, man.
There's ships doing it right now. The Transat is currently ongoing.
I want a 4K live stream.
There is, I believe, 2 that are still available. The 11th hour boat that was doing it actually smashed their mast, including the receiver kind of fell off. One of the other, no, it was actually really bad.
Man, Transat is trash. Like, their video is just terrible. Like, Utelsat has way better free-to-air channels.
Okay. Transat's the name of the race. It's actually a coffee company that owns it.
Wow, you don't have to like limit it to race. What are you, racist?
Yeah, that was kind of a weird one. Kool-Aid, do you think you're buying whatever they're selling?
He's drinking it.
I actually don't drink
Kool-Aid right now?
I don't drink their coffee, no.
Globeade.
Are you drinking it right now? Like, are you actually drinking the Kool-Aid right now?
Actually, I do have a glass here.
Globeade.
Nice adult Kool-Aid.
There needs to be like a flat Earth channel that unironically like drinks Kool-Aid. That's like part of the thing.
With the tinfoil hat on?
Yeah.
I drink Powerade. It was on sale, and then so I bought a little bit, and I looked at the ingredients, and I was pleasantly surprised. Because if you look at like Gatorade and other sports drinks, in the ingredients it just says water, right? Which means it's, you know, regular fluoridated water. But then the first item on the Powerade ingredient list is reverse osmosis water. And those words just get me going. Like, it does something to me.
Well,
I think.
I was gonna. Never mind. Go ahead. I was gonna say.
No, I think all the Coke products use distilled water or reverse osmosis for flavor consistency.
Really?
No, but
yeah.
I was really upset none of you guys showed up to Kool-Aid Days this year.
Yeah, it's mostly RO that they use. They just RO tap water, which is, yeah, decent, but still has some.
Well, doesn't reverse osmosis get rid of the fluoride?
No,
it'll
I don't think it does.
Yeah, it will eject the majority of fluoride, but it depends on what else it has to eject. So there will probably be some in it, but it gets most of it out. Yeah.
Okay, looks like, you know, I'm gonna find some Coke that doesn't have aspartame or acesulfame K. Because I like, you know, I boycotted it because on those grounds, the fluoride and, you know, the fucking weird sweeteners.
Percentage, didn't you know that fluoride's good for your teeth?
I don't need that, man. I don't have any teeth.
Nice.
Gummy bear.
That's the scam. Get fucking dentures, man.
Yeah, that's why they've kind of programmed us to see, how rappers have grills and shit. Maybe that is the future. Metal teeth, man. They went from wooden teeth, Washington, to metal teeth. Gotta evolve sometimes, guys.
Well, the ideal diet for your teeth appears to be raw. The diet of the West is so mineral deficient, people are just losing their teeth. They remarked how ancient people, tribal people, had strong, healthy bones and teeth. Very few, if any, degenerate diseases. It looks like it's the Western diet. It's just crap.
Except for cancer.
Well, cancer is another thing. I mean, your body doesn't have the nutrition to heal properly with the cancer pathway. Cancer is basically just accelerated healing, trying to heal the damage, but we're so toxic and so deficient that, pathway just becomes cancerous. Otherwise, you just have an accelerated, healing that would just, be benign, not malignant and cancerous.
Are you a pee drinker, Lemon? Sorry, a urine therapy believer?
Some people talk about how it has stem cells in it. And there's ancient Ayurvedic medicine in India or whatever that uses urine. They call it the golden water.
Sorry, maybe
urinotherapy.
Maybe I was a little too subtle with my question. Do you drink your own pee, Lemon?
Wow.
Do I? No. Do you?
No, I think it's disgusting.
I had a girlfriend that.
It is kind of that. What was that?
When you imagine Lemon drinking his own pee, what do you imagine, Kool-Aid?
Some woman in the bathroom with a bottle.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, some people swear by it. They say
he's a dude, right?
You can shower in it and stuff like that. And supposedly it has stem cells in it. And stem cells are known for healing. That's why they abort all those children to try to get those fresh fetal stem cells and stuff.
Be honest, Kool-Aid. The reason that you were thinking about Lemon, asked him specifically, is because he's a black dude with a big black cock, right?
Yeah, he had some sort of.
No, he's just asking to establish how unusual I am. He's not really asking because he's curious in an intellectual way. He's trying to establish things about myself. That's all.
Yeah, Kool-Aid. Can you give me or are you aware of anybody dying of cancer before the 1900s?
Yes, there is evidence that Queen Isabella died of cancer in the 12th century.
What kind of cancer?
Throat and lung. She was unable to catch her breath, and they attempted to leech and bleed her, and through exsanguination and the inability to breathe is why she perished.
I don't think people with lung cancer die from ARDS, acute respiratory distress syndrome.
No.
What happened to her? Was she a smoker or what?
Her doctors cut her to death. They bled her until she died.
Well, how did she get the cancer?
Do it.
What was the pathology? What gave her cancer?
I don't know, and that one is sort of theoretical because back then her doctors obviously thought they were doing the right thing when they were cutting her open.
Well, you can cure cancer, or rather treat cancer. You can't cure anything by FDA dictate or whatever, unless it's with synthetic chemicals and consensus medicine. But you can treat it very effectively with bitter apricot seed, baking soda, peroxide, chaga, mushroom, essiac tea, and other things that are brutally suppressed in America. You can even treat it pretty well with apple seeds, which have B17 in them as well. The bitter pits of fruits are rich in B17, which helps fight cancer.
I noticed you
as well as CBD too.
I noticed you didn't mention large lacerations down the back of the legs.
Why would you expect me to do that?
Because that's what the queen died from.
So she died from those lacerations or from cancer?
Yes.
The answer is yes.
But the main thing is people are sick because they're full of toxicity. You can also cleanse your liver, cleanse your lymph, cleanse your guts with an enema, get the toxicity out. Give your body and its cells time to detoxify and breathe as well.
Yeah, Kool-Aid. How about you try an enema?
They used to swear by them. I think, what was it? King Louis used to have 2 a day. People would feel refreshed and be like, "Oh, I feel great."
The Gerson therapy includes coffee enemas.
Sorry,
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead, Rick.
Gerson therapy is also good. They say that it helps jumpstart the liver. Many times the liver has just stopped, detoxifying because it's just so bogged down with toxicity. It's like, I just give up. So the coffee enema helps jumpstart a stalled and toxic liver.
So, if I was going to give myself a beer enema, what's the correct brand of beer to use?
I've never heard of beer enema.
It's called butt chugging lemon.
They say that you absorb 5 times the alcohol through your rectum, directly through your intestines, then processing it through your stomach where it's slightly broken down and, slightly less concentrated, than going straight through the intestines the other way.
Yo, Kool-Aid.
There's
Obviously,
stories of people having alcohol toxicity from going through the back door.
Kool-Aid, if you do that, I recommend you don't put it on your OnlyFans channel.
People have died
only
from that.
content. What are you
supposedly.
talking about?
People have died from that, supposedly from taking up way too much alcohol in the rectum. So,
no shit. I was just trying to be silly. I wasn't.
Well, why do you limit
If I
yourself?
put alcohol in my butt instead of in my mouth, I'll get more drunk.
That's true.
Get a whole lot more drunk.
Yo, first you put Jägermeister in, and then beer. And it's called a Jäg Bum.
That sounds like a really good money-saving tip.
Basically, when you douche or do an enema, you try to go clear, get rid of all of the yuckies, and absorb the mix in a clear colon, more or less. Yeah, you can use turpentine enemas, salt enemas, coffee enemas. Turpentine is used to get rid of parasites and stuff like that. Castor oil, I think, is another one. They have different formulations depending on what you're trying to do.
All this butt talk sets someone off with a vibrator.
To clear totally and hold it in a clear colon takes about a gallon or 2. So it can take a while to flush out, rinse in, flush out, rinse in, flush out till you go clear, as it were.
Damn.
Flush out, rinse in, flush out, rinse in, flush out, rinse in. As soon as you goats,
I know you're not, but every time you say the word "go clear," all I can think is you would make a great Scientologist.
Right. That's all I hear.
I don't have enough money to do them. They go for the stars. They're trying to get the big payout.
I don't get the Scientology reference.
Going clear is a term that they use for getting rid of all of your fears and process of mental reconditioning and mental programming or whatever.
Yeah, mental ascension in Scientology is going clear.
Cool.
Didn't it used to be the top of the bridge, and then now it's like about halfway up?
I don't know. There's a movie called Going Clear. It's a documentary about Scientology. I highly recommend its ridiculousness.
Oh yeah, like getting rid of all the
like mental boogeymen.
I know the first person who was pronounced clear was actually pronounced by what's his name? The author, the guy who wrote it.
Yeah, the guy who was friends with the NASA people. Yeah.
Yeah.
Elron.
Elron, thank you.
Old Elron, eh?
Yeah.
And he showed up and said she's clear. She has perfect eidetic memory, and you guys can ask her all these things. And then she couldn't even remember the color of his shirt or his tie. while he's standing behind her. She couldn't do anything. It was the miracle is people still believe it and pay millions of dollars a year.
But you trust all those people, right? Those people that created NASA. Disney and L. Ron and JPL and the crew.
All them fags.
That's a good question.
Von Braun.
I would say I trust them to tell the truth about things they have no reason to lie about.
Like being an ex-Nazi war criminal?
Right.
That sounded interesting. What were you talking about?
Just the origins of NASA and space travel. That's all. No big difference.
What, the Nazis?
No.
Yeah.
She heard Nazi, she perked up. She has potential.
Yeah, I think she's on our side.
Tell her the whole story then.
I called it. I called it right now. Glow voice. Not there.
So, end of World War II, the U.S. launched an operation called Operation Paperclip. And basically what happened is we went in and we ripped away all of the German scientists and mathematicians, including the head of Hitler's, the H guy's rocket and science program, Dr. Werner von Braun. We then brought him to the United States, where he lived the rest of his life. After many years, was put in charge of the newly created NASA.
Basically,
well, if he lived the rest of his life, he would have been dead at the point where you put him in charge of NASA.
No,
basically, Russia and America said, "You have this half, we'll have this half."
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
And it was straight pillaging, and except of smart people rather than golds.
Yeah, and on his tombstone was what now? What was it? Werner von Braun's tombstone?
On his tombstone, his daughter had inscribed the phrase, and the heavens show God's handiwork, or something to that
It's not
effect.
a phrase, it's a Bible verse.
The Bible
Proverbs,
verse,
if I recall correctly.
But it's something about the heavens show God's might. Or...
declares.
I think the word they used was firmament.
Okay, there you go.
It means the same
AKA
thing.
the dome, bro.
Yeah, firmament translates to a single physical embodiment of the sky. Heavens is another word for the same thing.
In what language?
In English. It's an English word. But it's the word that they translated from the Hebrew word. That's exactly what it meant.
Yeah, the ancient Hebrew.
So, Kosho, does that mean Werner von Braun is like a hero to you in a way?
What? Oh, why would he be a hero? Why'd you glean that?
Well, because he created NASA, right? That's the ultimate like discovery of the universe, right?
The universe was discovered a long time ago.
So
I mean, he's one of the forefathers of rocket design and all of that. So you don't look up to him?
I don't look up to him. I mean, I can. I guess you could say if I respect him for his achievements or something like that. But I mean, I'm just not like somebody I admire and want to become or something like that, and emulate.
So check it.
Smart dude.
Firmament From late Latin, firmamentum. From Latin, support. From firmare, to strengthen. So basically, it means that it's supported, it's propped up.
You can't look at the Latin. You gotta look at the Hebrew.
Yeah, look at
Like
the
a
word.
like a tent.
You gotta look at the word that was from in the Bible.
And what word is that? Let's check it.
Get a Strong's Concordance too. It'll give you insight to the context of how that word's used. But
What was the psalm that was on his thing? Psalm 19:1.
Something like that.
Let me see.
It was Psalms, yeah, not Proverb. I got that wrong. Should have known that. Formare.
Maybe you find the French one or the Italian one. I had to go to Bible Gateway, but they don't have very many good Hebrew translations.
Since you went there, it's like Bible Gateway. Got him.
Bible Gateway, yeah. It's my favorite book. It was my favorite version. You actually don't have to. You can use any. You can use the New International Version for the gay shit.
The fuck was that? Was that a sneeze or a spit?
A bit of both.
Nasty.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's Rakia. That's right. That's where Rakia gets his name from.
And the firmament. Shoof. Got quiet.
About
We're
that time.
waiting for you. We're waiting for you to hit us with all that globe proof. I'm joking.
No.
Ask some questions though.
Something tells me space isn't really her thing.
What about boats?
Oh, enough of boats, Corey. Seriously, bro.
Hey, I got a question about boats. I know you can't answer.
What's up?
Why are they called boats? Boats. Get wrecked.
Real quick.
Gotcha.
It's just as easy as that.
Is this
You
the
don't know
joke
shit-
answer?
You don't know the first thing about boats.
No, is it the joke answer? Because it stands for break out another 1,000.
Oh yeah? Then why isn't it all capitalized? Got him.
There you go.
shit, did I kill the chat? I'm sorry, guys.
Why would you think that?
People keep being deep in conversation and it keeps on going completely silent.
That's because we ebb and we flow.
A lot of us, we do other things at the same time. So, conversation just kind of happens when it happens. But if you're just listening and doing nothing else, then yeah.
There's no video games being played on this chat. What are you talking
None
about?
at all.
I guess you're all past sitting in your big bubbles of you like your big what the fuck bubbles. You're all past that point.
Past what point, sorry?
What about our bubbles?
Like you're all past just sitting in that big what the fuck bubble.
Yeah, I mean, I am. I for sure. Yeah, I'm way past that. It's been over 5 years for me, almost 6.
Yeah.
So, like the idea that everything is just a big fucking lie is not that traumatic for me anymore. I mean, especially
So what does it
now,
look
like
then?
what's up? What do you say?
Like, if it's not a globe, what does it look like then?
Well, if we take into account like our personal experience, then there would have to be, it would be something like a terrarium, like some sort of container. I don't know, it could be an egg or something like that. But the surface that we're on, like the place we walk on, that is a, well, I'm just saying, like it could be an enclosed environment, is what I'm saying.
What?
Like the most logical deduction is a closed environment of some sort. And what's interesting to me,
what it's supposed to look like, will it come up with a picture?
Hey Gio, can you help her out with your got a bunch of those on hand usually. So you want a picture. All right. So if you can imagine the earth is like what?
No, like if it's flat, I want to know what it'd look like.
Yeah. Okay. So it would look like a bunch of continents in the middle of like a lake.
In the middle of a lake.
Yeah, a lake is flat. It's not curved, right? So if you could just put a bunch of landmass in the middle of a lake, and that's literally how it'd be, kind of. You know, like the land is keeping the water enclosed.
What land?
Can I?
The Antarctic Basin.
Exactly.
Can I show her the AE map, or would that be a straw man, guys?
I mean, you can show her any depiction you want.
Well, right. I'm obviously I don't believe and I don't want to straw man you, which is why I'm asking if.
Yeah, you can show it and just say it's like the idea is something like this. Obviously, we don't know the exact distances of the land masses and waters and stuff.
There you go. Kosher just posted.
There, Kosher got it right.
Yeah, that's right on the money.
You'll have to bear with me. I have to figure out how to find it first.
That explains my desire for the North Pole.
As well as the land down under.
Jesus.
I don't know, man.
Hey, you posted it, Kosher.
Antarctica. I still want to go below 60th parallel, right there.
This is model.
You guys.
This is the nerdiest commentary. I think dead air. I think Emma's gonna like leave after this.
Oh, I found it.
Found what?
And that's something we can all prove for ourselves.
Yeah, see that? There you go. There you go. Geo's got one.
I don't know where to look.
It's called Livestream 1. It's yeah, I imagine it's kind of confusing for you, but yeah, Discord takes a minute. So if you
Here, I'll just tag you there.
Yeah, I'm not sure the tag's going to help.
Oh wait, drink of Kool-Aid is typing.
There you go.
Foolish.
There you go. Okay, you're on the right page then. Man, learning Discord for the first time is quite the most annoying thing.
Oh, a bum.
Well, this one shows how a lot of the ancient cosmologies saw the Earth. Shows a couple of those. It's usually generally viewed as like a plane, you know, like a level plane, which is often, you know, sort of surrounded by a celestial sphere of some sort. That's why the idea of like an egg or like the womb of the mother, where you have kind of like the dome on the top, like the ceiling, and then you have whatever's underneath.
Yeah, but for real, what kind of fucked up individual gets the map of the world tattooed on their ass? That's just weird.
All of those cosmologies, though, talk about, except for the Hebrew one, which is slightly different, talk about the sun setting or the sun traveling through the underworld to get back to its rising point, back to the east, but it always goes underneath to come back to the east. Egyptian, Incan, Hindu, Sumerian, not sure about Navajo, Norse, not sure about Mayan.
That's completely why do you always say that, Draws? You always come in here saying that. That is so false, dude. None of them, they might have had certain mythologies that involve like the sun disappearing and reappearing, but nobody thought the sun went under a disk, ever.
In Egyptian mythology, it travels on the sunboat with Ra through the underworld to retreat back to its starting point in the east. Book of the Dead. In Hebrew, it's believed that it goes out through the dome and then travels over the top of the dome to come back to rise again through the east, through the doors of dawn.
All right, so show me any of cosmology depictions where they show the sun doing that. There's none.
But none of these are from those cultures, are they?
Yes, the Egyptian one shows the sun and the moon and the stars.
Yeah, you're right. That's Nut holding up the sky.
Yeah, and it's all above. The sun, moon, and stars are always above the earth.
Are you saying that what I described of Egyptian mythology isn't correct?
No, like I said, some of them have different like archetypal cosmologies of like the sun being carried. Like I hear what you're saying in that, but that doesn't mean that they actually thought the sun did that. Meaning that's right. Yeah, they didn't actually think the sun physically did that. Those are mythological archetypal concepts that involve like the death and rebirth of the sun. It's not the actual physical sun is going under the earth.
Maybe there's more than one ancient Egyptian civilization.
No, actually, there's more than one ancient Egyptian mythology set, but that's just getting into the nuts and bolts and the weeds of it. But I'm happy.
Well, no, I mean, like maybe you're referring to one with the Book of the Dead, and that image macro is referring to another.
No, what you're talking about is like the journey of the ego, the journey of the ego, the journey of the soul that goes sort of through the underworld and, you know, rises again. I mean, those are, like I said, those are archetypal representations of spiritual death and rebirth concepts. That they're not actual physical cosmographical models.
We have the main elements: flattish land covered by some sort of sky covering, a firmament of some sort.
I've just noticed like more than 10 times, like Druss has come in and said that. It's like he's trying to kind of derail it to make it think that people were just clueless in the past and thought the sun was floating under a disk or something.
No, I'm saying what their cosmology says.
Okay, could you find one depiction of that? An actual cosmographical layout that showed that in any way, shape, or form, that any of these ancient cultures thought that?
Well, as I said, apart from the Egyptian one, none of those images are from those cultures.
But the Egyptian one does not show that. It shows Nut and Geb and the sky and the sun, moon, and stars above that's draping over the planar Earth.
Oh no, it just shows the arch of the sky, doesn't it?
Yeah, with the sun, moon, and stars above in that arch.
But again, that could just be part of their mythology, Gio. Anyway, I don't want to get into the argument because I feel I'm distracting from what you want to talk about, and I think that's mean. So I will see if I can fulfill my request.
Well, it is like one of those flat Earth society, misinformation things like, oh, the sun goes under the disk, like it's one of those, like it's in that category. So
Yeah, Dress, do you think it's interesting? In the last 6 years, I have not met one person from the Flat Earth Society or believe any of that bullshit.
But I'm not saying that you do.
No, answer the question.
But I'm not saying that you do.
I'm asking if you find it curious, etc.
If you're going to substantiate the reality of
Holy shit. Now just forget it, dude. Forget it. Forget it.
On ancient cosmologies,
Stop.
Then you take the ancient cosmology as a whole. You don't cherry pick it.
Stop, dude. Like I was trying to make a point ancillary to what we were talking about, and you didn't even. It wasn't a gotcha. It's just a general fucking question. If the Flat Earth Society existed, right? If it actually existed, you think in 6 years, being in this community in particular, I would have met at least one person that was a part of that community.
Legitimate point.
it is a good point.
Basically, Jesse's saying that the Flat Earth Society doesn't appear to be legitimate enough to seek out this community and interact with it, which is a little suspicious after 5 years in this community to some anyway. Perhaps they're controlled opposition or fake or not that serious or not tech savvy enough or,
well, they're important enough for our president to call them out specifically. They're important enough for what's his name? Mick West's father, I guess. Was he a part of the Flat Earth Society as well?
No idea.
Yeah, I think he was. Let me look that up.
I mean, I've never had anything to do with the Flat Earth Society, and I never even brought them up. So that's why I'm a bit confused, Riggs.
Well, I think Riggs was just bringing up a new point. I mentioned the Flat Earth Society because it's one of the sun going under the disk or whatever. That I had brought it up, but he was just bringing up, I think, a new point that.
Well, like all of those points that go with the Flat Earth Society are really annoying.
I don't even know what the Flat Earth Society believes.
The fact that there's a disk in space and then it shoots upwards at 9.8 meters or whatever the fuck for gravity. It's the fact that maybe the sun goes around the top and bottom of it. It's like none of these things are sensical and none of them correspond with each other as one model. Like they don't make sense on their own.
I've heard a number of flat earthers, not in the Flat Earth Society, arguing about the accelerating upwards Earth.
Well, that's just the most prominent one that Einstein popularized. But yeah, they just have the most ridiculous claims, and they have nothing to do with us. But apparently that's where most people go to.
That they did, and I never have actually even been to their website, Riggs. I know bugger all about them.
There's actually 2 Flat Earth societies. There's actually 2 websites. They're different.
Oh.
One of them like broke off from the other one, and the one that broke off from the original one, they actually had that guy on Globebusters way back. This is probably like 2 years ago or more, but they actually had him on, and the guy was actually trying to make a case for the Earth moving upwards and stuff. Like, it was kind of wild. It was kind of heated because Bob was like pretty against it, and it almost ended like in a dumpster fire. But like they got through it. But I mean, it wasn't that bad. But yeah, they had that guy on, the guy who created like the second one.
I'll say for and on the record, Riggs, I will never associate you with the Flat Earth Society, and especially considering I know bugger all about them. I actually came in to ask Jerry if he wanted to pop down to VC2 to talk about glass manufacturing.
No, I'm all right.
But that guy Globebusters had on that one time, that's the only one I've ever heard in this community ever that was even associated with Flat Earth Society. Other than, I guess, Mark Sargent says that he's a member or something.
Are they trying to bury some of this? I mean, I'm trying to find Mick West's father and his association with the Flat Earth Society, and I'm having trouble.
YouTube is scrubbing a lot of stuff.
I'm just trying to Google it. Or maybe I should use Bing.
That's why
unless you report it, it's probably going to get scrubbed.
Once you got a book, nobody can change it.
Well, they can burn books.
Mick West is funny. He's the one guy that virtually nobody even debates that he's a shill. He's just like the quintessential shill on every level.
I found it funny that when he came in and spoke with us for like 2 or 3 hours, that the whole time he didn't even necessarily defend his point. He just basically just whatever. Like, he had no interest at all, like, arguing with us, and even he was debunked in his own claims that he made. Like, his argument was internally contradictory, and he just didn't seem to give a shit.
Well, he's probably a Mason, so they already know the truth anyway. They just have to play their role for the masses anyway. Pretend that they don't know it's flat.
No, I do remember he was like that. It was almost like, reminds me of somebody who's like watching cars go by on the highway. Like, he was just like, because everybody was just like saying things that he had no ability to even respond to. So he's just like, okay.
Someone help me find his dad's name.
Mr. West.
Yeah, but Dross, that particular Egyptian, the journey through the underworld, that's not like a physical layout of the cosmos where the sun goes into the actual underworld. That's like the sun, the hero, the SON, but like the hero that goes into the underworld through, some kind of a hero's journey and, battles demons and whatnot, and then sort of rises again. It's an archetypal conceptualization of the archetype of the sun. It's not an actual physical layout of the cosmos.
But who pilots the solar boat?
The what?
Who pilots the solar boat?
The hero, the soul.
No, Ra.
Yeah, it's the fuel. It's the fuel of the hero. It's the shining. Yeah, that archetypal. Yeah,
A god.
it's an archetypal entity.
Ra, R-A, right ascension. Ahaha.
That's a
Can
shame.
can anyone help me find this dude's father's name? Unreal.
I don't know if I know. I don't know if I know about this. You're saying that Mick West used to say his father was in the Flat Earth Society.
I think his father was either part of it or helped start it or some shit like that. Yeah.
Might have said it in the Joe Rogan interview.
I don't remember where I got it from, but there was some relationship.
Oh yeah, he was on Joe Rogan. Did Rogan buy the Mick West story for real? I remember. I think I saw clips from it.
I don't think I've ever seen it actually. Just a little bit of it, like you said.
Rogan really is such a disappointment. Like back when I used to listen to his moon landing stuff back in the 2006, 7, whenever that was, like he was on fire, and wow, what a change.
Yeah.
One of those guys that'll say whatever they can just to get attention.
Or money, yeah.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Couldn't he have changed his mind?
The complete sellout.
All right.
I find that funny. Anytime someone disagrees with your point, they're a shill, they're a sellout, or something else.
No, he really did change his opinion.
I don't know. I mean, I've the only Joe Rogan stuff I've watched is some of the stuff with Graham Hancock and Carlton. What's his face?
Yeah, I mean, Joe did like a full 180 on his where he was very conspiracy theorist kind of a presenter, and then as soon as he went mainstream, he just kind of flipped all that shit around and had all these space people on his program just to kind of shove it in our face. It's just kind of just disgusting.
Yeah, but he still gets people on like Graham Hancock and Randall Carlson, so he's not kind of what I would class as
Well,
mainstream.
if dating methods are wrong, then it doesn't matter what those guys have to say anyway.
Really?
Yeah, really.
What do you mean dating methods are wrong? All of them?
Well, I think that there are some, I'd say within a couple 100 years, maybe we can verify stuff, but I don't know exactly how far back we can really know our history goes, to be honest.
Well,
I think a lot of history has just been made up. Huh?
History only goes back as far as we have writing.
Well, not necessarily.
Yeah, definitely. That's the definition of prehistory and history.
Well, then I just changed it.
Well done.
Yeah, writing doesn't necessarily mean it's from whenever it claims to be from either.
I'm not saying it does. I'm just saying that's the difference between history and prehistory.
Okay.
And there's nothing wrong with dating methods.
I think if you've only got a singular example of something and you've only got a singular method of establishing its date and you don't have full provenance of how it was excavated or dug up or however you want to define it, then yeah, you've got a problem. I think when you've got multiple methods pointing to pretty much the same period of time, not exactly the same day, but within a decade or two, or maybe 100 years or a century or two, depending on how far you go back, then yeah, that's I think reasonable and probably.
So how far back is that?
Well, I mean, carbon-14 will take you back about sort of 50.
Not carbon-14. I'm talking about, written or some other way we can corroborate that this thing is legitimate from that time period, not including chemistry.
Well, I mean, that's one of the main ways. You then got the position of where it's been dug from, the depth of where you've got it from, the culture that it's in, any written materials associating to it.
How
Pottery
far back
styles
is that?
another one.
Without chemistry, how far back is that?
Oh, that, we're going back to sort of Mesolithic, Neolithic periods. So Clovis people in the US, for instance. Volcanoes are pretty cool because they kind of give us a fairly good timestamp of when shit gets put down. Multiple methods of dating, but the more methods you've got pointing towards a singular period in time, the more reliable I think you can say it is.
I'm in just total disagreement with all this stuff. I just I can poke holes in all of it. That's the problem. I wish I couldn't, I wish it was
You want it
solid.
to be absolute, don't you, though, Riggs?
Huh?
You want it to be an absolute brute fact, though, don't you?
Well, I mean, I'd rather not pretend to know if it's not an absolute fact.
Well,
and fact and absolute fact are the same fucking word, by the way.
Well, if you're saying pretend to know and it's a fact, you're talking about the difference between knowledge and truth, aren't you?
Okay, so truth, I don't know. We're splitting up a lot. Okay, there's a lot of things that just got said. All right, a fact is something that changes all the time. The truth is something that doesn't change. You can also have a personal truth, okay, which has nothing to do with a universal truth. All right, so then now you're talking about, what was the other word you said?
Knowledge.
Knowledge. Knowledge is along the lines of a personal truth, where you've acquired information and you deem its importance yourself. It's a personal importance. It may have utility for someone else, but not necessarily.
I quite like that, Riggs. That's not a bad way of summating it. I mean, I always say that knowledge is a belief that you have strong justification to hold to as truth until you learn something better.
Yeah,
I kind of like. I mean, a fact is a fact in the moment, and I kind of agree.
A fact is always changing. It's the current agreed upon. Like, it's the consensus of today.
It's like, I mean, I'll give an example of a fact that doesn't. So I take a measurement, and measurements are always good, or I get data. That data is the fact. That data won't change, but that data is where I'm agreeing with you, is in that moment. As I say, my table's about 1.70 meters long. It is today, give or take, say, a centimeter. But someone could come and lop a bit of it off, and I may not notice, and now it's 1.68 long. So that fact, the length of
now you're changing the facts. But I'm saying the interpretation of a piece of information can change entirely. So our observation of the sun doesn't change, but the fact is it's a globe and we're spinning backwards, and that's why it sets. So with the same observation, we can come to a different fact, which could also have the possibility of being the truth. So the other fact would be, okay, well, the Earth is actually flat and the sun is just moving as it appears to be, right? Yeah. And then we can determine at some point if that's the truth or not, which would be unchanging. The universal truth would be unchanging.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with how you state that. I think it's actually quite rational.
Well, I've had to actually sort this out to explain it to people, because I think in a lot of these conversations we get lost in terms, and it's just good to know that we're talking about the same fucking thing.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, you're using a very similar methodology to me. I always split it up between faith, belief, knowledge, and truth are my categories. Facts are something that we use to inform us, and they allow us to build knowledge. But it's very difficult to get to the truth of something, especially when you take it down to those philosophical foundations, man.
Yeah, I would say that like knowledge is just a collection of facts that you agree with.
That you have justification for.
Yeah.
That's the bit I like. See, we may disagree on some of the interpretation, but the foundations I think were pretty solid on.
Yeah, well, as long as you can get mostly there, that helps.
And I mean, epistemology, I think, is a pretty important subject to make sure you get agreement on. I think that's where a lot of the disagreements actually hold, because people will try and assert something as a brute fact when you look at it and go, yeah. You know, I can sit here and say, we know this is a fact that this happened then. But I've studied enough history and archaeology to realise that, you know, your time frames aren't, you know, I can't say spot on. You know, I can quote the 26th of August was the date that Ashurbanipal rose to being king of Assyria. That's the date we actually have in writing. Now, whether he did on that day, we can say, but what I can say, according to the written document, this was the date he ascended the throne of Assyria on this year.
Yeah.
That's
but
the
then,
fact, but is that fact true?
Well, let's take more of a crude approach here, okay? We just were talking about Sandy Hook. Okay? There's been a bunch of publications about that. Okay? None of them are accurate. Not one bit of them. So, what does that say about written history? It says we're even more divided than, like, even if we lived in that time, we probably couldn't tell if that was true or not.
Well, I was around when Sandy Hook happened. I mean, yeah, I mean, I wasn't there, but I
No, I mean 2,000 years ago, whenever these documents you're talking about.
Well,
even if I lived in that time, I probably couldn't verify what they're saying is true. And even if it were, it probably.
No, I think if you were in Ashur on the 26th of August of that year, which I can't remember off the top of my head, then you could have witnessed it.
Maybe. But I used a pretty decent example, I think, is that, like, even in today's, like, even today, it's hard to know if or what, if anything, happened with all of our media and paperwork and documents, and just we're smothered with it, and people still don't know and argue about the facts or what the fuck happened. So let's divide that even more by thousands of years or hundreds of years and pretend like we know something. That just seems kind of stupid.
I was quite specific in my language.
Yeah, I'm speaking outwardly.
You didn't disagree with my statement.
No, I'm speaking to people who are listening.
I'm trying to agree with you a bit here. What I'm trying to say is the fact that this is why we need to use our language in a careful way. Because I think you're right. I think people do reach further than they can, but I think also there are reasons that we hold to stuff, and you know, I've said to Joe many times that's the thing that fascinates me, is the rationale people put behind the beliefs that they hold, and especially when they want to assert them as the truth. You know, that always, you know, that's what amuses me.
Well, our lists of actual truths, universal truths, are they're dwindling by the day, by design.
I think outside of systemic systems, it's very difficult to access the truth, full stop. You know, especially if we go down to the, hey man, you're brain and back kind of shit. You know, foundationally, you know, we have issues with that if we want to ground that kind of statement. But colloquially, yeah, I agree. You know, there are lots of things that I hold true.
All right. Anybody find Mick Weth's father? I'm gonna make some coffee, and hopefully somebody has found him.
That's a very good idea. I think I will do the same. In fact, coffee and breakfast sounds like it's on the menu.
Just about to ask Gooch what she thought so far. That was a girl, right?
Yeah, I think that was Omni's friend. I think she jumped out of the chat now, but yeah, she seemed pretty I guess in the stage of kind of shocked that people don't think the Earth's a globe.
Yeah, it's not as crazy as some people think.
All right. Did anybody find his name? Anyone? Reckonor, I know you ain't doing shit. Why don't you help me Google his name, yeah? Sitting there smoking a stogie or something? Yeah, see, I was probably right about that one, huh? I'll just consider it a fact until I find out otherwise. BBQ stogie, nice. Good times. Hey, take a picture of your meat. Not that one, but the one you're barbecuing. I want to see the barbecue. I love me some barbecue, man. Love me some barbecue, that's for sure. Like, I agree with the principles of veganism, but fuck's sake, dude. I don't know, just something about just eating a full plate of meat and some veggies just does it for me. Sorry, cows. I don't know. It's an evolving relationship. Yeah, it evolves from meat to poop, back to meat again. You know, somebody was talking about eating horse meat was it today or yesterday? I forget. I wondered what you if you had anything to say about that. Like, do you think that some animals are worthy to consume and others aren't, or how does that work for you?
Didn't Arnie give up meat for a while? I remember seeing some video where he was like making eggs, or he like cut out meat.
Yeah, I think that was part of the heart surgery. Had to basically just reduce meat intake. You know, he was even in like a veganism documentary that turned out to be like super biased propaganda. But I mean, I agreed with a lot of principles in the movie, though. But I didn't agree with there was a lot of guilt tripping and stuff, and they tried to prove things metabolically that weren't consistent. I don't know. It felt like a lot of reaching, like please don't eat meat, kind of a thing. It's a tough one for me. I'd say it's like my biggest problem is dealing with the fact that I believe what I believe, but also don't know how to live it fully balanced. Like I don't know how to. I mean, yeah, I guess I could intentfully go vegan while not avoiding all animal or bugs or interfering in their environments, because that's impossible. But then even then, like, I'm not sure I'm getting all the nutrition I would need to thrive or to celebrate my own life, which seems kind of contradictory. And it's a big conflict internally for me, where sometimes I go to Chipotle. Like, I could just as easily get, a Chipotle bowl without meat, guacamole, get salsas and stuff, and it would still be really tasty. But I know, like, an hour after I eat that, I'm probably going to be hungry again because I didn't have enough fat or protein in the meal to keep me satiated. You know, and yeah, it's just it's a battle, man. I'm not sure exactly how to, because I interact with these animals and I can tell that they have like a conscience and they have an understanding of their environment, and they kind of like, I don't know, man. It's tough. It's tough. I don't really know how to sort it out. I mean, they used to tell me straight up that animals don't have a soul. I used to hear that all the time. I don't remember if it was in church or where the fuck I got that from, but it was a scientific argument, I guess, that animals don't have a soul, so it makes us okay for us to eat them and to do what we do to them and stuff like that. And I just don't agree with that at all right now.
The argument I remember hearing is that animals don't have free will. They like operate on instinct, basically. And because they don't have free will, they don't have, the morality that goes along with that, the right and wrong, that would, kind of make them have a soul, because that's like a necessary part of having a soul, making a decision that'll either be good or evil and so on and so forth, right? Because the soul moves on to the afterlife based off of your free will.
Well, okay, in more like isolated areas, you see a lot more compassion between even different types of animals. like the lion will go after like the mother or something like that instead of the children, and or just like they only take what they need kind of a thing. Whereas humans, we treat this like there's not the respect or the, how do I say it, like the native Indians that would say it perfectly. Like if you're going to go on a hunt and kill an animal, you make use of every bit of that animal, and it's done ritualistically, and the life force of that animal goes into your own, and you not worship the sacrifice, but like respect the soul of that animal, and you don't kill more than you need, and you don't just like needlessly kill like the babies or something like that. You go after maybe like the older, weaker of the animals. Like you allow them to coexist, so there's more of a balance to that. Now that is something I could maybe get behind. Like if I'm a farmer and this animal that I have is getting old and it's time to give them a rightful passage, I don't want to waste their carcass, That would make more sense to me. I think I could live with that better in harmony. But like the shit we're doing today is just like, whoa, what the fuck is happening? It's nuts what they're doing to animals, dude. They're like literally like they're taking like chickens and like little baby chickens and putting them through grinders. They're just chucking them in there. Like heaps and heaps and heaps for your chicken nuggies.
The way you described like the Native Americans doing it, Islam is a lot like that. Like how at the end of Ramadan they like slaughter wait. Okay,
is it a goat?
Yeah, they slaughter a sheep, but it's the other Eid. Yeah, the other Eid celebration, they slaughter a sheep or a goat or a camel, any like like hoofed animal, and the way they do it, obviously they they recite like they say in the name of God before they do it to make it halal, right? And then afterwards they use like every part of it. Like even the intestines are used for, it's kind of like haggis. It's called ospan. It's delicious, by the way. But yeah, they use every part of it, and they have specific rules as to what you can slaughter, like what animals are eligible. They have criteria, right? And one of them is like that it has to be male, it has to be an adult, like older than 2 years for like sheep or something like that. It has to be healthy. It can't be like a sick animal or anything like that.
Right.
It has to be, what else?
Well, see, okay, let's
be clean.
Pivot real quick. So like why can't we just have, so what this sounds like is that animals have rights. That's what this sounds like.
Basically. Okay,
so why can't we just have that? Why can't we just accept that animals have rights and that there are certain rules? They wouldn't even have to make me want to go vegan to fix this problem of industrialization. All they would have to do is insert that animals have rights. And the problem would have to fix itself. They'd have to find a way around it.
Yeah.
They would probably have to come up with like some lobby for genetically modified, like lab grown meats or something, to say that, oh, well, this meat doesn't have a soul. And that would have to be their argument at some point. That's what I'm guessing. But I think that I would be totally fine with eating less meat and just saying that, hey, animals have rights too. Can't get too greedy. That's checks and balances for me. Makes sense.
Yeah, I could get behind that too.
I think Reckonor's horses might agree. Wait. People who consider robots having rights before animals historically. What? Oh, are you talking about a certain movie called The Terminator? I don't know what you're talking about.
So in terms of horses, though, like interestingly, in Islam, they're not permissible to eat for the simple fact that they're not ruminants, as far as I remember, and also their hooves aren't split. They just like have one kind of like hoof.
Uh-huh. Okay, any movie about robots, it's always about them having a soul or rights or consciousness. Okay, but to be fair, this all came from the idea of transhumanism, which is what they were always leading for anyways. The only reason they came out with those films and those ideas and those books was to convert us into the idea of transhumanism. They want everyone to download their shit to a USB so that we live in the matrix, like actually. They want us to do a soul sacrifice and kill our body and transfer it to the matrix. They want us to upload our shit. This is like, this was the whole purpose in the first place. And that's why they've been coming out with all these movies like that for the last, I don't know, 5 decades. I mean, they predicted cell phones. They predicted like a lot of stuff that we use today. So like these are not novel ideas, is what I'm saying. That they knew the technology existed 100 years ago, and they predicted this shit was going to happen. So the think tanks that run things, they knew they wanted to get everyone to the point where they're converting their consciousness into a file that they can put on their computer. And through media or brainwashing or whatever the case may be, is to slowly convince people that that is a legitimate option and to get them to partake or even prefer it in some cases.
And by media, you mean movies. So they're not novel ideas; they're movie ideas.
Maybe, but like even the idea of Inception, where you dream inside of a dream, like this is all Matrix, like meta transhumanism stuff. Like they're inserting the concepts without even telling you that that's what they're leading towards. So it's absolutely subconscious and direct brainwashing. Like it's clearly intentional. Otherwise, it wouldn't go so deep into it to the point of transhumanism. Like it's like Reckonor said. There's always a theme. If there's a robot in the movie, it's not just about a robot. It's about a robot having consciousness. It's about taking your brain, unplugging it, and putting in someone else. You know, it's all the same kind of concepts that they're leading you towards.
Slow and steady wins the race.
Yeah, it's definitely a slow and steady thing. I mean, yeah, it might also make for a good movie, but sometimes it just feels forced. Like they didn't have a full idea; they just wanted to like put it in there because maybe they were told to, or they had to, or something. But yeah, it definitely feels like the push for transhumanism through all these different concepts is inorganic. It definitely feels like it's forced and will serve some utility for whoever is doing it. all I can really do is kind of pay attention to the patterns. I can't really know exactly all the think tanks and everything behind it, you know? What I can say, though, is there's definitely a group of humans who want to be the owner of humanity. They want to be like the top human. And so then they appear to be like living that life with no regrets. Just sort of absolute domination attitude. Which would suck, right? Because that would be like if we were a big field of sheep, there's a certain group of sheep that appear to be fencing all the others off. And slowly those sheep are like farming the ones in the fence. It's just kind of weird. That's why I think it won't last. Because ultimately these people are human, and anything they do to us, they end up having to do to themselves. And I think they've gone too far. I think it's out of balance, and it probably, I don't know, it probably won't last as long as they think.
Ruhif getting stomped in text chat.
Oh, well, I think he likes it.
I think these kind of like bloodlines of these, royal families, they go back so long and they have such a stranglehold on everybody because I think they know the truth. But I'm hopeful that it's going to get out. But see, like, problem is like everyone thinks it's so silly that there's a small group of people controlling the world. It's really not. I mean, if you look into the history of these people, man, these like kings, like their dad was a king or a priest, and his dad was a king or a priest. It goes back like forever.
Well, even Druss would agree. That's the weird thing is he'll champion history, but then not admit that we're essentially living under the same terms, where there's a group of people up top and they say what goes. Except today's day and age is under the guise of like a free range slavery. It's a free range serfdom. It's the same system with like a different twist on it. So then why would you ever think that things are equal? Huh. I mean, that's just a marketing ploy. That's not how it goes. Like there's people who can get away with stuff and people who can't. Like the rules of law, if you can get out of that by hiring a better lawyer, then those laws aren't for them. Those laws are for you. Like you have to think about it. Like if one person can get away with something and the other person can't, those laws are there for you, not for them.
Well, yeah, the law system's absolutely broken. I have buddies that are lawyers, and they tell me how broken it is. That like so much is left up to like the subjective opinion of the judge, that it's insane.
Yeah, it's the rule of subjectivity, though. You know, like what am I going to do? Sue NASA? Under what court? It just isn't going to work. Hey, so Reckonor, when did they ban you from 24/7? And they actually said that you were me, or that I was you, or something. Not that it matters, because I'm not banned from there anyway. It's just kind of funny. Like I could join right now. I'm not banned. Oh, okay. Well, why? I think it's funny that they think they banned you because they thought you were me, but I'm not banned. So what's it fucking matter? Just kind of silly. Those guys are kind of silly, though. I mean, that's why I'm not there anymore. It's like that place just gets really fucking silly. Oh yeah. Well, I did yell that out on Gem Panda server. I did call them a bunch of potatoes. I did call them a big bag of potatoes, but that was only after I ripped the nuts off of their crotch. I just fucking ripped them to pieces. I gave them hell, didn't I? But I'm even unbanned from gems. So, oh, I'm permabanned, even though I'm not. Yeah, I'm not permabanned. So whatever. Yeah, permaban for what? For not wanting to be there? For not wanting to hear like Helio be drunk all the time? For not wanting to hear Michael talk about cars for 5 hours? You know, not want to hear Sonny just talk for hours and hours and hours, not necessarily sounding like he knows what he's talking about. I don't know, man. I see them mistreat people all the time and like cop an attitude all the fucking time. And I really that's just not how I want to live. And I don't think like they're growing out of it. They're not growing out of that like entitled, angry attitude thing. I don't know why. I don't know. They have like kind of taken on the attitude of Globers almost. Yeah, this server is just slightly filtered, I think. I would say this server is kind of like a Brita water filter. It gets out a little bit, or at least makes you feel better about it. It doesn't get out all the fluoride. This server definitely doesn't remove all the fluoride, but it is a little bit, you know, more listenable at least. Yeah. Yeah. Agreed. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of sad though, man. Like I actually have zero desire to go to the 24/7 server. Like I'm just actually so done with all that bullshit. There's just so much bullshit I'd have to go through. It's just not even worth. That's sad though, man, because I helped build that place. And they lost their fucking mind. Honestly, if you hang out in Gem's server, I wonder if there's like some math to show that if you hang out in Gem's server a certain length of time, you like get cancer. Like actually, I imagine there's a calculation
It's pretty
for that.
bad. It's pretty fucking bad. I can.
Well, no, I don't mean like internet AIDS. I mean like actual physical metastasized cancer in your body. Like I think people actually would get cancer just from listening to Gems. There's got to be like some math for that.
I don't know, bro. I was like straight up like I just recognized myself like literally like every second word a swear word, just literally just going for the throat at fuckers, and I was just like, this is too toxic, man. I can't keep doing this shit.
Yeah. Like if you say, hey, like Reckonor's talking about, like when you're growing a plant and you talk nicely to the plant and water it and like give it sunlight and like read a book next to it and shit, it'll grow healthy and big and strong and stuff. But if you're at Gem's server for any length of time, that plant will die. Pretty sure that's the thing.
It's like the opposite of classical music for the plant.
Yeah, like going to Gems is basically taking a plan B.
All of your cosmology hopes and dreams are just battered.
It's like a post-birth abortion.
Yeah, it's not even like round earth proofs. It's just straight up people calling you faggot for no reason.
Berating.
Like,
yeah.
It's like, what?
That's all it is.
What?
It's where inspiration goes to die.
And even Chemo hasn't been in there in a while, because as much as a chill as he might be, the only time it was ever really entertaining is when, he was in there just, owning the room. And they were all falling for his bullshit. Same questions day in, day out. But even he's not in there anymore.
Remember the
He's
first
not.
time I went
Wait, he's not there anymore?
Well, he might or
He's
might
still a
not
mod.
be. Yeah,
No?
I just haven't seen him in there, and
Oh, okay.
like he hasn't posted a video on
Participated.
his and his YouTube channel hasn't been updated in
In how long?
a few weeks. I mean, it was
Well,
like
look, shills get a 4-week vacation, so that's why I was asking. Yeah, I monitor their fucking vacation time. I know who the shills are. Okay, so I'm asking. Like, I haven't monitored chemo, but I'm wondering if it's been under 4 weeks.
yeah, it hasn't been that long, but yeah,
Yeah, just
before it
watch.
was like
Watch for the
every
4th
day
week to
he
come
had new
around.
stuff.
You'll see.
And I also used to go in there when Merle was in there too, but he doesn't really go that much anymore. I mean, he does, but not as much. Other than that, yeah, it's just a cesspool of hatred.
I remember first time I was on Gem Panda's server. First thing I said is I got into the chat and I was like, J.K. Rowling's didn't write Harry Potter. And
Is
Gem
that
Panda
true?
addressed me. Yeah, he addressed me directly. He's like, "What did you say?"
Is that true though?
Yeah, it's true.
Because J.K. Rowling is part of the occult crew, so that would make sense
No,
if.
no. I have no fucking clue about the J.K.
Okay.
Rowling part. I just fucking rolled in. I just said
Oh,
that
okay,
right
you
off.
were just trolling. Okay.
Yeah, I just pulled.
I
up
wouldn't be
on
surprised though. I mean, that's one of those things.
Yeah, bro. The more I look in, can write this, but like I don't have like the definitive proof on me right now. I gotta have to like think for a lot and read. That's so fucking mad.
Well, Lord of the Rings was J.R. Tolkien. Oh, he said Harry Potter?
Yeah, Harry Potter. A little bit different, though. Would you guys ever suspect that, some very wealthy, well-off people would be in a flat Earth server arguing for years at a time?
No.
Hmm. Interesting.
I think if I was rich, I would be able to afford my own experiment.
Yeah.
Either prove or
Actually,
disprove.
I know a lot of people who could afford the stuff that would actually make a dent, make a difference. I think some of them might even be in this room, or in this room regularly, and it never happens. Some of them are moderators on another server. There's a lot of people who could easily fund or even at least even be involved in one of these endeavors. Never happens. I mean, I'm not even talking about just like income wealth, but generational wealth, like actual rich people that could spend all the money. Like they could spend money every day and not spend it all.
Like barons.
I don't know. I just know that there's a couple people like that in this community that they've got so much money that they don't know what to do with it, and they don't do anything about flat Earth. But they do argue about it all day.
It's hard to tell from the ground. Because they basically put geometric horizon right where your sight kind of fails. So it's like perfectly designed for you not be able to react with your eyes, right? Right beyond, at which point you can see, is where the supposed curve is supposed to create the horizon. Assuming you're around like 5'10", 6 foot, right? Not 1 foot.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's an inverse of perspective. Yeah. And then what carries it over the edge of the horizon is refraction at that distance because the angle's so sharp to the ground. So they've combined these two things together as their own unique argument, even though it's not. It's just a play on understanding.
Every time I hear someone say, "Oh, just watch a boat go over the edge," I simply just respond with 2 words: Black Swan.
Well, I even have, I mean, Black Swan is a nice little proof, okay? But if we're being honest, it's only 10 miles. You're not going to convince anybody about anything with 10 miles. And I think that's one of the reasons that, I think that's one of the reasons it was used. I would even say maliciously from, let's pretend it's propaganda, okay? With propaganda, they tell you the truth, right? But they don't tell you enough truth that actually makes a difference. That's how they win you over. So with the Black Swan, they talk about all this truthful stuff. Like, yeah, it's supposed to be this 1 foot off the ground. It's supposed to be, 1.22 miles. It's supposed to be all this stuff. But, if we're being realistic, you're not going to measure the flat Earth in 10 miles. So everyone in the back of their mind is going, oh, okay, I'll look at this. Oh, that's interesting. But they're not taking it serious. You want to really destroy somebody's worldview? You got to do something massive. You got to do 60 miles, 100 miles, 200 miles, 300 miles, whatever. And I think these observations are possible.
No, there was one in the chat the other day. 271 miles.
Yeah, I know, but that's only a couple images from the same. That's the French Alps, okay? So that one's old and busted. I'm not saying it's bad. It's not a bad proof. But what I'm saying is that I don't think that these sightings are as unique as they want you to think they are. I think that you could see that far, like, very often from many different places. Like let's say we got someone together, okay, and we had a fund with somebody with the right equipment, and literally all he did was just travel around the world for, let's say, at least a year, like a year contract. Okay, you have the base salary, and then you have expenses. So let's say base salary, per diem, expenses, tickets, passes, whatever he'd need for national stuff. Like I don't know. Let's say $250,000. And to be honest with you, that isn't that much money. That's not very much money at all. And all that person is doing is going to like places of interest. Like, okay, there's the Bolivian salt flats, right? Let's say that you get a vantage point over that and you look over it. Okay, there's a bunch of flat places in the earth. Like let's take them to Florida. Florida is the flattest state in the United States. It has an average elevation above sea level 3 feet. Okay, I'm pretty sure if there's even the slightest fucking hill in Florida, you can see far as fuck. Pretty sure. Okay, there's a lot of places like this though.
They got some high grass in those swamps though.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. You know, the great thing, it's a long state.
I'm your man, bro. Just give me the plane ticket and the cameras, and I'll fucking go. No profit needed. I'll fucking go. Just because I don't have anything better to do. Be chilling on the beach, taking some photos. That would be an easy job.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, what we're looking for wouldn't really cost that much to like just like poke a bunch of holes, you know. But all we have are like these very unprofessional photographs of long distance things on only certain days. But if we had somebody that was around, that was traveling around with the best viewing conditions, you know, basically traveling with the weather, you know, so that by the time that they're there, they're getting best viewing conditions. I think that would be super beneficial. And if you could get that kind of movement going, I think that whatever initial investment you had going into it, I think it would grow. I think people would be like, wow, look at this evidence, and they would just keep funding it.
Call it something like long shot photography or something, and like make a club of it.
Long shot?
Fuckers just like get into it. Long shot.
Shot in the dark.
Like something that like fuckers would latch onto. Like they don't even know they're disproving the globe, and they start taking these long shot photos.
You could call it flat Earth exposed, you know, like photography exposure.
Oh,
anyways,
because you want to get the normie fucks in it. So if you say like long shot, and like dumb fucks with the cameras will be like self-incriminating themselves with like pictures of mountains way too far away. I swear, just use people's like their, how do I say, instincts against them. Like if they're competitive, tell them like, I can take a photo longer than you, and they'll be like, no, I can. And they're like, okay, prove it. And then they take it, and it's like, well, welcome to flat Earth.
I agree. Flat Earth maybe isn't the best name to go in on something like that. I mean, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Just like, you can flash it at the end. Like, yeah, look, like just if you accumulate the evidence, then we can literally take the evidence and just pour it into this chat room. Whenever anyone wants to shit on us, we can just literally pour it on them. And the funny thing is, we'll have normies taking these photos for us. So it'll kind of be like using their energy against them, you know?
Yeah, we should pick a clever name. You know what? There's a guy, maybe you've seen him in here. His name's I'm Your Copernicus, and he's a well, I don't think it's doxing him or anything, but he's a trucker. So he travels around the United States. I don't know how far routes go. Like, you know, there's different types of truckers. Some have their own like area. So I think he primarily stays on the West Coast, but like he has a lot of photography equipment, and he's already kind of doing stuff like this, like looking. What's up?
Get some robotic trucks. Needs to compete with Google and them. They're gonna make robotic trucks.
Can you imagine making like a Google Earth van for flat Earth with all the equipment on it? It would just drive around
Oh my
everywhere and
goodness.
take photos.
Like an AI truck that pulls up, like, takes incriminating photos.
Can you imagine if we
Like,
had their
people are
tech?
watching it in
Unreal.
live time. Like, shit, we can't
Yeah.
even do this with NASA. Watch it
Dude,
live.
what did they do with the old Google Maps trucks? Like, couldn't we just buy them up? Like, decommissioned Google. Like, we could literally use their own hardware to prove their own shit wrong. That'd be funny.
You do it cheaper with some little sensors.
Oh shit, is that Demek?
Just over a smaller area. You know, like EA Sports or, you know, the game. How they put the sensors on the balls and the basketballs and the footballs and the golf balls, like for free, you know, to see how it goes in free space.
Yeah. Well, they have that in phones. So the accelerometer inside of our phones can map 3D
Right,
space.
but you won't be able to use the phone because a lot of people think that's connected to the GPS shit anyway. So if you had some little free space balls that you just had, they would just read their self in free space. It wouldn't have to do
Yeah.
with anything other.
I'm just talking about the accelerometer. Like, you can buy those.
Right, right. No, I know. But I'm saying to actually like prove it, you wouldn't be any set information. You just have some little free space balls, and you get like a little grid, and you read them. And if they put out a picture or an image, you know, they'd be dot to dot.
So just so you know, Demek,
distance.
somebody actually did this. So there's a channel called Seventh Day Truth Seeker that doesn't exist anymore. And I wish I had a copy of the video. I need to find him somehow. But he was able to like solder together his own chipset with one of these accelerometers and drive around the perimeter of a lake. I think it was just over 100 miles. And he plotted it out in I think Blender or some kind of computer software, and it came out flat. Like there was no curving or anything like that. Like just taking the raw data came out as a flat surface, which is fucking remarkable.
Right. That's what I thought about any kind of big lake or any like, you know, super, you know, big amount of water that's not really moving too crazy. You'll have a mean line, a bottom line, and a top line. And if their mean line never makes a spherical image going up or down and it just stays horizontal, you know, straight, then there's no way you're on a globe.
Dude, I need to get a hold of Seventh Day Truth Seeker because that video was phenomenal when he did that. He was in touch with so from what I understand, he's the guy who also was doing this accelerometer 15-degree thing with was a ring laser gyroscope with Bob Nodell, the one they're talking about in the documentary. He's the guy who actually bought that thing. But some of the stuff he's done is just fucking amazing. I don't have access to any of his old videos, which sucks balls. Big balls. You know what? I'm going to see if I can email him. If I can find any account. I think he's got a BitChute.
BitChute's the best shit, man. Not the search algorithm, but like the fact that they don't censor shit.
Well, they have censored some people, but for the most part, no.
They censor.
I've heard of some videos getting taken down.
Damn. Nothing like. No, I could see if you put like some fucking really weird shit, like someone getting murdered might get taken down, you know? But Like flat Earth shit or something else?
Not flat Earth stuff. Flat Earth.
I don't give a
Okay.
fuck about COVID. I see all kinds of crazy shit about COVID on BitChute. It's so funny. They erased all the Pizzagate videos? Man, that shit was... Yeah, because they know Trump's in on it too. And BitChute is for Trump.
I don't know if Trump is in on it, but I know that if you're a billionaire,
he's
then
literally
you're
friends with Epstein. Like, there's pictures. He eats with the Catholic Church and all those bishops and Knights of Malta and Hillary Clinton. They're all just smiling together and
Yeah, but
eating
they
with
all
the-
have their own kind of schemes. So what I'm saying is, I don't know if he's particularly involved, but you have to have your own.
He's definitely some sort of Mason.
Well, to become to become a billionaire, you have to be in on some shit. I just don't know what shit exactly he's in. They don't just let anyone become a billionaire. It's like a rite of passage kind of a thing.
That's what I'm saying. The thing is, this Pizzagate gets loose, then they would take down all the celebrities, like even the ones you wouldn't even expect them to. Like it would take down. But the thing is, people just don't care. You know, they kind of just think like, so what if people just eat little kids and rape them? It's kind of fucked up, but like that's actually how the masses.
Well, in order for you to maintain your power, they have to let others maintain their power. So it's kind of like you just kind of ignore it and go about your own business.
This person says Trump is a member of the Scottish Rite. I know he is a Mason for sure. I've seen too much evidence. I know he's some sort of Mason. I don't really know. I know quite a bit about it, but like I would still say I'm not the inside, right? So I couldn't know too much if I'm looking from the outside in.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know that Trump went to a Jesuit university for I think I think 2 years.
Fordham, right? Something like that.
I forget.
Fordham. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
But there was a video exposing, from No More News. Adam Green did a full expose on Trump being a Jesuit, or a Jesuit trained, and that the people he looked up to, in quotes, were his instructors. And he went into detail about what his instructors' ideologies were and what they were into. And it was pretty much deleted like the next day. and now if you actually like type in Jesuit and Trump together in Google, that shit like comes back with nothing. You cannot find information about his upbringing in school anymore at all.
Bro. And also, weird as shit. I go on the dark web trying to look for conspiracy shit, and it's easier to find hitmen and like fucking drugs that you can buy online. But it's fucking it's easier to find that shit than to find like fucking conspiracy forums when you go on like Onion or whatever the fuck that shit is. Like, I mean, I just want to look at conspiracies. Like, why isn't this on here?
I wouldn't be surprised if it's all agent. It's just like where agents communicate, like in the free market, like actual
probably.
CIA.
I mean, that Hillary Clinton shit. Oh my goodness, I don't really download that shit though, cause like honestly, I don't need that shit on my computer. All this evil shit. Like, I'm not gonna watch it again. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Wait, the face off. Is that what you're talking about? The skinning?
All kinds of shit. There's just too much shit, man.
There's too much crazy shit.
Those Podestas, those fucking Podesta creeps.
Dude,
like,
I have folders and folders of the Podesta shit. Don't even get me started. Yeah, those are some sick fucks, man, and their parents were sick fucks too.
Well, hear this: Trump's fucking family comes from a whorehouse owner in Canada. That's like his grandpa. That's like his fucking shit. So and bro, he goes and parties with Epstein. So like, I'm sure, bro, they're all fucking in on it. The leaders of the U.S., the leaders of the Vatican, the leaders of Israel, the leaders of like the London fucking bank fucks. All these fuckers are in on it. France too, Spain too. Because literally, you just got to think anywhere that was affected by Zionists, Jesuits, or Freemasons is basically compromised.
Well, that's why they go by the builders. They build the frameworks in which people get to. It's like they they built. How do I say this? They build an institution so that you can participate and consent to be a part of it, and then bitch about it when you're in there. And then we bitch about, oh, like, why is this not my institution? Well, yeah, it's because it was not yours. You didn't make it. They made it. They made it so that they were the beneficiaries of that system. So you can't really complain about it. Like, this is all, like, the fact that we're suffering right now is all via our own consent. We've all agreed and participated and have just gone along with. At no point has anybody just stopped doing it. Like, you don't see people not signing up for the military. Everybody knows that they could end up dying or killing somebody. Like, in principle, they should not want to be a part of those things.
Yeah.
Right? But they do it anyway. They think it's the only option. That's just not true. It's just the only option that they agreed
makes
to.
enough money, easy enough, comfortable enough life.
Yeah. Like, where we are today is simply the agreed upon problems that they have, accepted for themselves.
I say I was born into most of this shit, man. I was pretty fucking naive until about Corona started.
Yeah. Well, and you seem very like up to date with some things, so I'm happy for you. But I feel bad that like you shouldn't have to be this smart so young in order to just get by with basic shit. Like, it was the Earth was not designed to be this difficult. It's that you're having to suffer for other people's decisions.
Yeah, it's not really suffer. It's more like, especially with this vaccine thing, it's just because I'm not taking it.
Can we just use code words? Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
It's not. Yeah, I'm sorry. I fucking.
It's all right, man.
I fucked up.
I'm here. No worries.
But yeah, it's not like I'm not gonna get hurt by it. Like, other people will probably discriminate against me, and like they might get injured. And that's the thing, is I'm more sad if I see someone I know get injured by this shit. It's like, it's because like the thing is, I feel like a lot of times too with like Glober versus Flat Earth, like I feel like sometimes like these Globers really want you to get hurt so that they can tell you I told you so. And it's like, I don't want to tell anyone I told you so. You know what I mean? Like, I'd rather just everyone is fine.
Yeah, I'd rather just disagree in full health. How about that? Like, while they're telling me not to procreate and they're telling me to go get the minestrone or whatever, I'm hoping that they're in good health and that they can make good decisions using real information. Like, I'm not here protesting for myself. I'm doing it for the benefit of the whole.
The whole, not
so like, it's just a completely different reason of being here. But they definitely come into these rooms thinking that it's fish in a barrel, looking for like an easy high,
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I basically, ever since Gems, I've been a lot less patient. Like, I've already blocked a couple fuckers. Like, if I come in and I start my conversation with you and you've never talked to me before, and then I'm saying something serious and then you start trolling me, like, I just have less tolerance now than I did
Yeah.
before Gem Panda's server. Like that, that showed me if you have any fucking tolerance for like, I think that's probably why QE is such a fucking, you know, he blocks him immediately because he's probably been here doing this shit for such a long fucking. You just get assholes that are just like, well, you know, we have a picture from space. And it's like, okay, like this fucker doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, once you realize that the whole thing's been completely reverse engineered, then, you know, you can tell that people have common sense and they know it's reverse engineered.
Yeah. You know, the dead giveaway for me is that it could even be anything but the globe model. How could it even be possible that a different explanation, like there's any wiggle room?
When they won't even consider, when they won't even try to help consider some of the other options, they have to always stick to the script, right?
The worst is the ones who think we went golfing on the moon. I think that's like.
Well, they say they do. I that's what becomes interesting about this conversation. You know, after you've been in it long enough, you realize that these people, they are totally lacking common sense, or they know better, and they're here just to argue it. But at the same time, you could even call them flat earthers, because if they weren't here arguing with us and we weren't able to show how bad their arguments are on a daily basis, where would flat earth be?
Yeah, and they're still here. And they're still here.
Right.
That's what I was saying earlier. Like
I think there's almost like a secret. Yeah, like they know. Like think about it. If they wanted to kill flat Earth, what would be the best way to do it? Just
cast out, lobby, and cast out.
Away. Walk away. Don't argue with us. Let us be an echo chamber.
Yeah, it would go away just like Bigfoot did.
Yeah, then nobody would be here to witness them getting defiled on a regular basis.
I love that. Defiled.
So they're helping
the
us.
NASA shit. The NASA, the amount of times NASA got.
They're giving us more credibility, definitely.
Yeah, by having the same arguments, and anybody with common sense can see that it's just tactics they're using rather than actual reasoning.
Tactics. See, brought up tactics. Thank you.
That's exactly what it is. And you can tell when they know the answer and they're skirting around it, or they change the subject. Someone mentioned Mick West earlier. Like everyone just like it knows he's like a
Kosho does it. Druss does it.
But they all skirt around it, and you can tell
Kool-Aid
when they
does
know
it.
what they're skirting around, right? And
they all like all the
way tactics to get away from the subject.
All the globies do it here, and you know what? All these people are well off. They don't like. This is what I was telling Noah.
Brenda,
that, there's all these. Right? Yeah, except Brenda, but Brenda just sounds ignorant as she or he is. But yeah, like that's what I was saying. Like if you were a well-off glober, solid in their beliefs, why would you spend hours, days, years just hanging out in a flat Earth oriented Discord server? Does that make any sense whatsoever?
Well, it does. You know why? Well, it makes sense for a lot of reasons. Maybe the goal is flat Earth eventually, right? That's like they want to have the battle happen, and then the battle wouldn't happen without them here, right? So maybe they're secretly flat Earthers in a way. Or the other thing is we kind of have the same justification, like you just said earlier. Like you're doing this for the benefit of the whole, right? You're sacrificing yourself in a way.
So they think they're white blood cells coming after us, and we think we're white blood cells coming after them.
Right. They think that they're even if they know the model's wrong. Well, even if they know the model's wrong, they know that if it were ever disclosed and people as a whole found out that it was flat, think about the chaos that would happen. Think about the destruction that might cause.
NASA would have to fucking pay us back, and they can't do that. And
well, they would have to destroy the society so that wouldn't be, they would cut and run, right? They're not going to pay you back. Or there could be some kind of, payback system that just funnels the money into some other thing, which is, protect us from the air within the dome. They could put the money wherever they want, is the point. They don't have to excuse
Protect us
themselves
from
for
the air
going
and
up.
the dome.
Hey, moon
That's the
gazing. You want to come in
stupidest-
here?
Fuck.
Well, think about it. If they want us in smart cities, right? Then if they tell us it's flat, and this is all leading up to this disclosure, then they can say that the air inside the dome that you're trapped in is contaminated. Now you have to get in these smart city domes to protect yourself from the air that is just perfectly fine, of course, but they can make up whatever they want. Right? Then they get us in the smart cities that way.
Well,
I'm
smart
trying to
cities
get
is like
balls on
an
the dog thing. Fuck
answer
smart
for
cities.
carbon monitoring.
You mean human
Right.
monitoring?
Yeah, exactly. Just carbon monitoring.
Such retarded shit, dog.
Just basically
anyone
watching everything
falls
that
for
you
this
do at all
shit.
times.
Right.
Kind of
And
funny how
taxing
they
you for
just
every
write
step
this
you
shit
take.
in.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of funny how they write this shit in documents on their official fucking like websites and shit, and then people are like,
You
"That's a
guys are
conspiracy."
conspiracy
It's like, no,
theorists.
Oh yeah,
it's like,
that's
no, it's in
that's
their
the beauty.
book.
They don't even
Literally
have to
says
lie.
COVID-19 Great Reset Klaus Schwab. Like, what the fuck else do I need to show you, dog?
Yeah.
There's a whole
Yeah.
book on it.
Dude, I posted the
Right.
book the other
Yeah,
day.
yeah, exactly.
And then they say, okay, well, why do you guys keep coming up with this like conspiracy great reset thing? I'm like, look, I posted the PDF, then I get no response. We move on to a different topic.
Rockefeller Lockstep was 2010. They had what was it? The one
Event
you were talking
201.
about with
Yeah, what about Event 201 leading up to this?
666 days
Agenda 20,
before the
Agenda
declaration of the
2020,
pandemic.
Agenda 2030, or Agenda 21, Agenda 2030.
And then during 9/11 they had the they were doing the
guy's face.
No, they
Amalgam
basically were
Virgo.
running a drill.
Amalgam Virgo.
They do this every time. They run a drill
You see
before an
Amalgam
event.
Virgo?
No,
You
I
see
didn't.
Amalgam. It's basically a document about how like someone's gonna bomb the Twin Towers, and it has Osama bin Laden's face on the front, dog. It's like, dude,
What?
This
Post
is fucking
that.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know where it is. I just heard someone talking on YouTube.
Amalgam Verdum. How do you spell it?
Virgo. Amalgam
Okay.
Virgo. Is
That's
supposed to be
fucking ridiculous. If that's true and that came out as like a pre-warning and it's even got his face on it, that's fucking hilarious.
has his face on. I saw his face.
It's all. Well, yeah,
saw his
that could be
face. Like,
post.
someone on YouTube
That could be
was
post
literally,
9/11. They put the face on there too, though.
Yeah.
Never know. But there was so many
Oh,
predictive
yeah,
programmings
that
with
could
that.
be
I mean,
true.
there's just ODD's compilation of the 9/11 predictive programming
Well,
stuff.
the
It's crazy.
movies they had like in the Terminator,
Yeah.
like him hitting the wall. It says 9/11.
Oh yeah, all
They
kinds
have,
of stuff.
had so much shit in
The
all the
spin-off
movies.
from the X-Files was right before that, but the nerds that had the scene where it was exactly the
about-
same scenario.
What about the Twilight Zone landing on the moon, and then they land on the moon?
Right?
The
Oh yeah.
first episode of Twilight Zone is that they land a man on the moon. It's like, god
Well-
damn it, this is fucking ridiculous.
One of the first pieces of cinema they always talk about was the man on the moon. You know, that one that, what's his name? The French guy did that was in that movie with the clocks and the kid. Anyway, yeah, the old time movie where they have the fucking wizards. They show you wizards with the rocket ship, and they're basically telling you this is the story we're going to tell you, and these are the wizards that are going to make you eventually know that it's real. And that's why they get away with it. Like you were saying, but they have to have our permission for everything, right? Well, they also have to tell us the truth in a certain way, it seems, or at least that's their
Have you heard?
brilliance of it.
Have you heard, like, I don't know if this is true because I don't know how you would even verify this. Like and this is like a really Christian perspective, and I'm not Christian, but like I kind of resonated with me. But like this guy was saying that basically at some point there was no money and people just bartered, but then they had this whole Babylonian like city, I guess, where the world is united in Babylon. They said like to get into the temple you need to have some shekels, so that was like you need to get the shekels at the temple to get in, right? And then so people just started people keep these shekels for themselves, and then they started just trading the shekels instead of their like goats and shit. And then like that's how money started, was like the temples in Babylon required these shekels to get in, and then people started using these shekels to like play cards and roll dice and shit. But
right, that makes sense.
It's like some fucking Christian guy was saying this, and I was like, that's kind of interesting. I
Well,
don't. Honestly,
it's
I can't
definitely
verify it.
similar to how it happened. It makes sense though. If they're holding out on your ticket in. You know, you have to become a part like they're doing now with the CV pass or whatever to get into a concert. Kind of similar.
Holy shit!
You know?
It's ridiculous. I heard in Israel
Yeah.
they just get segregated. Like they can't even go to the same water fountain. Like what? That's
Yep.
ridiculous.
Yeah. But they have their justifications. They really do think. I think that like we were talking about yesterday. I think it was you I was talking about yesterday or the day before. But yeah, it's just they justify it because they're convinced of something environmental, or there's only a food shortage, or there's a solar minimum, and there's it's going to be better for the whole if we don't have as many people, or if we have more control over people when this thing happens. Because if we're in chaos at the time, without the structure of society, it's going to be even worse. And so they have to really consolidate.
Have you guys heard of this singularity? Like they have something called Transcendence 2045, and then they have another thing called like Singularity 2045. I think there's a third one, something 2045. I can't remember the third one right now, but they're like three different like fucking, like Event 201 type fucking like fucking projects, like Agenda 2030 type projects that they have for 2045.
Right.
I don't know if you have seen this, but like they think that they're gonna merge human beings' brain with like a fucking computer basically, or some shit is the general idea, and then you're gonna just live forever as like a computer. But I don't know.
Even if it's not real, like that could be another thing. They have the people at the top convinced is actually possible, and that's why they go along with
like
it.
with the vaccine.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, come upload your brain into the fucking thing. You like upload it, and then just an AI pretends it's you. Like, yeah, I'm Noah. Yeah, like that's me. Your family
Singularity
believes it.
2045.
Family's like,
Singularity.
are you on Mars,
What was the other one?
And the AI is like,
Oh,
yeah, I'm on Mars. Like, I'm on Mars, Mom. Don't worry about me. I'm here in space on Mars. It's just an AI pretending to be you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm right here. I'm on Mars. Here I am. Look, let me FaceTime you from Mars. It's like, sorry, sir. That's not a human. That's a fucking demon in a box talking to you.
Well, or they could have you somewhere in the middle of nowhere inside a smart city that makes it feel like you're on Mars, and they could just tint the window so it looks like it's red outside.
Yeah, and then all the Martians upload their brains into the computer. We have to take the next step now that we're on Mars.
You said Singularity 2045? What was the other one?
Yeah, I think it's called like one's Singularity and the other one's Transcendence or something. Let me see if I can fucking pull this up. I actually seen these like projects, but I didn't.
Wasn't
looked them up.
the last Blade Runner? Wasn't it Blade Runner 2045?
I think that's a
updated
movie.
one.
That's a movie.
Yeah, I know, but wasn't that? But that was set in 2045, right?
I don't remember. I'm talking about like actual
I think it was.
people.
I know.
Like foundations trying to do this that say that they're gonna do it by 2045. I remember I was watching the YouTube video and then I just looked at his article and I literally just typed the title out into the next tab over and I was like, no shit, it's actually fucking there.
Yeah, I think that they're either convinced for good reasons or they want the people that are up at the top convinced that something's going to happen, like an event of some sort by 2045 at least. That environmental thing that we can't avoid. So this is why we have to do exactly what we're doing. There's no, by this date, this quota will be met. That's how they go by it, right? Whatever it is. And they probably have a utopia somewhere, like some kind of smart city, continent
somewhere
where everything's like, somewhere like some utopian type environment that they can show as a prototype and say, and just, have a conference and say, this is where we're going to be. Look how great it is. And the only way to get there is to meet these marks for the next 30 years, population wise, whatever, control wise,
Okay, this
AI
is one of
wise,
them.
all those things.
This is one of them. Let me see if I can find the other two.
Hey, hey Don, I asked Moon to come into the chat. I'm not gonna keyboard warrior that dumbass. It's not worth.
He just trolls. Probably not even really good for him to be here.
Hey, Gio, did you watch part 7 yet? Yeah.
No, of Ewar?
Yeah. No pressure. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, if someone's gonna be like very contrary or contrarian and like just want to type a bunch of like negative stuff, I'm not down. But if they want to talk it out, I'm fine.
Just block people, bro. Like straight up. I just block fuckers.
It's just not even how you're supposed to interact here. It's just, I mean, the guy only comes here and says negative stuff. You know, it's just not has nothing to do with why we're here.
Poisoning the well?
Well, I mean, so what if we we reminisce on our experiences on different platforms for like 20 minutes, 30 minutes? Who cares?
Yeah. Like, it was a bad experience. I'm just trying to tell other people what happened. Like,
yeah, who cares?
You don't have that experience. Straight
It's
up.
not. It's
Like,
not even like worth arguing about. It happened.
It's not.
Cool.
It's not an argument though. It was just a shitty experience. You can't argue with my shitty experience. Like,
well, he's just, like he'll come in here and then, like, I just don't even know what his position is. Like, so what?
Hey, Riggs, I watched The Giver.
Okay.
By the way.
Okay. I need to rewatch it. Yeah, I need to rewatch it. I remember maybe half. And
all right.
But yeah, if you talk about it right now, I'll remember it. So if you want to talk about it.
Well, yeah, kind of deals with what we were talking about with the smart cities, you know. In a way.
Okay. Yeah.
The whole idea that they've got this future where basically you're controlled in every single way. Every single thought you have is judged. And that's, you know, the main premise of it is that you can't even have a sexual thought without feeling guilty about even thinking it.
New perspective.
Yo, what's up?
So my sister's husband is like in the military, and apparently for basic training, they make you fucking drink this soda every day, or like grape juice or some shit, and it like you literally can't get sexually aroused while you're on it, and they have to drink this shit. Yeah, he's in the army. He's like a drone mechanic, but for his basic training, like you drink this shit, and it takes away your like you can't get hard.
I believe it.
Turn on.
Right. I'm sure it does more than that.
Gave him hella fucking vaccines, but he had to drink this Kool-Aid. Like, it wasn't actually Kool-Aid. I think it was some sort of grape shit. But basically,
why don't we just call it the Kool-Aid instead of minestrone?
Right.
There you go.
But
right.
They gave him this like actual like you drink it every day, and if you drink it every day,
Gotcha.
you don't get the weirdest shit. He was telling me about it.
How long does it? How long before? I mean, how long do you have to go before it wears off? Like if you stop drinking it,
I mean,
or is it?
I
Does he notice?
assume he can have sex now. I don't fucking ask him. Like honestly.
Right? No, I just wondered if you mentioned it. It's crazy. I believe it.
His hands fucking shake though. It's kind of scary.
Oh really?
So he's got nerve damage.
All those vaccines they give him?
His hand shakes.
The Kool-Aid?
They gave him a lot of, let's say something else, because there was actually like the sexual Kool-Aid and then the sauce. They gave him a lot of different sauces.
Like that doesn't make sense. They told him it was a sexual Kool-Aid.
Oh no. So okay, so you have they have the sauces in the syringes.
Yeah.
They give you a bunch of those to start with, but then on top of that, every day in boot camp, they give you a literal grape juice infused with some sort of inhibitor
Okay.
that just keeps you from getting sexually aroused in any way.
And they're upfront about that. They tell them that's what it's for.
He fucking told me straight to my face, and this is a pretty honest
No,
guy.
I know,
Like, I
but
haven't-
That doesn't make any sense, though.
Like, do they tell him that? What do
Yeah.
they tell him it's for? Okay, so they say
That's
we
what
have
they-
to do
that's
this
what they
because
say.
we have too many problems with people having sex and
Yeah, like
and they're not-
basically,
yeah.
like I don't know if there's like females nearby in the boot camp or like there's like gay fucks or
Sure.
something, but like it's for
Right.
just boot camp. Like this, they don't do it. Like he's active and he just repairs drones and shit every day. But he doesn't do that shit now. It was just for boot camp. But they make you drink that shit throughout boot camp every day.
Right.
Doesn't
That's what
make
they told me.
sense. It's got to do way more than that. Like they can't just give you
Well,
something
okay,
for
so-
I
to
think it has something-
remove your boner
They tell
that you
they
might
tell
get.
Well,
They
it makes
tell
you
you-
makes you obedient, whatever. Probably on top of
They
that.
tell
right?
you, yeah, basically what he said that they told him like we have too many sexual like assaults in boot camp, so everyone has to
Right.
drink this every day. But who knows if that's what they or it's like some sort of psychological shit. Who knows what
Makes
it
sense.
is? But that's what they told
Right.
him, and that's what he relayed
Wow.
to me. And he said he could not get turned on. So and he's a
Okay.
I think he's a trustable guy. I've never caught him lying to me, right? And none of my family caught him lying to them. So it seems like I would. Who knows though?
Yeah,
Here-
I wouldn't
here's
put it
a-
past
here-
him, but it doesn't make sense to me. Go ahead.
This might be the perfect time to bring up a funny thought I had earlier when I was listening to you guys talk. Since we're talking about drinking stuff and your sexual organs. So you were talking about there was pee drinking conversation going on, and Lemon, I think, mentioned that there's possible stem cells in the urine, and that's why maybe they call it the elixir of life, and maybe it would be able to help heal you and all that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
You're also talking about drinking and how you get more drunk if you put it up your ass, right? So then I started thinking,
Okay.
and I started laughing to myself. I was like, well, if it's more effective to put alcohol up your ass, then maybe it's more effective to put the urine up your ass too. And you could just put a tube from your dick up your ass, and when you pee, you just get taken care of all in one thing.
Think
and you shoot the stem
we've
cells
gone
into
too
your
far.
ass as you're peeing.
Can we change this? Can we change the subject?
We've
please?
gotten way too far, I think.
I had to go there
Yes.
though, because think about it. No, this is logical. If it's
No,
more
it's
effective
not.
to put the alcohol in your ass,
no, it's not more
then
effective.
maybe the
That's
stem cells
essentially-
would be more curing, right?
Okay.
That's essentially that's just a urine enema. What you're describing, yeah.
Your
There you go.
enema.
And that is probably a real thing. People do it all the
Okay,
time.
can we
right?
move on? Can we move on to like flatness or
There's a
something?
special
This is-
apparatus.
I mean, I tell you what.
This is just
I will entertain this idea if you have
a
any
different discourse.
founded science or a conclusion to this
I'm not saying
possibility.
I'm not saying I believe it. I'm not
Can
saying
we,
I
can we
believe
do
it.
this in a different?
I was
Can we
just
go
I
to the
was just
piss? Go to the piss
linking-
Discord to do
I'm
this.
sorry,
No
I'll stop.
fucking
piss
piss
store.
here.
I just had to make some funny comments. Funny YouTube, you know what I'm saying? But it would be more. In fact, it is a logical way of doing it rather than drinking it, which is more gross in a way, right?
All right,
If
all
you
right.
were going to
if you
do that.
wanna, listen, sue it
That's
yourself.
all I want to say.
don't
I'm
wanna
done.
fucking hear
I'm done.
about. I don't want to.
Okay, I got you. I'm sorry.
Discord.
Jesus. Fuck. Jesus Christ.
I bet if St. Closer was here, he'd be loving it. He'd be like, "Oh, awesome, a wild idea."
Righteous force.
But back to the military and the way that they from the giver, yeah, it's so crazy how he goes and finds that other place at the end. Not to spoil it for anyone else, but yeah, that seems like there's some other parts of that kind of were reminiscent of what was that? The Village, the movie The Village.
Okay.
You know about that? M. Night Shyamalan.
I'm confused, but I've probably seen it.
It's just like the same kind of setup in a way that they're all enclosed in this area, and they're told that if they go outside the boundaries, that there's monsters out there that'll eat them. And
Yeah, it's this arbitrary
it's just it's the adults
end
in
of the
costumes.
world or whatever.
Right, just a control mechanism, right?
Yeah.
It's just like the globe Earth does. The globe Earth does the same
Well,
thing.
isn't
They
it
put a
funny that they
perimeter.
use a flat Earth for that movie? Like, why? What? That's just inconsequential.
they?
They wouldn't even have to use a flat Earth. Well, yeah,
Oh,
he's
do
at the
they?
edge.
Wait, which movie are you talking about? You're talking about The Giver, right?
Yeah.
I thought they were on like a plateau or something.
Well, they use all these like tilt shift techniques, but it's always presented as a flat plane. And then there's a guy at the edge of it, and he's the guy who has all the information. Like
Really?
you inductively can conclude it's a flat Earth that they're presenting.
Yeah, okay. There's a lot of
I thought they were on the top of a plateau, to be honest with you.
Yeah, but he's saying that kind of represents like what you would see the Earth as, the flat Earth as, just the top of the plateau. Not that it's actually the Earth, but that's the area that they're given, to be in a similar way. And that's the other thing about the flat Earth conversation that people get suspicious about, because you don't want to commit to anything. You don't want to make any claims you can't back up. That's the whole idea, is that, we can speculate about a dome or a 360-degree ice wall, but that could also be put in there as another way of trapping us, even if it is flat, right? Just to assume that we're surrounded, this
totally
land
agree.
is surrounded and blocked off in the same exact way,
Totally
right?
agree with you on that.
Yeah. It's interesting.
And you know what I recognize is that I was watching a video and they scramble these jets in like 2 minutes once you go over the no-fly zone in the South Pole, and it's like, where were these jets during 9/11 that scramble in 2 minutes? Like, what the fuck? They're that fucking ready to scramble for going into what is it, Antarctica, but they're not gonna protect the fucking Twin Towers. Are you kidding me?
Oh, that was another example where they had a drill that was the reason that they couldn't actually be on duty to be patrolling properly that day, is they were running a drill. Literally, this is what they said. You know that, right? That they were
Isn't that
running a
similar
drill.
to Pearl Harbor?
How to? Right. I'm not sure, but if they had a drill that matched it, but their drill was, get this, intercepting planes that might be flying into buildings. That was the name. That was like the whole premise of the drill that they were running, and they were like doing these relays that were like, if this scenario was happening, what will we do? But the scenario was happening as they did that, as they practiced for that. Supposedly.
Do you think the pilots put it together after that? Like, say you were one of the guys on the drill, would you not think like, damn, we were all doing this drill and none of us got the real fucking shit? Like, wouldn't the pilots kind of be like, hey, this is kind of sketch. How I was supposed to be doing my job, they told me not to go practice, and that was when I was needed for, like, you know what I mean? Like, I'd be like, what the fuck told me to do my, like, I like, you're not supposed to question your sergeant, right? But I'd be like, Sergeant, don't you think it's kind of weird that this kind of happened on this date at this like, wouldn't someone?
Well, you know what they
that?
they want you to know it's weird. That's the whole thing. That was the ultimate show of power, because they told you the truth and made it very suspicious on purpose, in my opinion. Made all the mistakes on purpose.
COVID.
Created just like that. Yeah, exactly like that. Because then you don't. I mean, if you realize that it's happening and you can't do anything about it, to change it, and you can get mad and whatever else, and they're not. It just proves that they're not worried about what you know. Like,
bro,
you know what I'm saying?
It's like people who I know who are like super sussed about getting the cerveza sauce, but then they're like, I want to go to the club. I'm like, it's like, what? Like, are you fucking kidding me? You would risk that to go to the club, sir? Like,
and think about if they had like a deep religious like tie to this whole thing. If they have like this kind of like real strict interpretation of the Bible that coincides with this whole thing in a way, because there's like, if people want their indulgences, which could be considered a sin, then they deserve what they get. You know what I'm saying? They could have some people under that mindset that like, well, if they if they can't make the sacrifice during this ceremonial time of sacrifice, right? I think that might be how they're seeing it. Like there's this period of time that we're all going to have to sacrifice something. But if you don't want to sacrifice and you want to be a part of this, concert or these indulgences, then you're going to have the risk of being the 1 in 5 that get the bad minestrone.
I think also it's like, don't you think it's kind of ramping up? Because like, bro, I wasn't even like I was a fucking baby when 9/11 happened. So I couldn't even, like, I kind of grew into this shit being like fucking 17, seeing my first, 9/11 and fucking Rockefeller type information, right? When I was like, still in high school. But I didn't really think much of it because I just worked at Pizza Hut. You know what I'm saying? Like I was just fucking
Right.
partying, working at Pizza Hut, being a high schooler, doing that shit. So I'm like, okay, so these bank fucks control the whole world money supply. I didn't really like understand how extremely important that is. But like now it seems like right when I'm starting to like realize how important all that shit is, boom, COVID happens. And I was like, oh shit. And our first 2 months I was like super scared. I thought they had like a bioweapon or some shit. But then like after the second month, I was like, okay, nothing's really happened. I'm just gonna kind of go about my life normally. And then once it hit month 3, it was like, okay, this is a hoax. Like this is fucking bullshit.
Do you think most of the people your age, or what do you think the percentage of people your age are that know it's bullshit, at least to some degree?
Dude, I have a friend who literally said, I'm sure this is bullshit. My whole family got the cerveza sauce and they were all pressuring me, and that's why I got it. And I felt kind of bad for him. I was like,
Oh, you did get it.
I didn't.
Oh.
But that's what my friend told. No, I listen. My whole
You
family
said you got it,
also.
meaning that I thought you said you got it, like meaning the minestrone.
No. I was like
You
saying from
understood it.
his
You meant.
like my
Oh, I
friend's
see.
perspective. He's the one who got
I see.
the minestrone.
I
I
got
was
you.
just saying. No, I didn't. Everyone surrounding me basically did, but
Right.
I'm not
Same
fucking.
here.
I have another friend who did it, but like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a crapshoot.
Stay
The weird thing
strong,
is,
my
I
man.
think, yeah, it seems like you have to be like locked into the whole booster thing after that. Is the problem.
Stay
Even
strong
if you
if you
luck
can
out the
avoid
first
it.
time. Yeah.
Dude, whenever I have another friend who's like, he doesn't really care about the shape of the earth. He's like super Christian. So he's like, I don't even care if it's flat or not. I just care that Jesus is whatever. And I'm like, okay, but that's fine. But he thinks it's like actually the mark of the beast. So that's why he's not getting it. And I feel like, maybe there's a chance. I don't really know. I wasn't there to see if Jesus really came or not, so I can't speak on that. Like, it's looking kind of weird, and I'm definitely not getting it. But fuck, me and him send each other so much, like when they like memes, like getting another booster and shit, like getting another, there's so many memes, like, oh my god, man. I heard in Israel too, like if you don't get your 4th, they take away your QR code.
They're on their 3rd now, right?
The 3rd already, that one and gone.
They're definitely
They're on their
simulating the
4th.
way the mark of the beast is supposed to work, right?
That's what I'm saying.
They introduced the
saying
3rd, beginning of October, I think, for like the elderly and immunocompromised. They probably now have like 3rd for the rest of the population, but I don't know if they have a 4th yet.
Dude, they have the 3rd in America because all my fucking family has like 3 already.
Yeah, all people in my life except for one person has had their shot, so I'm surrounded by it too. You just gotta stay strong.
Yeah, I don't want to have to walk over some dead body type shit though. Is my fucking Don is trying to say like.
Yeah, he's in Australia, right? Advertising the 4th.
Is that true, Don? How are you listening to us? Also, I don't see him. Oh, he is here in the chat.
I didn't get my mic out yet.
What are you talking?
when it was the first one, I never thought it would be on the third or fourth. It would all be normal for some people. It's crazy.
You're on your fourth, sir?
Not me, but UK. First, yeah, the 2 is for everyone. Then they say a third is good for over 50s. We're now at the point where a third is good for anyone that's into it. And they're now advertising a fourth for the over 50s. And I have seen one advert for maybe one a year from now on or something like that.
Yeah, I'm not participating in that society. Just, I don't care if I have to
No
become
way, me
Bill
neither.
or Bear Grylls. I don't
My
care if I have to
girlfriend
become
had
Bear
2 and she
Grylls.
said no more. That's it. I'm not having any more.
That's the thing is, aren't some people gonna be like, okay, like after getting, like there has to be breaking points for some people too. After they get like, say you get 4, and they're like, well, if you don't have a 5th, then you're not considered. It's like, won't some people just be fucking utterly pissed? Like, I know people who are pissed that got 2, and they're saying they're gonna revoke it. If in Canada they're going nuts too. Like, I never got 1 because I fucking, like, after fucking month 2 of this fucking hoax, I was like, I'm not getting fucking like, listen, you need to explain this shit before I'm doing anything for you. Like, you have not explained anything.
Obviously, some of us woke guys, we're totally above it. We just think it's crazy. But it is crazy to see so many people that think it's normal.
Yeah, I was starting to get worried, but today seeing 50,000 people get together in the rain in Melbourne, that gives you hope, you know?
50,000? Holy shit.
Yeah, it's a big deal here. Because a lot of people don't agree with it. They're changing laws and, yeah.
Why can't it just be like, here's a product, if you want to use it, come use it? Why does it have to be this whole, like, tracking system? Don't let people inside this place or this area. Like, how do you, like, it's a product. Like, what? What's next? Like, Cheetos? If you don't eat a Cheeto, we're gonna fucking, we're not gonna let you in Safeway if you don't purchase Cheetos from Safeway. Like, what the fuck, dog?
It's the perfect excuse. It's the perfect
It's a
excuse
fair-
to digitize everything.
It's a fair point. Because the companies involved in making it, they don't have a very good track record either.
Yeah,
No.
yeah, they don't have a good fucking try. It's like every single reason you could come up with not to do this, other than I want to go to the club and not get ignored, is like out there. Like they put it in your face, dude. Like not
It's like another
just alone.
case to be made for that. Like, well, they don't feel bad if you do it because it's so obvious, right?
Yeah, that is it, yeah. It's your choice.
That is a
man.
good point.
If
There's a
it's
reward.
so blatantly stupid and you decide to do it anyway, that they have no karma, then it's you. It's on you.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, and the rewards.
That's what you see happening now because they're opening it up and you can play if you've been juiced. But if you haven't been juiced, it's like you can't play.
I don't care, dog.
Are they enforcing that, or are they just saying that? Is it just a mandate that they say, or are they actually enforcing it?
Yeah, I think the TV says it, and then all the businesses then live in fear that the cops are going to rock up and dox
they don't have to actually
everybody.
enforce it.
You know what I
That's
mean?
the beauty of it. They don't actually have to go around
I was in
enforcing it.
Canada.
Right.
I was in Canada last month, and it was like, well, it's been like this way for a while, but like it's insane. Like I can't go fucking anywhere except for Safeway. Like it's like fucking. Now that I'm out of there, I'm happy. I don't even go to shop. Like I just eat at home, go chill with my friends, and go outside, beach and shit over here. But in Vancouver, the only thing you can do is like shop, right, or go to restaurants, and it's like they just stop you from doing those things. It's like, well,
You didn't have your QR code?
Honestly, guys, this may be like the last winter of the economy that you will one day only be able to remember. We may just have to just start doing our own shit, like actual dig your own dirt stuff.
Yep.
This may be the last year of like the real economy.
It's being phased out. Other stuff's being phased in. I can see.
Yeah.
I don't think they mind doing stuff slowly over a few years or a few generations. Sometimes
Mm-hmm.
they're happy to spread it out if they need to.
Yeah.
I seen this meme and it was like a guy wearing a Fight the Power shirt, and then he's like looking at his phone and it says like, "Oh, we can finally go outside now," and there's like 5 cameras looking at him, and it's like, God, it would be the guy with the Fight the Power T-shirt on, fucking, God damn it. This whole thing's been kind of like a virtue signaling thing too, like even like the Black Lives Matter shit too. Like I just remember so many fucking like people on like social media trying to say something. It's like, first off, you don't fucking even know that person or what fucking happened. How do you know that's even a real video?
Mhm.
Second off, like it's just blatant like this whole thing, especially with the masks too. It's just a big virtue signal like trap basically. The QR
Well-
codes. Oh, I'm getting this juice to save everyone else. It's like, listen, buddy, you're not getting that for anyone else. Like what? They basically like swapped being selfish with being selfless, and like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
kind of see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. No, 100%.
Yeah, they've got every angle figured out. They've had it figured out for ages.
Like today, what happened? The mainstream didn't pick it up either. So it's like if it's not on TV, it didn't happen, right?
Your picture of that crowd is fake. It's on the net.
But it's funny because the people who don't know about it, I think if this keeps happening, they won't be able to ignore it. 'Cause Melbourne's done this before. I think 1 million people got together once.
Holy shit!
Yeah. When it gets its shit together, it like the people, I don't know what it is. It's like a phenomenon. Everybody just hears about it.
Yeah.
And you just slowly
Well,
go
yeah,
into the
like
city.
how could you not?
Mm.
How could you not? Like if a
We're all
huge
going to
crowd
meet
is
up.
passing by.
Yeah.
Because you've had some liberties, and then recently in the last 3 generations, the communist governments moved in real hard and tried to change stuff really fast.
Yeah.
So a lot of you guys seem to notice. That's what it seems like to me.
I heard
Yeah.
parts of Europe are gonna go back into lockdown. I don't wait. Let me see if I could like. My friend texted me something earlier.
Once the People's Army
Oh wait,
started riots
Who's
in
in-
London, and we burned down London, and they had to send the army down. It was quite good.
who's in Australia? My friend just told me Australia is going to decide on Sunday whether to go full on lockdown only for the unvaccinated.
Right. The word that we're not using right now.
True. Fuck me. Sorry, I was.
Yeah,
reading
but that's an article that's coming around. Good morning, Stacy.
I've seen that article.
Yeah, is that a real article? Does anyone know?
I think it's Fairport now. It's worded like we're going to make this decision now for the whole of Australia, but that isn't the actual truth. It's just more like some people are suggesting or something. So just vastly exaggerated.
So Sunday, nothing's happening, basically.
Then it does predict, these articles sometimes predict the future, what they have in plan in a month or 2 or something, don't they?
Who knows?
It's the paradox of news. We know it's fake, but sometimes we have to read it and think they might try and do that next.
Yeah, sorry for saying the fucking word earlier. I keep forgetting.
It's okay, man. We all forget sometimes.
Needlecraft, that's what I say. It's my code word.
Needlecraft.
Yeah.
Croft.
I like cerveza sauce, man. What if like they start banning even our code words, and then we start using like their names and shit? Like yeah, I gotta get some Joe Biden. Like, oh, you won't get in the store if you don't have like, you know what I mean? Like, what happens when they start censoring more and more shit until we
And
start
just
using
call
it against them?
the juice, can't you? You can just call it the New World
Yeah.
Order juice.
Yeah, I call it the juice.
Yeah, and what happens if they like start banning when you say the juice? You know what I mean? Like, what if they start going too far?
Yeah.
Well,
So,
that's
like,
part of
isn't
the
there?
whole strategy, it seems
Content
like,
has
right?
been removed.
Like they like a lot of these psyops that we're leading up to this point with the school shootings and all that kind of stuff was just blatantly like ridiculous. You know, the guy just had his daughter killed or his girlfriend killed, and he's like grandstanding for gun control first thing instead of worrying about the person that died. You know, it's just so obvious, right? But they do that so that we'll jump on it. It's like bait. So that we'll jump on it and make a video, and then they'll have a reason to censor, right? So they make it really obvious, so then they could start implementing these restrictions based on people's sensitivities. You know, the kids died or whatever. So it gives them a reason to start implementing all these platforms restrictions.
Yeah. So they tried to do that. How many bosses have you got, Stacey? You need to keep God as your one real boss, God inside, and then all the other bosses are just pretend bosses to get on in life.
There you go. Now you've got it. It's kind of how it is, though.
Yeah. If you took the powerful people's money away, what power would they have over you? Just regular people, just like anyone, right? But some people have got lots of numbers in their bank account.
Yeah. I don't think the numbers gives them power. What they do with that money gives them power.
I think the powerful ones give them the numbers so that they can flaunt the numbers in front of you and show you how to act. So you think that you're gonna get numbers when in actual reality you're not gonna get any numbers if you do what they do because they got it through a different means.
Yeah, I'm sure that's a bit true too.
If they own your mind, what do they care about money, right?
The money
That's
is the
what I'm
way
saying.
that they
Money's
own
the
your
tool.
mind.
Money's a tool of how they get you. One of the ways.
Yeah.
Well, the money is only for the elite, for the people in control. That money is not even a question. They're worried about how many people they control or how much land they, you know.
Yeah, like
It's
think
a
about it.
membership. It's a membership, right? The club membership is what gives you the power.
A breeding
Yeah.
program.
They're called the VIPs
Yeah.
in a Squid Game. Just
Yeah.
people who they'll do what it takes. Those are the people.
Some of them are like new money, or some of them are old money, and some of them are just in a family.
They're a list of people who will do what it takes. But even then, those people are expendable. That's the thing. Like, they know they're expendable. They know that their wealth and opportunities were given to them. So they're going to continue to play the game, and they're going to defend that position.
Yeah, justify. That's just like Utopia. I was telling everybody, you got to watch that Utopia series on Netflix. There's two. There's a British version and an American version, and it's just like straight up exactly what they're going to do. With all the lies, everything's just exactly the same, except that the premise of the whole thing is that everyone accepts that there's an overpopulation problem, and that we
Dude,
live
a
on a
lot of
planet
people
and all
do.
these other
Even if
things.
it's not true.
Yeah.
A lot of people do though. A lot of people now like.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Like I know a lot of girls.
We all
who are
did
like,
up till a couple years ago, probably, or whatever, right?
I never believed that.
There's so many women that are like, "Oh, I don't want to have children. I don't want to have children." Like, just pretty much almost all of them, and it's all through this subliminal programming that they're a burden to society, that children are a burden to society, that progeny and like having a family is a burden to society. Oh, carbon footprint, or just whatever the fuck they got programmed in the back of their head, but they never talk about the issues. It's just something that like they've bought.
It's
kinda-
it's at the core of scientism, right?
Yeah.
I'm kind of stuck though too, because think about it. Like, it can go one way where either they have to depend on these, like, say you're a nurse, you have to depend on the whole medical system, right? But then they're gonna market to you like, oh, you're an independent woman. It's like, are you, or are you completely dependent on this medical system that pays you your wage, right? And so they think that they're going one way, and then this thing also tells them, this medical system, like, hey, like, also you shouldn't have any kids because like that's a carbon footprint, and so they think like, yeah, like I'll have more money, all this. So it's like they're kind of like, it's way more comfortable for them mentally, I think, just to go along with this. Like, I think like the elites have basically, like, they've learned that like instead of trying to convince men to do shit, they just convince women to do shit, and then like there's enough simps that go along with it and are just like, yeah,
Well, they've also reduced the testosterone average by half, or 1/3 overall.
Yeah,
soy milk.
with estrogen in the beer and all that.
What?
Yeah, like testosterone. It's normal to have like a 1/5 the average that you would have, a decade ago. It's normal.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
No.
I need to fucking go eat a carrot or something. Holy shit.
Heaps of men will start growing breasts.
Yeah, and start
Wait,
bitching
is
like
this-
women.
Okay, like, yeah, I don't know about the.
Like, seriously, you'll start to see in your generation, you'll see all these like out of proportion, what do they call it? Sallow men, like where they're just like, they're not muscly, they're just sort of, you could push them over and they'll cry. Those kind of people. No backbone. They'll fall to pieces if you call them the wrong gender. Twit was talking
I've
about it
seen a
before.
lot of this.
It's
Bro,
this real
and even,
cream kind of puff style generation.
Have you seen this fucking? My sister watches this guy called Jeffree Star. Holy fucking shit! They're trying to push that some like male to female is like a billionaire and like lives like a perfect life and just puts makeup on, and it's like, what the fuck? What? It's like, oh, gets 1 billion views per video. It's like, listen, there's no way. But like, I kind of think like maybe there is a way this guy gets this many videos. Like, what the fuck? It's just a perfect demonstration of this world that we're living in at this point.
I don't know, when we were growing up, man, we had like Arnold Schwarzenegger and Sylvester Stallone and Jean-Claude, like all these martial art, like muscly fucking, they had machine guns and grenades on their fucking chest. It's just, I don't know. I appreciate
Yeah.
some of that. It was like,
When we grew up, there was only 2 genders. Now, how many genders are there? We have kids coming home at 8 years old talking about, you're calling me the wrong pronoun. We're talking about, you can't even say he, she, or any of this stuff at school. They. It's
Dude.
ridiculous. This is our issues too.
My dad's buddy from like university, basically. So my dad's older, but his like friend is one of his daughters is like 10, and she already started taking testosterone and has like a fucking beard. It's the fucking weird. I've never seen this chick since the last time I seen her. She was a little kid, right? Because they were always like a couple years younger than me. And like when my dad and him would meet up, we'd go like snowboard, like both our families together. But apparently now she's a dude, and she's like either 10 or 12, but it's like a little too young. Like this is a little like, and apparently the mom's like super like unstable now and shit, and it's just like, what the like.
I wonder if they're putting subliminal messages into the kids programs, and for the girls, the ones that the girls watch more, they put like little like, you identify as boy,
Well,
subliminally.
they've already been putting these fucking transformers inside of like normal Hollywood shows for the longest time. I don't know if anyone else has seen these investigations, but once your eyes have been open to that shit, I can spot one like that. The female to male though is hard. It's very hard. But for the male to female like that, I can fucking spot it.
You can't get carried away with that though, because they convince you that there's only one male body type and one female body type, and if anything to cross over in one of the other areas, then you feel like you've spotted it. You'll have guys like Mr. E or some of these guys that take it to the extreme, maybe too far, where they're saying everyone is, when actually there could be some kind of testosterone, estrogen levels that are spiked or just environmentally the mother while pregnant can have more of one type of hormone, and then the bone structure at the very early stages.
It's not muscularless. It's not hair level. It's the bones. You have to look at the hip.
Yeah, it's the bones. I know, but it's the bones that get affected by those estrogen or testosterone levels while they're developing in the womb. And if they have more of one or the other, they can have a more manly structure or a more womanly structure, depending on those estrogen or testosterone levels. But the sex is already determined by the sperm.
Have you heard actually that they can even do this treatment when you're in the womb? Like they can fucking. Like
They could be doing it. They could be doing it on purpose. Yeah, that's part of the whole
I
agenda.
heard like in these satanic like families, basically, they do it to you when you're not even born yet. Like you have an XX chromosome, but they just pump testosterone in there, and you come out like as basically a woman with a dick. Basically.
Well, from what I've learned, I think that the sex is always determined by the sperm, and it's not changeable. But you can make someone look more womanly or more manly by pumping in one hormone or the other.
No, there's like a point. There's like a point in the development of the fetus where, like, if you're a boy, a bunch of testosterone gets released, and you basically that's the difference between a little boy and a little girl. And then at another point, then when you're in puberty, the second testosterone like basically hits, and then you grow into a man. But like, see, a boy and a girl look very similar, but there are slight differences. And like, what people are saying is that like in the womb, they'll fuck with your hormones so they don't signal when you're in that fetal stage, like month 3 or something. Like month 3, dog. Like the heart just started like developing, and they're already fucking with the hormones and shit. Like, I don't know.
But that could be. I looked into this because I had a friend that went a little crazy on this. But from what I learned at the time of my research, that the sex isn't changeable once it's the sperm's in the egg. You may not be able to tell what sex it is yet, but that's already predetermined. But you can change the early structure of the bones and the look of the person. So that's why we might have more manly looking women and more womanly looking men. Right now could be someone might have to I'll fact check it, but I think that the sperm always determines the sex, and that's not changeable from what I understand.
No, like the genetics can't change, but look into like basically in your fetal development, there's a point where like men and women diverge inside the fetus, and it's based off of like hormonal signaling. And just look into that shit.
Right. I have,
like,
but I think that's
when you're in the fetus.
It could be exactly that. That sex doesn't change, but they just look more womanly or look more manly. And that's why people are like ready to jump on these women with small waists.
A woman comes out with like a penis, basically, even though she has a double X chromosome.
I don't know. I'll have to research it again, but.
And then they have to and then basically like they say like that's part of the reason, like, oh, I feel like a female. Well, it's like, well, you actually are a female, but they fucked with you when you're in the womb. And they like, but this is like deep fucking. I am not like. Anyways, we can change the subject. I don't know.
No, it does seem like there's a whole cult of people that, they hide their sex from their birth. Like no one ever knows their real sex. They're always been treated as a girl or a boy. I think there's evidence to show that they do that a lot. They have done that.
Yeah,
at least.
and it's like, I don't really think it would be a big deal if it was just people in Hollywood, but like literally, a little girl I used to know who's like 12 right now is now a dude for some strange reason. Like, should this be authorized? Like, is this like, you can't even say anything because what if you say like, oh no, you're not? Then the state's gonna be like, you're a transphobe or taking your child. I don't know, because it's kind of a rock and a hard place. Like either you're gonna turn your daughter into a dude, or they're gonna take her away. Which one do you want? You know what I'm saying? It's kind of fucked.
I guess we can only relate on that. We all kind of like identified as flat earthers, even though we thought we were globers our whole lives. Just to bring it back to topic.
Hey,
Were you born a flat earther?
We all were.
Okay.
We were all born a flat earther, but some of us have like this identification problem. It's just like we think we're on a spinning ball, even though there's no evidence for that. It's a psychosis, but we all had it at one point.
Well, I think I would say that we weren't flat earthers when we were born. We were no fucking clue earthers because we were too young to have a clue. Then
Well, if you were born in
went
a room, if you were born in a room with four walls, would you say I have no fucking idea where I am until I see these four walls?
Yes, because I'm a newborn baby. I have no clue
Sure.
what's going on.
Then
I
you
barely have
get a little
any
older
idea.
and you see that there's four walls. It's easy enough to see it. Is that just a belief that there's four walls, or are there actually four walls?
When I get old enough to realize and become self like what's the word? When I realize like when I'm old enough to realize myself and like where I am and seeing things.
But would you say you realized that you're on a spinning ball, or that you learned you were on a spinning ball?
Of course, you learn that you're on a spinning ball.
Yeah, there's no realization there. That's the difference. Because if you
Yeah,
realized it, you'd have to have some direct experience that confirmed that realization.
definitely shove it down your throat.
Yeah, it is 100% true, and I'm not going to debate this even as a glober, that the only reason why a say 12-year-old believes in a globe Earth is because they've been taught it. 100%, I agree with that. I don't agree that it's a bad thing though. And that's of course where we
Education and the movies. Education and the movies and toys.
Oh yeah. Well, I kind of bunched them all up into one as being taught something.
So you don't think the truth is right? Or you think a lie is out there? Like a noble lie?
Say that again. I don't think that.
Do you believe in the noble lie?
Noble lie? I'm not sure what that is.
That's a lie that's for the benefit of mankind, so it's okay.
Yeah, like say that the whole reason they lied is there's a lot more land and a lot more resources, and so the noble lie is to tell people there's only a certain amount of space so that we don't have a problem with balancing the economy.
I mean, I believe that a noble lie could be morally okay, but I don't believe that such a lie is like currently a thing. I don't believe that there being limited land is a lie. Of course, I am a glober, so of course I don't believe that.
Yeah, but you can at least speculate that that could be the case, because it's either flat, it's either a reverse engineered globe model, or it's actually a globe, right?
Of course,
one of the two, right? So there you go.
fucking meme of Leonardo DiCaprio is so retarded. See if I can see more.
Gummy Bear, was that you earlier with the riddle, or was that Bacon?
With what? Sorry.
Were you the one telling the riddle earlier with the chessboard
Oh,
piece? Okay.
No, it was
I only
Bacon.
joined. I only joined in like 15 minutes ago.
Did anyone figure out the answer to it?
What was the
Yeah,
riddle?
yeah, it's actually on a website. I did a search for it, then I put it in the chat. I was like, I can figure this shit out. So I just looked it up.
Right.
Was
Yeah,
it
I was going to do the
chess
same.
riddle?
It's an algorithm type riddle, from what I understood. Was it interesting to look into at least?
No.
Okay, never mind. I got a riddle for you guys.
I have a riddle in the main chat for you if you know about 9/11.
Okay, so three guys. Here's the riddle. Okay, three guys go to a hotel room, and they're going to share a hotel room for the night. And you guys heard this before?
No.
Somebody said something. Okay. So three guys are going to share a hotel room, right? This is nothing kinky. It's just
Somebody
they're
got
gonna
excited.
excited. You get
Yeah, a little bit.
I said gay.
Gay. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. These three gay guys go and share a room at this hotel, and they each put $10 in because it's $30 for the hotel. And they go up to their room, and then the clerk's like, "Oh shoot, I forgot to tell them about the discount. That's actually $25 for tonight." So he gives the bellboy $5 back and tells him, "Go give this back to those guys. Give them their discount back." So the bellboy's in the elevator. He's like, "Wait a minute, not going to work out." So he pockets $2 for himself, right? And he goes back to those guys and he gives them each $1 back and says, "Oh, we got a discount, so you each get $1 back." Okay. So now, if the room costs $30, and they each put $10 in, and then they got $1 back, that means they each had $11, right? So 11 times 3 is 33, and so the bellboy put $2 in his pocket. That makes 35, right? So where'd the extra money go?
What the fuck are you talking about, man? Your math is terrible.
I know I did it wrong, didn't I?
I know the thing you're alluding to.
Yeah.
Kind of
they get $1 back. They each put 10 in. So they each paid 9 is what it is. They didn't go up to 11.
Yeah.
They each paid 9 instead. I'm sorry. So if they each paid 9, then it's 9 times 3, and that's $18. $27. Yeah. Sorry. I'm so stupid.
And then the clerk
I shouldn't have tried to go there. I just got a really good.
The bellboy only pocketed 2. And
right.
So that's
he only had
9.
pocketed 2. So where's the extra $1, right? So it only adds up to 29. It's just a brain teaser. That's all.
Okay, so they each paid 10. That's 30.
Right. They get $1 back.
$3 back. Bellboy,
So
or $5 back.
They get
Bellboy-
$3 back?
The bellboy pocketed 2 and gave them back 3.
Right.
Essentially, the riddle comes down to actually, because you're counting what the bellboy has as money rather than a payment, or like how do I say this? Like in honesty, you should say 27 that they've paid. 2 of them went to the bellboy, 25 went to the hotel or the motel or whatever. When you're counting them as 27 plus 2, which you shouldn't, because they're not, like, 27 is payment, the 2 is paid. That's where the riddle comes from, as you're counting them as positive money when in a way they aren't because they've already been paid.
Yeah, well, no, it's
That makes
percentage
no
thing.
sense.
No,
Who
it's a
thinks
percentage.
Who thinks Alex Jones is a shill?
I do.
Obviously, sure.
Everyone knows that the chemicals in the water turn the freaking frogs gay.
He's
Well,
the
that much is
epitome of
true.
controlled
That's
opposition.
actually true.
Yeah, and that's true. He says things that are true and makes them sound ridiculous on purpose.
Yeah,
So
that's what
it
I
is
think
true
it
that
is.
chemicals in the water turn the freaking frogs gay?
Yeah, they turned the friggin' frogs gay.
Yeah, and the estrogen in your beer makes you grow tits.
Is
And makes you
estrogen
gay.
in the beer? That's cool.
The bear?
Brr.
The
See,
bear?
look, your voice is already cracking up.
Yeah. Oh no, guys,
No!
save me! Save me!
Save me.
You can almost hear the testosterone like draining out of his ass.
What?
Alright, guys, I'm a female now.
Like I'm gonna God. What the fuck? I found that so funny.
I'm a female now.
Hilarious voice.
That's my best female voice. Okay.
That is
Do it
pretty
again,
fucking good. I'm not gonna lie.
Do it
Is
again,
it?
Tommy.
I told you,
I'm a
man.
female now. Hello, guys.
That is so good.
I don't think it's a good female voice. What the fuck?
He's a little too good at that.
It's a little too good. Something's disturbing me.
Yo, you sound like the e-girls, like ooh, in other servers, man.
Well, I'm an e-girl. Pay me on Venmo.
What?
Somebody's
I don't fucking know,
transitioning.
dude.
Has anyone actually paid a fucking woman for any type
Yes,
of like, OnlyFans, man?
and that's fucking sad. But yes, they've paid millions, and it's sad.
How much have you paid?
I was
Zero.
asking if
What the
someone in
fuck?
this server. Yeah, that's what I was saying.
There's free
I wasn't
pornography
asking how
online.
much they-
Who should pay for
That's what I'm
OnlyFans? Like
fucking
the
saying.
fuck?
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying, sir.
Simps, man. And there's more than there's a lot.
Yeah.
You'd be surprised.
I had to pay for Rumpus's OnlyFans page just for the fun of it. You know?
Rump? Who the fuck is that?
Well,
if you knew,
he's our
you'd
global
realize why I said
overlord.
that.
He's a global
He's hot,
overlord.
man.
He's the
A
top
Glober
Glober?
Wait,
Glober
you-
Lord?
Yeah, global. So you pay the $100 tier, $100 tier to Rumpus, right?
God. Fucking Glober God. Fucking, was it Globe? What is it? Top. What were you guys saying?
Globerlord.
Glober Lord? Lord.
Yeah, like Overlord, but you just insert Glober. Glober Lord.
That's fucked.